Hello and welcome back to V8 Tech Work. So today we are going to start building this e-commerce here for a beauty store. So if you check here, you can see on the top here we have this typewriter here, and is actually writing the discount that we have in this store. And also you can see we have our logo here that I created, and also we have a part where you can be able to search the product. So here you can type anything that you want. Maybe it's a category, maybe something like anything that is related to the product that you want to search, not actually the title, but you can write anything and it will be able to search in the database. And also, for example, here you can see we have our basket or cart, and we can do add to cart here, and also we have login here. So when you have logged in, you'll be able to see your name here, and it will direct you to my account page where you can be able to update the password and also your information and things like address. So right here you can see we have this banner here, and this banner is random, and when I reload here it should give me another banner, a random banner from my database. And this is because we have admin dashboard where we can be able to add different banners here. So you can see active banners, we have only 3, and this is now the admin dashboard. You can see the admin dashboard here, and I have navigated to the banner here so that I can show the banners that we have in our system. So these are the banners, and you can be able to delete them and add a new banner right here. So that is what I wanted to show you. So this one is still, I think my computer is freezing right here, so it will display in a minute. So you can see here we have a different banner, we have a different text all together here. And when I scroll down here, you can be able to see different categories. For example, we have serums here, we have toners, we have lotions. I think this one should be foundation. I forgot to change this, but we are going to change where we are creating this application. Also right here, you can be able to see the product being displayed here. So you can see we have, for example, this one here. I have added just the information, dummy information is not like a correct information. And you can see here, you can be able to see the title of the product, the price, and also if it has any ratings, you can be able to see here the ratings. For example, this has a 1 rating, it has been rated by 1 person, and you can see the rating here is actually 3 by 1 person. And also you can see these ones have not been rated, and if you scroll down here, you can be able to see that this one product here has been rated by 2 people, and they have given this product 4 out of 5. If you scroll down, you'll be able to see this footer here, where you can be able to see like contact information and things like that. Even the support email here. So if I come up here and, for example, maybe say I want to search for something, I don't need to have logged in the system to be able to search anything in this system. So I'm going to, for example, look for something like toner or toners, and when I click here, you'll be able to see anything related to toners here. You'll be able to see it here. And right here also you can be able to filter using different things. For example, you can filter using concern, because this is a beauty store. You can be able to use all these concern. I have researched and have seen many concerns, and I have included this. So, and also you can actually filter using these popular brands here. And another thing that you can filter using is the skin here. So for example, let's say I want to filter the one that fits all the skin here. So if I do that, you'll be able to see that there is none that fits all the skin. So if I go to the OID, you can be able to see that we can filter using the OID. For the dry one, you can see dry here. For the sensitive, you can see it is only 1. So also you can come up here and also filter using the newest. Actually by default it actually sort by the newest, and you can see also you can filter using ascending. That means from the one that has the lowest price to the one that has the highest price. Also by descending, that means from the one that has the highest price to the one that has the lowest price. So that is what you can do here. And when I come back to my home page here, so let me click on this logo here, you'll be able to be redirected to this part here. And if we want to see the detailed information about our product, we can actually do that. So for example, let's say, let me see the detail of this product here. So when I click on this part here, you'll be able to see that we have the title here, we have the description here, we have actually like this price, we have what is in the box, what will be included in the box when this product here is being shipped. And also you can see if the wholesale is available, you'll be able to be shown here. And when you click on these add items up to where they are starting to actually for the minimum or the quantity that they start to offer a wholesale, you'll be able to actually change the price here. So also here you cannot, there's no reviews, that's why you can see there's nothing here. And here you can be able to add the quantity like that. And also when you add the quantity here and feel that the quantity that you want here, you can be able to click on add to cart, and you'll be able to see that that product has been added to the cart. You can be able to see that it has been added here. The quantity here is 540, but we have added the shipping rate here to be 10%. And also you can be able to delete this from the cart and also clear that cart. So I want us to go back to the home page and be able to add another product from our home page, and we can be able to have at least 2 products here. And you can see when you come back, it is still changing the banner here. It looks like it has grabbed another banner from the database and has displayed it here. So if I come up here, I want to have a product that has a trist review. So for example, let me click on this one here. When I click on this, you'll be able to see that actually we have this product here. You can see the ratings are being shown here. There are 2 people who have rated this product, and if you check down here, you can be able to see the people who have actually rated this product. The one, this also is my account that has rated this product. You can see that one person rated it 5 out of 5. Another person also rated this product 3 out of 5. So if you do the average, it will be 4 out of 5, and that's why you can see here it is 4 out of 5 and 2 people have rated this product. So we can be able to add to the cart. So we are going to add here quantity to be 2. When I add to the cart here, you can see product has been added to basket successfully. So, and then here you'll be able to see that we have these products here added here. So total we have 730 as the price or the total. And here when I try to actually proceed to the cart here, like to proceed to the checkout here, you'll be able to see that we are redirected here where we need to log in first, because we cannot proceed to checkout if we have not logged in. So here I don't have, let's say for example, I don't have account. So because maybe this is the first time that I'm actually visiting this website. So what I'm going to do is to create account. So you can see down here we have don't have an account, and you can click on sign up, and then here we can be able to add the information. So I'm going to add the information as here, let me just add it as James Doe here, and I'm going to add the email that I have access to the inbox here, so that we can be able to see the email that will be sent to us welcoming us to this system. So I'm going to add the email here. So let me click on that. So I'm going to add that email here like that. And then the other thing is password. So I'm going to type the password here. So like that. That is I have added the password here. So and then I can be able to click on register here. So when you successfully register here, you'll be able to see that we have been redirected to login here. The other thing that you will have email sent to your inbox. So when I come back here, you'll be able to see that we have a new email that has been sent to us. Welcome to Beauty Place. So you can see here hello James Doe, we are thrilled to welcome you to Beauty Breeze. You are new to go destination for all things beauty. We are here to help you discover products that match your style and elevate your beauty routine. So you can be able to see that. So another thing is now we can be able to log in now using this. Let me add here the email that we have registered, so like that, and then the password. So the password here like that, and then I can click on here, and when it will be loading, and after some time it should redirect us to the home page. You can see that now we have been redirected to home page, but right now you can notice here that we have here it has changed from login to now the name here. So when I click on this now, you'll be able to be redirected on the account where you can be able to add the information here and maybe change things like email, and also where you can be able to change other things like the password, the address, and many other things. Also, you can be able to click here and log out. For now, I don't want to log out, so I'm going to proceed to where we were. Here we are, where we have this let's say this cart here, and then now try and click proceed to checkout. So when I click on proceed to checkout here, you'll be able to see that we are going to be redirected to checkout, and this is we are going to use Stripe checkout. So you can see it is loading. You can be able to see the information here. So for example, our total here is 720. We have our product here. We have product 1 here that has cost 540, and also we have this product here that is 180 right here. So actually the other thing is that we can add the email here, like add the email here like that, and let's also make sure that we can add the card here, and this is testing card. So let me add here the testing card. So now for the payment, we are handling using the Stripe. So like that, you need to add any date that is future date. So for example, 2028 here, and then CVC, you can add anything. You can add the name here, the full name, like that. And then here we need to now click on pay here. So let's click on pay now, and it is processing. So one thing that I want you to notice is that here we have a webhook that will be able to verify that we have created this payment. You can see how webhook are being called, and now we are being redirected to the page where we have the orders, our orders. So you can see the products that we have ordered, and you can see where you can be able to rate these products here. So if I come back to this product here, or this email here, you'll be able to see that we have another email here, and this email is telling us your order has been placed. And when we do click on that, you'll be able to see that this email here is templated email. You can see that we have the email, and this email you can be able to see even the product that you have ordered, and this is something that most tutorials don't do when they are implementing an e-commerce. So you can be able to see this one. This is another email, and then if I click on that and go back to application here, we can be able to actually come back to admin dashboard, and when we go to the orders, we'll be able to see that we have a new order. So for the orders that are pending, you can be able to see that the status here is pending, but for the product that have already been delivered, you can see they are marked like 2 ticks here. So this is the product that we have created. So I'm going to click mark as delivered here. So, and then it will reload, and then you'll be able to see that it will marked as delivered. So you can see you cannot mark as delivered again. And after that, then you'll be able to receive another email in the inbox here that will let you know that your order has been delivered. but that I think will take some time because we are using something that is called background services. So, and then I wanted to show you another feature that we have, but before that I have seen that we have received the email. So when I click on this part, you can see your order has been delivered, and when I click on this part here, you can be able to see that we have all these we have this product, and you can see your order has been delivered. You can see great news, your beauty breeze order has been delivered and is ready for pickup at the following location. You can see even the location that you can pick up, and you can call so that it can be delivered to your address. So that is maybe something that I wanted to show you. So another thing that I wanted to show you, let me delete all the emails that we have received from the beauty place, or I can just leave it like that. Let me show you one feature here. So there's a feature that I created for this application. So this is my code. I'm going to go to background services here, and we have where we are calling these services. So I actually commented this send promotion email, and this service here, what it will do is that it will make sure that it is sending some it will be able to select random products from the database, and then it will be able to send them to the customers. For example, for a month it can select like 5 random products that we have in our database, and then send them to our customer that we have in our database, because this is type of marketing, and you'll be able to see this in many e-commerce. So let me save on this service here for background services, and we will be able to see that. So this service here, you can be able to actually make sure that it is running once in a week, once in a month, or whenever you want it to run. So if I come back here, I can be able to stop these background services here from running, because it's running after every second. This is because we cannot set something that we run once in a week and then we just sit here and wait for that time that it will run once in a week. So that's why I have added here to run after 1 second. So if I go back to here, you can be able to see products for the month. This is like a promotional email, and when you click on this here, you'll be able to see that it has also sent you emails here. So for example, you can see a product that it has added here, for example. So it has selected these 5 products here from the database, and then it has sent to all people that we have in our database, so that they can be able to see other products that we have in our database. So that is also something that I wanted to show you as a feature. So now I think for our front end here, the only thing that we have been left with is, for example, make sure that we have rated this product. So let me see a product that I have not rated. For example, this one, let me rate this product. So I'm going to give it 5-star here, and I'm going to add here good product like that, and then I can be able to submit this. So when I click on that, you can be able to see that it has been submitted to the database, and when I click on this home page here, you'll be able to see the product that we have rated. So when I just come to this home page here and then scroll, I think my network is a bit slow. So when I come back here, you'll be able to see the product here. This product now, it has 3 people who have at least have 3 people who have actually reviewed it, and you can see the one that I have reviewed right now. I have this one, James Doe here, good product. So another, for example, is that you can see now how the system works, and you can see even the banner is random here, and that's how the system works. So let's go to the admin dashboard, because we have our admin dashboard here. So for admin dashboard, if I click on the home page here, you will be able to see the products that we have here for the this is like analytics dashboard. You can be able to see the products that we have in our database, orders, and also the users. You'll be able to see also the total revenue, total losses that we have incurred. The latest transaction will be able to be displayed right here, and they will be having this graph here. So for the users here, you can be able to see the users that we have in our database, and you can be able also to delete them. For the products here, you can be able to see them. You can see these are products here, and you can edit the products here. You can be able to change their product, their even the you can see here this image here. You can be able to change it, and also you can be able to change on several other things right here. For the orders, the same. You can be able to mark as delivered and many other things. But for the products also, you can be able to click on create here and be able to see where you need to actually add the you can be able to select the product. So for example, when I go to the pictures here and for example select this product here, you can be able to add here and then add the information here. For example, I'm going to just add anything, and here's the original price. I can say that I can add the discount to be a discount price to be $30. So also I can add the whole price, wholesale price, because we are going to see how to implement a whole price, wholesale price, and the minimum quantity for a whole price. So we can add the brand here. So we have the brand, and also we can add the concern. For example, when I click on anti-acne, you can add that. You can add another concern. You can see these are concerned here, and you can delete on those concerns like that. You can be able to add, for example, this oily and then dry and sensitive and things like that. You can also remove that. So I think there's something wrong here, something that went wrong. So let me come back to the create here. So let me also click this. I don't know what went wrong, so I'm going to, for example, add this product here. So I'm going to say this is a toner. I'm going to add the description to be toner right here. I'm going to add the original price to be 30, the another discount price to be 25, the whole price should be 20, and for the quantity, minimum quantity to be 10. So if you actually bought or you buy the quantity of this product that is more than 10, then you'll be given a whole price of 20. So here I want to add this to be like maybe Kaidi. I'm going to add concerns here. I'm going to select only one concern, and also the category here, it is toner. And then when I click on this create here, you can see uploading, and you can see uploading failed, and this is because of my network. So when I click again here, my network is actually not okay. So you can see it has uploaded, and it is 100%. So if I come back to this part, to this homepage here, and then also reload this application here, let me reload this application, you'll be able to see that that product has been saved to the database and now can be displayed in our client side, or this part here in our homepage. So let me scroll down. So my network is a bit slow, that's why you can see it is taking time to load. So you can be able to see that we have this product here, it has been added. So when I can click on that product, and you can see it doesn't have it has a small description here, the price here, it doesn't have any reviews and things like that, but you can be able to add it on to the basket. So if you come back here, you can be able to see that we have this, and when you click here, because already we are logged in, you can be able to be redirected to now the Stripe checkout, where you can be able to at least make an order. And you can see here we have the webhook that is running, checking maybe for the Stripe event. And you can see here, for example, we have a event that is called checkout.session and .completed. So I think I have done a lot of demonstration in this application, and I feel that this application is a big application and it will take us some time to complete. But when you complete on this application, you'll be having a lot of skills on how to create a full stack MERN application. And also we are going to implement also many other things like storing our JSON web token in cookie, because that is the safest way to do that, to do the authentication. Also we are going to implement other things in our application. So for right here, you can be able also to log out. So I don't want us to spend a lot of time here demonstrating. There's a lot of functionality that we have in this application, and we cannot just show in one application. We are in one video, sorry. So we are going to start creating it, and after that we'll be able to have everything. You'll be able to see every functionality that we are going to have. So you can see our application have the admin dashboard here. It is created separately. We have our backend that is responsible for things like CRUD operation. We have background services here that serve this, that is able to send emails to our clients. Also we have this front end here that the user is able to see and interact with, where they can be able to make order, make a review for the product, and many things like that. So I think I have demonstrated everything that I wanted to show in this product. So if you want to create this project, from now the next video, now we are going to start creating this product from the backend, and it will take us some time. And this product, this application, you will have it, and you'll be able to create any e-commerce project that you want, and also many other projects. We are going to go one slowly, and so that if you are a beginner or you are somebody who already knows how systems work, you'll be able to even understand more. So I want to end this video here. Remember to like this video and also subscribe, and so that other people can be able to be recommended this video. So see you in the next video. Have a great day. Now, if you need this course and you want this course to be more structured, and also you want full support when you are learning this course, you can get this course on Udemy, and also you can see it here on the screen. I will be adding the link to this course on the description of this video, and also when you use that link, you'll get a discount on this course. So make sure if you want a more structured course, you are going to use the link that is in description of this video to be able to get this course on Udemy. And when you buy this course at a very cheaper price of $9.99, or when if the coupon will have expired, you'll get this course at around $21. Then this course you'll be able to get it in a more structured. You get all resources that I have used in this course, and also you get my full support when you are stuck. So also you can be able to see how it is being structured here, and it's a total of 21 hours here. And also you'll be able to get a certificate of completion signed by me at the end of this course. So you'll be able to get all this, and at a affordable price of $9.9, or if the coupon will have expired at a price of 21 point something dollars. So if you want this course and to be more structured, and also you want my full support when you're stuck, also consider using the link in the description of this video so that you get this course. Let's get into now the project. Hello and welcome back. So today we are going to start building this beautiful e-commerce here for our beauty store. So we are going to look at the parts that we are going to create. So if I come here to the code, you can be able to see that we have our front end, we have our background services, we have our backend, and we have admin. I want to explain each and every part here so that you understand how the parts are going to work before even we start coding this application, because this is very important and you should not skip this part, because you'll be able to understand how this whole system is working. So I'm going to come here to Exadi draw. So I'm going to open this page here, and I'm going to draw and demonstrate how these parts are going to work. So I'm going to take this part here, and this part we are going to call it front end. I'm going to have another part here. This part I'm going to have it here. I'm going to also to have another part here. This part I'm going to have it here, and I think I can select this part, or let me just select this part here. So like that. Also I'm going to have another part here also. Let me add it here like that. So I want to name this part, so I'm going to take in like this part here. This one will be just front end. Let me call it front end. So this also is our backend here. So let me just remove this first of all. So let me remove this. Let me erase it. So this is my eraser here. So I'm going to erase it, and right now I want to write. So I'm going to add here. This is backend like that, and then I'm going to have also here. I'm going to have my this part here, which is my background services, and you can see background services here is different from our backend because it's a backend, but it has a work that it should do. So also here I'm going to write this is admin. So this is admin dashboard or admin. Then there's something else that I forgot, and this is our database. So I'm going to add a database here. So you can see we have a very big part of this application. So this is database, and of course we are going to use Mongo. So this is database, this is our backend, this is our background services. We have our admin here, and we have our front end. So we are going to fetch the data here from the backend here using our front end, and also we are going to have also like to fetch to just receive the data from our backend here from our to our front end. Also the other thing is that also we are going to use backend here to fetch the data and also receive the data from the backend like that. So the other thing is also we are going to have let me have this arrow here. We are going also to interact to get the data from our database using our background services, and also we are going to receive the data from our database to our background services. So here we have our admin. So what admin should do, so let me actually push this admin here to this part, but even I can just leave it like that. And also for our admin here, the admin should be able to get the data from our backend, and the same he should receive the data from our backend. So like that. So the other thing that I want you to notice is that in our background services, our background services is kind of independent from the other three parts, from the backend, from the admin, and from the front end here. And this is because the work of background services is to keep running, and we are going to set it to run at a specific time so that we can do various tasks. For example, in background services, we are going to have a service that will be checking the database, an order that is has been newly created that has a status of 0, and then it will be able to send that order to the email of that person who have ordered those product or that product. And then also we are going to have another service, and this service will be running after once in a week or once in a month, and it will be actually grabbing 5 random products from the database and then sending to the emails of those users that we have in our system. So that is like a promotional emails, and I'm sure you have seen such a functionality in other e-commerce. So also we are going to have a service to run or to send a welcome email to a newly created user. So that is the work of background services. Also, of course, we are going to have other services. So right now I have only mentioned 3 services that we are going to have in our background services, and the last one will be for sending an email to the person who have ordered a product if their order has been delivered. So those are the services of background services here. For the front end, it is like easier because it is like authentication and also things like CRUD operations to update, to delete, and maybe other things like that. The same for the admin here. So you can see front end and admin here, they are sharing backend, but background services is only having to interact with the database. So we have backend and background services are the only services that are actually using our database here. So I'm hoping that you understand, that you are understanding, and if you are not understanding, you can replay this video and you'll be able to understand. Also, you'll be able to understand more when we are creating our system. So here, I want to start creating now this project, and I want to know, because this is a very big project, I want to know where to start. So in my case here, I start by looking at backend here. I start by backend, and then we are going to proceed to background services, and then we are going to proceed to front end, and then the last admin dashboard, and then we start integrating all these parts. So I'm going to take this part here and add here. We are going to start with our backend like that. So the first part that we are going to start here is our backend, and I'm going to take this line here and cancel the backend, meaning that this is the one that you are working, and also we are going to arrange everything here. So let's do that. So I'm going to create a new folder in my documents, so because that's where I want my project to be. So if you have Linux, you can choose where you want your project to be, and I'm hoping that you have VS Code and already you have installed Node.js, because those are things that you are going to require in this project. So here I'm going to actually make sure that I create a new folder. So I'm going to use this command here, mkdir, and this is to create a new folder. So for this one, I'm going to call it e-commerce. So e-commerce, let me call it e-commerce store. I think this one will be fine. E-commerce store, like e-commerce store, or I can say e-commerce beauty store, like that. And then if I create this folder here like that, let me cd into e-commerce like that, this folder here. And what I can do is that I can just open now the code like that. So I can open now actually I can use the VS Code. So to open the VS Code inside this folder, you can do code and then dot and then can enter, and then we are going to open now the VS Code inside that folder, and you can see now this folder is empty because I want us to start building this system from scratch. So I'm going to open this folder like that. I'm going to just close everything that we don't need. Also, I want to close this project here because this project now, we are not going to actually need it right now because we are going to create from backend now. So now we have now this part where we need to have all those 4 parts. But before that, if you are seeing that my VS Code is a bit different, this is because I have already added some extensions that I think can be of help to you. So you need to come here and you can look for Firefly Pro. This is a theme that I'm using in this VS Code. So this one here, you can be able to install it and it will give you a different look. So another thing or another extension that I want you to, if you haven't installed, to install is this prettier code formatter, because this will help us to format our code and also you can look for prettier ESLint here. So you can install those extensions, and I think also the other one that you can install is ES7 React Redux, this one here. So others we can be able to install them as we go. So I'm going back to my code here, and I'm going to create now the folder. So I'm going to have the backend here. I'm going to have also background services. So background services here. I'm going to have a front end. So let's have a front end here. And we are going to have now admin. So admin dashboard, or just admin, like that. So now I want to start from now our backend. So I'm going to open the terminal here. So this is my terminal, and I'm going to just push this up here. I'm going to close this console debug, also the output, and now we have this terminal here. So I'm going to clear everything, and then I'm going to navigate to my backend here, like that, clear everything. And now inside here, this is where I want to initialize node application. So to initialize node application, I'm going to use npm and then init -y, like that. And I want you to notice something. Right now in this folder, it is empty, but when I run this command, it will generate a file that is called package.json. So I'm going to click enter, and after some time, you'll be able to see that a new file has been created, and you can already see here that we have that file. And when you open here, you can see package.json, and this is the file that will give us information like the dependencies that we have installed and also other things. I'm going to show you how we are going to use it. So I'm going to clear everything, and here I'm going to actually install some I want to install some packages that we are going to require. For example, I'm going to let me actually make sure that this VS Code is zoomed in a little bit, or I think that is a good size. So here I want to add something like, let's say something like, or packages like Express, because we are going to use Express. I'm going to install .env. I'm going to install cause. Also, I'm going to install mongoose. I'm going to actually install also Express async. I think async handler, because I don't want us to use try-catch everywhere. We are going to use Express async handler. And also other thing that we can add here is, I think also we need to add, I think we can start with this. I think so. Others we are going to install as we go. And let us actually install those. Inside here, I'm going to enter or I'm going to add this index.js as our entry file and our entry point for our server. So this one we have index.js, and because most tutorial in the YouTube, you see they only have this index.js. They don't have other file inside here. So I'm going to add another file here that is called app.js, and you are going to see the importance of that. So we have app.js and we have index.js. So another thing that I want you to notice is that you can see right now, because we have installed packages, we have generated this folder that is called node_modules, and this is where our packages have been installed. So, and let me open or just push this up like that. And also now inside here, we can start creating our server. So, and then inside here, you can see now we have dependencies, and all our packages have been listed here, or the packages that we have installed. So now let's go to the app here. So what I'm going to do is to initialize my application. So I'm going to add here, or to import app and then actually not app, this is Express, and we are going to require or import. This is how you import Express, like that, and then you can see how you can be able to use to import, but this is common JS, and I don't want to use this format for importing packages in my Node.js. I want us to use another type that is called modules, ES. So I'm going to come to the package.json, and up here after description, I'm going to add type. You can see we actually have type, and right now, because we are using common JS here, I'm going to select module like that, so that we can be able now to use import format of importing. So here I'm going to change this now, and we can import now Express, and from we are going to import from Express like that. So I'm going to change that. You can see this will be very simple, because uh, this is also the format that we use in our front end, so it will be easier for us. So I'm going to have app here, to have app from Express. We call that a function like that, and then what I want from here is I want to export now this app to use in index.js. So I'm going to come here, and I'm going to add export. So if I used common JS and I was using common JS, I would have used module.export like that, and then be able to actually maybe import it up like that. But right now we can use something like export default, and then we can just export now the app like that. You can see how simple it is. So I will save that, and in here now I can import that app here. I want to separate concerns, because I don't want everything to be here in the index.js, things like routes and other things. So here I'm going to have now from the app like that, and because we are using module, we cannot leave it like that. I know this would make sense if we were using require and we are using common JS, but for module it will have error. So I'm going to add .js. So you need to add extension here, like .js, if you are using this module type. So I'm going to save that, and in here I can say I want to create server. So my server right here, so we are going to use app and .reason. Here we are going to add the port number here. For example, you can have port 8000, and also we can have this now, the callback function here. So this one we are going to have console.log, and then inside here I want us to have server is running on port, and then we indicate the port that our server is running on here. So like maybe 8000 like that. So if I do this and then save, come back to my backend here, I'm going to use node and then index. Here you can be able to see that server is running on port 8000, like that. But right now I don't want to do that. Actually, I want to first of all use nodemon, and because nodemon will be able to check our code. It will be able to check for our code for any changes, and then it will be able to rerun my application. And that is what I want. I don't want every time that I do the changes, I come here and save, and then I stop my server, and then I also restart my server. I don't want that. I want to just code, and then the nodemon here will be able to watch my code and also rerun my code. So here I want you to install nodemon if you have not installed nodemon globally. So you can just come here and search for nodemon install globally, you can be able to see this one here, and you can be able to install nodemon globally so that you don't need to install it every time that you actually creating a new project. So if I come back here, you can be able to be able to install nodemon globally. So you can pick this command here, and also you come to the VS Code here and add it. So you can be able to install it here, or even in this terminal here, you can be able to add it like that and then install, and that means that you'll have a nodemon globally, which is very, very nice. So here I'm going to actually restart my server. It's running on port 8000, and here I don't want to have my port here displayed. I want to hide my port number in .env file. So I'm going to create a .env file here like that, and I'm going to have this variable called port, and I'm going to specify now the port number inside here. I'm going now to come to this index here, and then I'm going first of all to import .env, because this one will help us to be able it will be able to help us to use the .env file. So you can see it here. So you need to import it, and the other thing that you need to do is to configure. So you can call the function .config like that, save that, and here we can be able to have the port. So I'm going to have the port, since we have now configured our .env and we have imported it, we can be able to use process.env and then .port like that. So you can be able to see it like that. You can be able to use it like that. And then now here we can be able to specify the port, and also here we need to specify the port, and that will be very easy. So if I do that, save that, and you'll be able to see that you have server is running on port 8000 here and things like that. So here I think for index.js we have added now we have added our server. So the other thing that we are going to add here is our database, so to connect to our database. But let's first of all add other things here. So here I want to first of all make sure that I add JSON body. So I'm going to have JSON body here. So to do that, we need to just do express dot JSON like that, call that function called JSON. Also, the other thing that I want to add here is we are going to have course. So we are going to accept course here. So this one will be just let me import course. So I'm going to import course, and this one will be, we are going to import course here like that. And here there is something that I forgot. We need to actually add it at a middleware. So we can have a middleware by using app.use, and we add now express inside here. Also, we need to have app.use, and here we can call course like that. So and because this is why we need to have app.js, because I don't want us to have everything listed here in index, because you see most of tutorials, this code that we have here, it would have inside here in our index.js. I don't want that. So here we are going to have also other parts like routes. We are going to specify our routes here and many other things. So now the other thing that I want us to do, let me also add here a DB. So DB here, we are going to have DB, which is our database URL. So I'm going to save this, and inside here in our backend, we are going to have another folder that is called util. So util here, and inside our util here, we are going to have db.js. This is where we are going to have the function to actually connect to our database. So let's now create our database in MongoDB. So let's come to MongoDB. I'm going to close this, and I think also I can close that. So I can visit MongoDB website. I'm going to use MongoDB in the MongoDB website because I don't want to install MongoDB in my computer, but you can do that. You can install MongoDB locally and use it, and it is the same. It will be just the same. So here we have my account. So if you don't have any account for MongoDB, you can do that. You can create first of all MongoDB. Yeah, I have several accounts that I can use. So I'm going to actually log in. So let me log in here, and I'm going to create now the database in this MongoDB here. So it is still loading here. So let me click on this part here that we have project, and I can create another project. So I'm going to click on new project here, and in the new project we are going to call it beauty or beauty store. So let me have as beauty store. So beauty store, like that, or e-commerce. Let me call it e-commerce beauty store. I want it to have lowercase. So this is beauty store, beauty e-commerce beauty store. And here I can add as an application. You can click on next, and I'm going to actually select the person who owns, but actually you can see that it has already selected. I'm going to create the project here. I want you to go with me step by step so that you are not left behind. So it is loading here. I want it to create now the cluster. So you can see it is the one that is selected here. And I want to create a cluster here. So click on create cluster. I'm going to actually select, you can see by default it will select this one that will require you to pay. For example, this one charges $0.09 an hour. And for now, because this is a testing software and application, it is not something that you are deploying. I'm going to select this free this cluster that is free, and you can see they are very generous in terms of storage, the RAM and vCPU. So this storage is very big, and before you actually be able to finish this storage, you have stored a lot of data, and most of you not be able to even come close to have this 502 MB worth of data. So I'm going to create now the deployment. So create deployment here. You can see the server is in Berlin, and also it's AWS. So here you can add like user. So because I'm going to connect using my user, and also the password, I'm going to add it here. So my username and password is James, and also I can be able to choose a method. Or let me first of all create the user. Okay, don't want to do that. So choose a connection method. So the connection method for me here will be just the driver, and you can see now this is the URL that we are going to have. So I'm going to come here, and in my DB here in .env, I'm going to add that, and you can see even we have the user added here, the username James, and also the password James here. So I'm going to save that, come back to this MongoDB, and then I'm going to click on done, like that. And I think now it has been, or already we have also created our MongoDB here. So now the other thing that I want you to do is that let me try and add data here, because this is created by application. Let me see the instruction here, like that. My own app, connect via app. I think that's okay. That's done. So I think that's okay. It's done. Another thing that I want you to do is to come here to the network, and because here you'd see my IP address already has been added, you can add another IP address here. So this IP address is 0.0.0.0 and then /32. And this one here is because I want it to connect from anywhere. So I'm going to click on that, and you can see this one is access from anywhere. So it is being added here. So it is still pending right here. And after that, you can see we can now access from anywhere, so or anywhere, or my IP address. But when you're going to deployment, please, you need to delete this connect from anywhere, and you are going to only allow the IP address of your application, so that you prevent some serious security issues. So I'm going to database right here. And for our database right now, you can see cluster 0 is ready to use, and monitoring will be available very soon. We don't have any data here, so if you want to know also how to connect, you can come here and choose the driver again, or you can use Compass, Shell. There are so many other ways. You can even use MongoDB for VS Code. So I'm going to close that, and we can come here now to our db.js, and I'm going to create now my function to connect to DB. And because we are using Mongoose to be able to connect, so I'm going to import Mongoose here. So from Mongoose, so like that, I'm going to also again, I'm going to import .env, .env from, let me add here, .env, like that. And we can configure, so .env.config, let's call this function. And then the other thing is I can create a function here that is called, let me have const, and then db connection. Let me call it db connection here. And we can have this as a, let's have it as a call narrow function. And then after that, I can export this db connection. This will be default, and then db connection, like that. And then here I can be able to add async, because this will be a synchronous function. Inside here, we are going to have a try catch. So if we have error, the error will be displayed here. We are going to have console.log right here. We are going to actually console log our error. And also after we console log error, we are going to use set timeout here, and we are going to specify the time. Or first of all, we need to call the callback function, and our callback function here will be just this function here, and we want to call it after 5,000. So that means that when the connection fails, then it will console log the error, and then it will actually pause for 5,000 seconds and then call this function again, so that if the database fails, then that means that it can also call the database and countless time. It will just pause for 5,000 seconds and then try to connect again with our database. So another thing is now to try and connect to our DB, of which now it will be easy. We are going to have a wait, and then we can say MongoDB, a mongoose, sorry, and then we are going to call a function called connect. And here we are going to have our our database. So it is process.env.port, like that. And then here we can use .then, and then if then let me just go back here. So we have callback function inside here now. So .then, that means that we can connect now. We have connected to our database successfully. So here I'm going to console log, and we can add now the information that we want. So we can say something database is connected successfully, something of the sort, like that. So you can see how simple it will be. So I'm going to save and format my code like that. And I don't like to call this direct here. I'm going to create a function or a variable here for the DB. So the DB like that, and then have it like that. And then now inside here we can just call db like that. So I think I can save this, and I want now to call this function in my index.js here. After I have created now this what we are calling server, after that we can call now db connection. So you can see actually we can auto complete for us or for ourselves, and we can call that function here and try to connect to our database. So I'm hoping that it will be able to connect to our database successfully. And you can see here we need to add .js here, because this one will we need, for when you're using this import here, you need to also add the extension. So I'm going to save this, and let's see down here if it will connect. So our server is running successfully. You can see that we have an error here. So it is asking where the error is. Unexpected connection to start with MongoDB or Mongo something. So yes, it is telling us that Mongo pass invalid scheme, expected connection string to start with Mongos, and then you can see that I think this URL is not the one that it should be. So let me I think we cannot be able to access it like that. So let me try and console log this db here. So let me do that, console.log and then db, so that we see if we can be able to see the URL. So let me, actually it's db, it's a db like that. So let me save that and come back here. So it is we have error here. So I think we are not able to get the URL. So let me try again here. Let me remove this error first of all, so that we can be able to see the URL if we have the URL. So save that, and you can see 8,000 here. So this is 8,000. It is actually displaying 8,000, which I think it is not the one that we should connect to. So I think it's a different thing that, oh, actually I have seen where the error is coming from. Here it should be db. It should not be it should not be the port. We are connecting to bad variable here, and you can see when it fails after 5 seconds, after 5,000 seconds, it is calling this function here. That's why you can see it is printing here. So I think that is my mistake, sorry. So if I save this, and let me paste now that code there. So I'm going to remove that, and when I save again, you'll be able to see that it will connect successfully now. Yeah, you can see database is connected successfully. So sorry for that. I didn't notice that I called the variable uh, that is not the variable that I wanted. So I'm going to save that, and here, because we have prettier, you can be able to right click and format document here, can be able to do that. So I'm going to close this, and right now, because we have connected to our database, then it's actually we can proceed to other part. So I can go back to this drawing, and then I'm going to cancel also my database, because now I have connected to my database. So we are going to continue now in our backend here in the next video. So kindly remember to subscribe to this YouTube channel and also like this video, and don't forget to turn on the notification bell, because you'll be notified the next time I upload the next video in this series. So see you in the other video. Have a great day. Hello and welcome back. So let's continue building our backend right here. And in this case, we are going to concentrate on building models for our MongoDB. But before that, I want us to be able to push our code to our GitHub, because we need to make sure that we are pushing our code to the GitHub. So I'm going to close these two tabs here where I have opened my emails like that. And then I'm going to visit my GitHub. So let me open my GitHub right here, and I want to add a new repo where we can be able to add our code. So I'm going to click on the top right here, this plus sign here, and add new repo. And here I can add something that we can call beauty store. Let me add beauty store here. I think this one will be just a fine name. And also here, I can be able to create a repo. It is a public here. And also, to go through this process, you need to have connected your GitHub with your, at least your local machine. So here, I want us to initialize now GitHub or Git. So I'm going to also make sure that I am in this folder here for where we have opened our code now for this project, and you need to have installed Git. So if you haven't installed Git, if you enter Git here, you need to be able to see this option here, the option that you can use with Git here. So I'm going to clear everything like that. So let me clear everything like that, and inside here in our project, we need to initialize Git. And before that also, I want to do something else before I forget. So I want to make sure that I specify things that I don't want to push to my GitHub, and I'm going to actually add them here in a file that is called git ignore. So if I add here things like .env, because .env is where we are going to at least add secret files and also things that we don't want to push to our GitHub. Also, I don't want to push things like node underscore modules. This is because these are big folders that have the packages that we are going to install in this project, and already you can be able to install those packages if we are cloning this project by using npm install. I hope you understand. So after that, now I'm going to come to the terminal and initialize. I'm going to use git ignite here, and after that I can add every file and folder inside here by using git add and then dot to add everything. I'm going to commit. So I'm going to commit here and say working on backend. So working on backend like that. And then after that, then I need to actually take this URL here or terminal command like that and paste it here like that. Let me add it like that. And then I need to first of all check the branches that we have. So right here you can see we have this branch that is called master. So I'm going to push it first of all. So git origin and then master like that, and after this you'll be able to see here. So let me add it, let me push it here. So now we have pushed our code, and if we reload again this project, you'll be able to see that we have pushed some code. So if I come up here, you can see we have a backend here. We have actually pushed this folder here, and you can notice something with GitHub and Git is that it doesn't push an empty folder, and this is because other folders that we have in our project right here, like admin, you can see they are empty. Backend is the only one that has files, and others are empty those, so that's why they have not been pushed to GitHub here. So what I'm going to do now, because I'm working on backend, I'm going to create another branch that is called backend. So I'm going to add git branch and then backend here, like that, and then I'm going to switch. But before that, I want to show you something. So if you do this, if you do git branch, you'll be able to see that you have two branches now, because I have created git branch called backend here, and you can see the one that is highlighted using green. This is the active branch that you are working on. But right now I want to switch to git backend branch here, because this is where we are going to work on, and this is because we are working on our backend. So I'm going to do git branch and then backend here, like that. Actually we need to do git checkout, git checkout and then backend, like that. So if I do git branch again, so git branch here, you'll be able to see that we have switched now to backend here, and you can see backend is highlighted using green. So that is what I wanted to show you. So I think this is okay. So what we are going to do now is to continue with our project here and continue working on our models. So here I need to work on our models, because this is how we are going to specify things like the data schema. So let's continue building this project from now, the models here. And don't forget to subscribe to this YouTube channel, and also like this video, and also turn on the notification bell so that you'll be notified the next time I upload a new video. Now let's get into the tutorial. So now let's continue. Now we are going to have like several models. For example, we are going to have user model. So I'm going to have model dot actually user dot model dot js. I'm going to call them like this, because in this way you'd be able to understand it is a model. So here we are going to have also another one for the banner. So banner dot model and then dot js, like that. We are going to have also others. For example, we are going to have the one for the order. So this one will be order dot model and dot js, like that. And we are going to have another one that is for product. So here we are going to have product. So product dot model dot js, like that. And then now we have our models here. So I'm going to close here, and I'm going to start with the user model and see how we can create the model for our user. So I'm going to import now Mongoose. So let's import Mongoose from the Mongoose package, like that. And also right here now I want to create my schema. So I'm going to add const user schema right here, and then we are going to have Mongoose and then call the schema here. So this schema function, and inside schema here we can specify our schema using this object here. And here also we need to do something after this. Now down here we need to at least make sure that we are exporting. So let us export, and we are going to export user right here. First of all, let me create a variable called user. Yeah, so this is user, and we are going to get user from Mongoose dot now model here, and we are going to have user and after user here we are going to this model accept the user and also the schema, so which is the schema, so like that. So in our database you'll find that this user here will be a correction, so this correction will be named users and not user, and this is the conventional way of mongoose or the mongo to name the like correction. So here I want to export default, I want to export by default uh, user, so like that, because we are going to need to use it in other parts like controllers and also in authentication. So here I want to make sure that I specify how my data will look like. So for example here, to specify the data you can use the object, and for example this one, the first one here will be the name, so because we need our user to have the name, so for the name here we are going to have, actually I think we can specify here like that, yeah, like that. So here we are going to have the type, and you can see yeah, it's very simple, so the it will be a string, and also we are going to add require, because it must be present when we are adding the name, so this is required. We are going to add it as true, and here you can see that if we don't have the name specified, that means that if we send the data for the user that doesn't have name, that data won't be saved in the database. And we can have another one, for example email. So email here, the type will be string, so here this is a string, actually it has a capital S. Also here we are going to have require, actually I think this one should be, let me see, it should be require not required, so this one should be true. So let me remove this D here because it's require not required. So here also we need to have other things, for example the password. So the password, because we are going to save the user with the password in the database. So I need to make sure that I add everything the way it should. So password here, and for the password here we are going to have a type to be string. So string here also we need to add require, because every user must have their password, so that they can be able to log into our system, so like that. So we have others. Now the others here should be very simple, so let me add this one here. This one should be for the address, so this one is address, so address like that. We are going to remove require here because address is not a must for the user. So let me also have another one here, and this one will be telephone number, or let's call phone here. And because it is not required, it is not a mandatory, we can remove require here. And then also I think we can have other, so here we need to have after the phone we can have the role, so this one will be role, and by default it will be the user. So I'm going to add here default, so unless we specify, the user will be added as user, just a normal user, not admin. So and then we can have the status, so here we need to have a status. So for this status here, this will be number, because different number will represent different state of the user. For example here I want by default the user will have a default number of 0. That means that that user is new in our database and email have not been sent to them. And then when the email has been sent to them by background services, this status here will be updated to 1, and you'll be able to see that. So right now you might not understand, but in the future when we are building our background services, you'll be able to understand. And when we are actually sending emails to our customer, welcoming them to our system. So I'm going to format that, and you can see how it looks like. So when I right click here, I'm using Prettier to be able to format my code. And I think this also I can push down here so that we can have a good view of our code. So I think now the other part that we are going to create now is for the banner here. So for the banner here also I'm going to do the same. So I'm going to copy mongoose. That is the first thing here. Also, I want to create now the variable here called banner schema, like that. And also down here we can now call mongoose. So mongoose here dot schema, like that. And then we can have inside here, now we can specify the data that we need. So here I'm going to have a title, for example. So the title of the banner. So this one we are going to have the type to be string, like that. We are going to have make sure that we require. So require to be true, like that. And also we can have now the other, which is subtitle, like that. And here we can have the type to be string, and also we are going to have also require to be true. So require true here. And then the other thing is we need to have like the image. So the image here, we are going to have the type here to be string here, and also require will be true. So we need to have all of this. So here let's add require to be true. And then here we need to create another variable called banner, and this one we can call mongoose and dot model. And then after that we can have the banner, and then we can have the schema, which is banner schema. So banner schema here, like that. And then we can be able to export by default. So export default banner, like that. And then I think that's okay now. So what we are going to do right here, I think that's okay. But there is another thing that I want us to have, and that is timestamp. So that when we add this banner to our database, we need to have the the created date and created art and update art. So here we can have timestamps, and this is can help us to do various things. So you can have true. This has a timestamp to be true. So I think here I'm having like an error. I think we should have it without these curly braces here. It should be just timestamp like that. Yeah, I think that's okay. So I'm going to format my code right here, and I'm going to add this timestamp here to my user also. So copy that, and in our user here, so let me scroll down. In our user here, we can paste it here and add the comma here. So let me format my code right here, and I think that's okay now. I am going to close this, and here you can be able to see that we have this model, and also for the banner we have it. So let's create the other one for the orders now. So I'm going to the orders here, and let me go for the user here and copy. Let me copy this line here, and in our order here we can be able to paste it here. So like that. So the same, we are going to create a schema here. So order schema, and we are going to have mongoose dot schema like that, and here we can be able to add now the data that we need for our orders. So I'm going to first of all make sure that we have our order here, so order variable. Then here I'm going to call mongoose.model, and we can have order, and we can have the order schema here. So order schema, this one like that, and then we can export default. Here we can export order, so the order here like that. I think that's okay now, and then inside here now we can specify the data that you are going to have for our the order that you are going, or the data that you are going to have for our order. Now our order will have name, so the name of the customer. So we are going to need here to have a type here will be string, and also it will be required. So require, this one here should be true, and also here we can have another field that you're going to have is user ID, because we need to have this user ID to be able to at least get the we are able to get the user's orders. So this one will have a type of string, so type string. We are going to have require to be true, so this one is true. We are going to have another one here, which is products, and products will be a bit different. So for our products here, the type will be array like that, and then it should be required, so required, so like that, to be true. So for the other one here, we are going to have, after products we can have total here, and the total here, of course, it will be having a type of number, so like that, this is a number, and also it should be required, so required like that. I think require, sorry, so this one will be true. We are going to have now, the other thing that you are going to have here is the additional things like address. So this one will have a type to be string, so string here, and I think this one should not be required. It is not a must the order have address, or you can add it if it's a must. So also we can have here, like after address we can have the phone number, so phone number or phone, this one actually should be just a small p. So after that we can have another thing here, after the phone we can have the email, so let's have the email of the user or the person who have ordered, and then we can have other variable like status. So the status here, let's add the status here should be the number, and so number and default should be 0. So this one means that order has newly been created. So any order that has been created newly, it will have a status of 0. That means that the email has not been sent to the user or the person who have ordered products, and after that this status here will be updated to 1. That means that order is still pending, but it has not been delivered to the user, and then admin will be able to update this to 2, which means that now it has been delivered. And then there's in our background services, we are going to have a service that will be checking for an order that has a status of 2. Then it will send an email to the user notifying them that the order has been delivered, and then it will update that to 3. So the same it will happen to status of 0. They are going to have a service in our background services that will keep checking for an order that has a status of 0, and then it will take that, it will be able to take that, or it will be able to send an email to the user telling them that the order has been created successfully and they need to wait for the order to be delivered. So I think now the last thing that you are going to have here is a timestamp. So let me add timestamps here to be true, like that, and then I think that's okay now. So I'm going to save this and format my code like that. So I think also here I can remove this space and save it. So I think this is okay. I'm going to actually make sure that I remove that. I'll close that, and then I'm going to now create the models here for the product here. The first thing that you need to do is the same here. So I think let me just import here this line of code to import mongoose like that, and then I need to create product schema. So product schema here, and then this one will be mongoose dot schema, and then we can have the data here. I'm going to create a variable here called product, and this will be a mongoose dot model, and then here we are going to have product, and we are going to have product schema. So product schema like that, and then here I can have export default, and then product like that, and then now I think here we can have the data. So for example, we are going to have the title. So the title here we are going to have a type to be string. So to be string. So this is the title or the name of the product. So this one will be, so it should have to be required. So this is true. So I think this one now we can be able to copy paste and add other fields here in our product. So this one we are going to have a description. So disk, and then this is type here should be string. So this is a description here. We are going to have another one here, and this one will be what is in the box. So here we are going to have what in box. So let's call it what in box like that, and then I think we can have this one, we can remove to required. It is not a compulsory thing. So also we are going to have another one here, which is the image. So the image, it should be true, and also it is a string. So also we can have another one after the image. We can have, like, we can just have a video, but it is not a must. If the product has a video here, you can embed a video from YouTube, or you can upload a video. So this one is not a must. So let's have others. For example, we can have for the wholesale price. So let's have wholesale price here. So wholesale price like that. It is not required, but this is a number. It is not a string. So like that, I'm going to format my code right here. So let me just also remove this comma here. So we can have another one. For this one now, after wholesale price, we can have wholesale minimum quantity. So this is the wholesale minimum quantity like that. and this is not required, and this is a number. So let's change this to be a number. After that, now we can have another thing, which is after that we can have categories. So let me first of all format this. So this one is categories. Have categories here. Categories. Sorry, categories. I think that's the spelling. So this one is category, and this is array. Array here, and this is not. This one is not required. So a product can have no category. So also we can have, after categories here, we can have concern, because these are filters that we are going to filter. Concern, and this here I'm going to have array. So this is array here, and it is not required. So this is concern. So let's look another one here. And for after concern, we can have a brand. So this is brand here. So for the brand is just a string. So let us remove this required. So let me just scroll down here. So for this one, let me add a comma here. And also we can have after the here we can have skin type. So skin type right here. And for the skin type here, we can have this as array, and it is not required here. So remove that. So after that, we can have, after skin type, we can have original price. So this one is original price, like that. This one is a number. So a number, and it should not be required. And this one, I need to remove this comma here. So after original price, we are going to have a discounted price. So this one is, let's have a discounted price here. Discounted price, like that. And this one, we are going to have it as number, because also this is not a string. So this is a number here. And I think we can have another one here, which is we are going to have if it is in stock. So here we can have in stock, which is let me add here, which is in stock is just a string. So let's have a string here. And also, oh surely this is a boolean, sorry. So boolean, so boolean, like that. And then by default here should be true. So default, when we are adding a product, of course it is in stock. So I'm going to have boolean, and by default it should be true. And here this one is in stock. So like that, in stock. And I think now we can have ratings. After that, we can have ratings here. So this one is ratings. So ratings, and ratings also should be like, it should be array, but it will be different. So I'm going to specify things that we are going to have in our array. So in our array, we are going to have an object, and this object should be having a star. So a star is the one that you are able to see in products ratings. So this one, we are going to have actually this one should be here, should be having a type of number, like that. And then after the star here, we can have, actually we can just add it as number. I think this is much simpler so that you can understand. So after the star here, we can have the name. So for the name here, also this one, you can have the type. The type here should be string, or maybe you can add it as a string. like that. So this is the name of the person who is reviewing this product. We are going to have comment. So for the comment here, we are going to have a type to be string. So string here. And also I think we can have, after the comment, we can have posted by. So this is I think this can be the same name and posted by. So this is the type, and this is a string here, like that. So I think that's okay now, and I can actually, to make them uniform, I can just wrap them using these curly braces. So let me just add these curly braces here. So type here will be also be string, like that. So this is a star. So already you can see how this product model will look like. So this is a very simple one. So you can have the title. The title has a type string and required to be true. You have description, we have what is in the box, we have image, we have video, we have wholesale price, we have wholesale minimum quantity, and this is the quantity that after this quantity, if let's say for example the wholesale minimum quantity is 10, after that it will start applying the wholesale price. So I want to remove these commas here, actually also this, and I think to format, I need to format this code here. I need also to remove this here. I think they are inappropriate, so I'm going to remove this here, like that. So remove this one also. I think this also, you can remove it. So I think that's okay now, but remove this also, this one here. So this one, and this one. So I think that's okay now. So let me save my code here. I can be able to format it, and the last thing that we are going to do right here is to push our code. So I'm going to add git add here, and I'm going to do git commit and -m here, and I'm going to add comment marked on models, like that. And I'm going to do git push origin. This time I'm not going to push master, we are going to push backend, like that. Git push origin backend, and I can say support and or like our passphrase. And then after that, we can come back to my GitHub here, and when I try to visit now when I visit now the repository that we have here, so this repo, you'll see that we have a notification to do pull request. So if you come back here, you'll be able to see a pull request. So this one, so I'm going to compare and pull request right here, and I'm going to create a pull request, and then I'm going to do the merge. I'm going to do the merge here. So it's checking for ability to merge automatically right here, and then merge pull request, and then confirm merge. After that, now that's okay. So we can come back to this here, to the insight, and under insight we can go to the networks, and you'll be able to see that we have this network here. We are going to track using this network and see how we create a project. So that is it. I don't want this video to be longer than this. Thank you for coming this far. Kindly subscribe to this YouTube channel, and also like this video, and also turn on the notification bell so that you'll be notified the next time I upload a new video. Have a great day. See you in the next video. Hello and welcome back. So in today's video, we are going to continue building our backend here, and already in our backend we have started creating things like models and the schemas for our database. So in this case, let me add also indicate, or let me indicate right here. So we have already created models right here. So I think this one we can make it a bit big. So I'm going to erase this. Let me now create here like models. So we have looked at models right here from our backend here. Actually, I can come here and also add, we have done even the setup. So setup here, setup. And now what we are going to look at right now is error. So error handling, and we are going to create a middleware that we are going to have a custom error handler. So what we are going to do is that inside here in our backend, we are going to create a folder, and this folder we are going to call it middleware, like that. And this is where we are going to have like functions that we need to run after when we are doing any request. So I'm going to have this middleware here, and I'm going to create an error dot I think I can call it error handler, or let me just call it error dot middleware. So we are going to have error and then middleware and .js right here. So we are going to create our own custom error handler here, because if you notice when you are using Express and you encounter any error in your backend, the Express is just respond with a HTML file. That is kind of error, and we don't want that. So let's create the error, custom error here, handler. So I'm going to import .env right here, and we are going to import from .env package. Another thing that we are going to do right here is that we are going to have to use .env .config and after that, now inside here I can create the first error. The first error here, we are going to have not found error, and this is will occur when maybe you are doing a request to unknown route. So let's say, for example, you are maybe making a request to /API/ version1 /users, and maybe you mistype, or you type misspell users, and then you make a request. It should handle this error here, should handle such case of errors. So here I'm going to have a middleware here. So I'm going to create it as a function, and now this one, because it's a middleware, we are going to have a request, we are going to have a response, and we are going to have a next, because we need to go to call next to go to the other stage. So here I'm going to create an error. So I'm going to have a const error, and this one will be equal to now the error the new instance of error here, and we can specify what we want to show inside there. So I'm going to use backtick, and I'm going to say not found right here. And then another thing is that we can specify that route that you have done request to. So here I'm going to have request and then original URL, like that. So it will be able to send this here down. So I'm going to have res.status, and then here I'm going to have 404 for not found, and then after that I can call next now with that error up there. So like that, and then the request, or we are going to continue now with the other things that you are doing. So you'll be able to see this error here. So error will be passed to that route or something of the sort. You'll be having that error will be shown to you. So now after that, now here, let's also continue with another error that I want to handle. And this, we are going to have an error here. So here we are going to have an error handler here. So let me show you. So here we are going to have an error handler here, and this is the one that we are going to use when we want to send a certain error, a custom error. So to do that, in here you need to add error first of all, and then have request, have response, and then next. So this middleware here, Express knows that when you specify the error here, this is a custom error handler. So it will treat that as a custom error handler, and now we can handle different error and also custom errors. So here I'm going to have first of all the status code. So let me have the status code here for the error. So I'm going to add here if rest.status is or rest.status code. So let me type it like that, is equal to 2000, because you can have sometimes error and then they have a the error has a status code of 200. Then you need to make sure that the error status code is 500, or if it is not, then you give it the rest.status status code, like that. You assign it to the status code if it is not 200, because 200 is not an error code. So after that, now I'm going to also specify the message. So the message that you are going to send, and this message will be from error.message here. So after that, now we need now to check for certain errors. So we are going to use if here. So let's say, for example, if the error.name is equals to, so this one will be for the database, specifically MongoDB has this type of error, so called cast error, and it's a common error that you want to be checking. So here and also we are going to check for if error dot kind is equal to an object ID. So let's have object ID here, like that. Then here we need to do something. So we are going to send the status code here. We are going to have the status code to be 404. So 404 right here. And also we are going to have the message. The message here should be a message of resource not found. So this one is specific for MongoDB, because this is a common error by MongoDB. So like that, I think that's okay now. So let's do that. And then after that here, we are going to actually make sure that we can now send the this one. We can send the error. So I'm going to have res.status code, or .status, sorry, and then we are going to pass in the status code right here, and then .json, and then inside here we can have the message here, and also we can have a stack. So stack is, for example, when you want to debug. So here we are going to, let me first of all come here and create another variable. So for the variable here, so let me come here and add node environment, node underscore environment, and this one here, let's add this one EB development, because we are in development stage. So I want to use this. So let's come here. So if we want to show the stack if we are in the environment for development. So I'm going to say process.env.node, let's add node underscore env here. If it is like production, so let's have if it is production right here, then we are going to show null, and then like that. But if it is in also development, we are going to show error.stack, so that we can be able to debug the errors. It can show us where the error is, like that. So after that, now the other thing that we are going to do is to just export them. So export, and here we are going to export error handler, and also not found here. by this time you can guess where we are going to use this error handler or where we need to place them. So you can pause this video at this point and be able to at least know where you need to call this error here. So these two. So if you know, then you can proceed, but if you don't know, we need to actually press those error handler here or midwares, and then here we can just have a error midware. So let me add them here, error midware, like that. And then I'm going to have app.use here, and then we can have not found. You can be able to at least import it. You can be able to see it up here. And also we can have app.use, and then now we can call the error handler. So you can be able to see it up there and you can import it. So you can see we have imported them. And here we need also to specify using JS here, the extension, because if we don't do this, then it will have an error because we are using module. So I'm going to save this, and now we can proceed now to authentication. So let me indicate here that we are going to proceed to authentication. So I'm going to actually come here and add. Now we need to go to authentication like that here. So let me add here like a capital A, so authentication like that. So now let's proceed to authentication. So now before we proceed with authentication, there are some things that I want to do, and the first thing that I want to do is to come to the models here, and we want, before we actually save the user to the database, we want to make sure that the password here is encrypted. And also we want, when we are logging in, we need to compare the password from the user and the password that we have in our database to make sure that those two are just same, or are just the same, so that we can proceed with the authentication. So I'm going to come up here and let me format first of all my code, and then here we need to add some things so that to make sure that we actually encrypt our data, and we are going to use a package that is called bcrypt. So I'm going to come here and let me actually clear everything here. I'm going to navigate to my backend right here, and then after that I can do npm install, and then it is by bcrypt, I think so, bcrypt.js, I think it's bcrypt.js, yes, bcrypt.js, like that. And then let us install it. And also I think we need to have a cookie parser, because also we are going to use our JSON web token and save it in our cookie parser. So let me first of all also make sure that I have those packages here. So I don't have JSON web token, so I'm going to install here npm install. Let me push this up here so that you can see. So I'm going to install JSON web token like that, and also I'm going to install cookie parser, so parser like that. So these two packages we are going to need them. So here I'm going to import up here bcrypt. So let me import bcrypt from let's say bcrypt from bcrypt.js like that. And then let's push this down here, and now we can make sure before we save this user to our database, we encrypt our password. So this a way that you can do, and we can use methods that we have in our schema. So I'm going to say user schema pre, so that means before, and then and before what, so before we save, then what do we need to do? So we can have a function here, so we can have a sync function here, so function like that. I think that's okay. So function here we are going to have a function that doesn't have any name, so it's anonymous function. And here we can have next. We are going to have next because this is also like a middleware. So inside here we need to make sure that we have encrypted our password. So I'm going to use if. So if here this, so this means that this user is modified or is not modified, because you can see here we have used exclamation, so it's not modified. Like that is if it is not modified, which field is password, like that, then that means that we need to make sure that we need to call the like next here, that is like that. And here down, that means if this is not modified, then we need to call next. But here down we need, if not, then we are going to create assault, and the assault here is for encrypting. So I'm going to add here a wait, and here we can call the bcrypt, and a bcrypt has a function that called generate salt, and you can specify the number of rounds that you want to encrypt. So here also I can now say this dot password like that, and then this one will be equal to await, and then bcrypt here has a another function called hash, and here we can use we can specify the password, so this dot password, and after that we can have the salt, so the salt here like that. So let's like that. So I'm going to save this, so let me format that. And then also here we need also to compare, when now we are logging in, we need to compare the password from the user, and also we need to have the password from the database so that we can compare them. So here I'm going to use another function. So we are going to have user schema, and then we are going to create a method here. So you can create method for your user or your model, that is. You can call methods, and then you can create a function. So in my case here I'm going to call it match password, like that. And here we can have a function. So I'm going to start with async, and then here we are going, this one will be just an anonymous function here, and this anonymous function here, we are going to accept entered password from the user. So entered password like that. And inside here we can now be able to make sure that the password is the same. So what we are going to do here is that we are going to return, so we are going to return either false or true, and this is by making sure that we call the bcrypt, and the bcrypt here has it has another function that is called compare, and this one we can now give it the entered password, like that. And we can also give it like the password now from the database, so this dot password from the user, that is. So this is the easiest way. We could have done this functionality where we are going to have the functionality for registering and logging in, but this one is a bit easy, and you can be able to see how easy it is. So this one is prior to saving the user to our database. We need to make sure that this one is if it is modified, then we call next. That means that modified is encrypted, we go to the next step. But if it is not modified, that means it's not encrypted, then we can be able to encrypt it. We create the salt first of all, and then we use that salt to encrypt our password, and then that is okay. So now we are going to come here to the app here, and here we need also to have the cookie parser. So I'm going to have cookie parser here, and we are going to import cookie parser here from cookie parser like that. So this one also is a middleware, so cookie parser here, so cookie parser like that, and then we can now proceed. So now another thing that I want to do before we start making sure that we log in is to generate token, and that's why I have added this cookie parser right here. So I'm going to remove this or close this code here, and then we are going to be able to come here to util, and I'm going to create here another file that is called generate token here, and then this is .js like that. And here the first thing that we are going to need is to import a JSON web token, so JWT from JSON web token like that. Another thing that we need to import is .env, so .env, and this one is from .env like that, and we can be able to configure that .env.config, we call that, and then after that we can have a generate token, so generate token function. This is an arrow function here like that, and also we need to export it, so I'm going to export default, and then this one is generate token like that. So inside here now, so let me just come inside here. So inside here we can have the token, so we can have generate token, or the token here will be using jwt.sign. This is a function by JSON web token, and inside here you need to sign using a certain data. So we are going to accept here several things. We are going to accept a response and user ID, and I'm going to show you how we are going to use it, so that we are going to create a token. So here I'm going to sign using user ID like that, and then after that we are going to use a secret key. So I'm going to have a process.env here, and we are going to create that secret key here. So this secret key, we are going to call it jwt underscore sec, and here we can add anything. So for example, we can add beauty breeze and at 2024 like that, but it is not a must that you add them, you add this or use this key. You can use anything that you want. So here we are going to have jwt underscore sec like that, and then you need to specify the time that you want your token to expire. So I'm going to have that, and we can have expires in, and in my case here I want it to expire in 10 days or 30 days. So I think I can add it like 10 days like that, and then now we have our token. So we need to now make sure that this token we actually use it in our or store it in our cookie. So I'm going to use res that we passed here. You can see we passed res here. This one we accepted response here, and I'm going to show how to use it. So this we are going to have res.cookie, because response here has a cookie variable. So we are going to call that cookie JSON web token, and after that we can place the token here like that, and after that we can have now several things. For example, we need to have if it hits HTTP only like that. We need to specify to make sure that it's true, because we need to make it secure, and then here we can have secure, and this one we can have the process. So we need to make sure that it is it is secure here. So let's use .env and then dot node env here if it is not in development. So if it is not development, then we need to secure that. So here we can have it if we are not in a development. If we are not in a development here, or we are not in a development environment, then we need to make sure that it's secure, because if you check right here, you are checking if it is not in development, that is, it is in production. That means it is in production. Then we are going to have it here, we are going to have true. So for this case, in my case here, this will be true because I'm in development. But when we deploy and we change this variable here, this variable from deployment to production, that means that it will take for this one here will be able to be false. So, and then this will apply to be true. So I think it's making sense. Okay, so now we have secure here. We have now another thing that you can set for the cookie is same site here, and for the same site here we can add to be strict like that, and we are going to have max age. So max age here. So for the max age here, it is a little bit confusing. So we are going to have 30. So 30 for the month. Then for the hours, 24, you multiply by 24. And then we are going to have 60 for the minutes, and then 60 for the second. And then we multiply by 1000 here like that. That's how we are going to create it. So you can see how you can create or store now JSON Web Token in your cookie. So now I think that's okay. Now we can generate token. So this one will be a very long video, and I don't want that to be a very long video. In the next video now, we are going to start creating a functionality for registering in our system and also logging in, and that's where also we are going to test using Postman so that we can see how we are going to generate token and store that token in our cookies. So that is it. I don't want this video to be longer than this. Don't forget to subscribe to this YouTube channel, also like this video, and also turn on the notification bell so that you'll be notified the next time I upload a video. Hello and welcome back. So today we are going to continue building our backend right here, and in the last video we already looked at things like error handling, how to generate token. If you check here, you can see in our middleware, not actually our middleware, in our util here, you can see we looked at this function that will help us to generate token, and this token will be placed or will be stored in JSON web. It will be actually stored in cookie, and so that because we don't want to actually store our token in local storage or any other place. So another thing, now today we are going to continue and we are going to look at authentication. We are going to look at the function for logging in and then registering into the system, and also looking at log out. So I also generated or created this generate token function in the last video because we are going to need it when now we are creating authentication in today's video. So I'm going to close this here file, and also for app.js, and in here in our backend I want to create a controller folder. So this one will be just a controller folder, and this is where we are going to have our logic. So for this case here, I can be able to add for example a controller. So for authentication, I'm going to call it out, and then we are going to have controller and then JS like that, and then now we can be able to create those functions right here. So I'm going to import user. I'm going to import user from the models that I have. So models, let me see, I have models here, and then I'm going to choose this user. But remember, we need to add extension because we are using model type for our Node.js application. I'm going to import now another thing, which is async handler. So async handler here, and this one is from async handler here. So actually it is express async handler, this one. And the other thing that I want to import is now generate token. So I'm going to import generate token like that, and I'm going to import it from now our utils. So I think we need to go up one folder up, and then we can go to the utils, and then we need to select this one that is called generate token.js, like that. And now let's start by creating register function, and this one we are going to comment here. This is register user, or register user here. We are going to also have this as a route that is for post. So route is post. Let me just use small letter here. So route, this is post, and also this one will be /API/version1, and then /register. So /register, like that. And then we can also specify that this one here is it is a, let me add it here, this one will be just a public request. So I'm going to add access here, and this one will just be public, like that. So we can create the function up here, and I'm going to drag this part down here so that we can have a space where we can work in. So this one, I'm going to create a function here called register user. So register user, like that. And then here I can add async handler. I can wrap it using async handler, and this is because async handler I'm using async handler because I don't want to use try catch right here. So this one will be request, and then we are going to have response, and after that now we can have functionality inside here. So we are going to have other functionality, for example logging in and also log out. So right here I'm going first of all to get the information from front end, and we are going to use request.body. So here I want to get name, email, and password, like that. And I'm going to get them from request.body, like that. And then after that I'm going to check if the user exists in the database, because we don't want to have a duplicated user. So I'm going to have a variable here called user exists, like that. And then I'm going to use user for a model, and then I'm going to use a function called find one, like that. If we find one in the database using the email, so you can see we have passed the email here, and then we need to check if the user exists. So if user exists here, like that, then we need to do several things. We need to throw an error telling the user that they already exist, that email already exists in the database. So I'm going to use results.status, and then here we are going to set the status code to be 400. And also here I'm going to draw an error, a new error, like that. And then here this one will just say that user already exists, user already exists, let me use here exist, like that, so that now we can be able to show this error to our user. And I'm using this here because I already had in the other video had already covered how to create custom error handler, this one, because remember here we have custom error handler, and right now we can use this a new instance of error and then pass in the message here, and our custom error handler here will be able to actually make sure that it has customized that error and push it to our front end using. Now it will just be able to send here down here message here, and if it is in development here, it will be able to also send the stack so that it will be easier for debugging. But if it is in production, then it won't be able to add anything in stack here, because also in deployment that can be risky. So after that, if we don't have, if that user doesn't exist in our database, then we need to continue, and that is we need to make sure that we create that user. So I'm going to use user here, a variable, and then I'm going to say await, and after this I can use user dot create create here. This is a function for MongoDB. So here we are going to create, and inside here I can specify things that you need to save. So we are going to save the name, I'm going to save the email, and I'm going to save now the password. But remember also for the password here, this password is encrypted because also in the last video we had already created here in our user. If you check here, you can see we said that when we are saving the user, then we need to make sure that we encrypt the password. We created this salt, and we use this salt to encrypt our password. So this password that we are saving right here is an encrypted password and then it will be able to save in the database. But now we need to do other things right here. So let me first of all format my code right here, so you can see how my my code look like. So here down we have, after the user have been saved, so we need to check if the user has been saved, because it will return here the user. So if the user have been saved, then we need to do something. So we need to generate the token and save it in our cookie. So generate token here, and remember this function for generate token here, we need to pass the response. So remember we have the response here, and also we need to actually send the user ID. So for the user ID, we are going to get now from the saved user, and this user already will have an ID from that will be assigned in MongoDB, and that ID is underscore ID, user underscore ID, because already when we have saved in the database, then we are going to return all this variable will have a user that has been saved in the database, and already this user will have .id underscore ID, which is generated by MongoDB. So after that, now we can send this user to our front end. So we can have res.status, and this is because is a creation process. Then we are going to add here 201 as a status code, and then inside here I can pass in the ID. So the ID, I'm going to send the user dot underscore ID. So underscore ID like that. We are going to also send the name. So for the name here, this one will be user and then dot name. And also for the email, because I don't want to send the email to a front end, we are going to have user dot email right here like that. Let me make sure that I remove this. So here, and then the last thing that we are going to do now is this one. If else we don't have the user, so that means that user has not been created in the database. So let me just remove this. So if user have not been successfully has not been successfully saved in the database, we need to send the error. So we are going to do, or to throw the error, I'm going to use status dot rest.status, and right here I'm going to send to have it as 400 status code. Here I'm going to draw new and then error right here, and I'm going to say invalid user data, like that, or maybe you can send the message that you want. So I'm going to format my code right now, and you can see how simple it is to register a user in our database, since already we had set up functions like token to generate token, and also we had already hashed the password here before we save the user in our database. So now the other thing is to look at logging in function. So right here I want to have the login user function, and this also it will be very easy. So login user right here, and here we need also to specify other things like the route. So let me just have the route here, and this also is a post route, but this one will be just /API /version1 and /auth and then /login like here. Let me see how this one also looked like. Yeah, so for this one we didn't add auth here, so it should have an auth. So let's have this one here, access at access. So at access right there, at access, and then we can have this also is a public, because we don't need to have or then token in our cookie so that we can log in our system. So here I'm going to create the function. So this one will be login user like that. Actually here I need to have login user, and then here already you can see I'm using async handler because I don't want to use try catch. So this one will be having a request and then a response like that. So let me have it right here. So this is a login user, and then inside here the first thing that I need to have is we need to have email, and also we need to have password. From now this one we are getting it from request.body right here like that, and then here I can have a variable user, and this one we are going to await user, and then dot find one. So let's have here find. Actually I don't know why find one, like you can see this function here, and here I want to find using email like that. So it is a small cap letter, and then after that now here we need to check if there is user. So let's come here and say if user, then what we need to do, if we have user, then we need to generate token again. So this one we are going to pass in the response, and also we are going to have to pass in the ID. So the ID like that. I think that's okay. So we need to pass the response and also the user underscore ID, and here I want to send the like the data now. So that's dot status, and then this is 200. So 200 dot JSON, and then here I can be able to send the data. So for example here also I'm going to use just this information here to send to our front end. So copy this, and here we can be able to paste it here. So save some time. Here I need to change this to 0 because this is 200, and then after that, if else we have not, this user is not created, or we have not found this, or it is not something that we did, then or we were not able to find this user, then we need to send the error here. So let me paste the error here. We actually have a status here to be at least 401. So this one status code should be 401, and then here we can change the message here, and you can see how easy it is, because we have already created a custom error, or we have created our custom error where we can just pass in the message that we want for that particular error. So here I can say invalid email or password, because you don't want to give people hint if the email is already in the database, because if we, for example, we send an error like invalid email, then they know that password is correct. Or when we actually send a let's say a data that like for example invalid password, then they will know that email is already existing in the database, and that can give a leverage to hackers or pose a security issues. So here I think I have done that, but already here for the user we need to actually not only check for the user here, we don't have to only check for the user, also we need to check if the passwords are, yeah, we need also to check for the if the passwords are the same. So to do that we can use this method here, because remember we added a method here called match password here, and we can be able to use this and compare. We are going to pass in the password here, and using bycrypt here it will be able to compare the password that is in the database and the password that we have received from the user. So I'm going to come here, and I can add another condition. So if we have user and also the password are the same, we have matched the password, so I'm going to say await, and here inside we can call now user. So user will have a method, so I'm going to say user dot match password, because this is function that we created for the user, and then here we are going to pass in the password from the user like that. So if that is something that is if we have user and also we have found the user in the database, and then using the email and then the password are the same or they match, then we can be able now to be able to continue with logging in. If this doesn't these requirements are not met, then we throw an error here. So now the last thing that we need to look at is log out. So here I'm going to have another logout user. So normally you find that mostly people are only log out the user from the front end by clearing the local storage, but in this case, because our JSON web token is stored in a cookie, we need also to make sure that we log out the user. So here what we are going to do is I'm going to have for example the route here will be just a post, and also we are going to have API here to be version 1, and then here this is Auth, and then logout like that. And then what we are going to do here is this also should be this one will be a private, because already you need to, actually it is a public, yeah, it's a access is public, and then here we can create that function. So const, and then this one will be logout like that. Here I'm going to use async handler. So async handler, this one here, and then here we can have async, and then here is a request, and then response. So this is, we can add the logic inside here. So for this case here it will be very easy, because we are going to have the response here, we are going to have the cookie, and then rest.cookie, and then the name of our cookie here is JWT, because that's how we called it in our util here, in our generate token function. Here you can see we created a token that has a name JWT here, and then here we can be able to use this token that is called JWT here, and then here we can make sure that it is empty using this empty quotation marks here, and then here we can be able to set now get the options here, because right here if you check here you see that we added the token, and we added these options. For in this case we are going to just have something like HTTP only. This one will be just true, like that. We are going to set it as true, and here we are going to have expire. So expires like that, and then here to expire we can add like a new date instance, so new date, and here we can set it to 0, like that. And then after that, I think what else that we can do is let me just come here and have the rest of status, and then here this one will be 200, and then we can have JSON, and then here we can have a message, so we can send the message here to our front end, and our message here will be user logged out, or you have log out successfully. So log out successfully, like that. So I think that's okay now. So this one is we need to remove this error here. So I want to format my code like that, and then here the other thing that I want to do is to export this function. So let's export we are going to export logout, and then login user and register user here, like that. So we need also to create routes for our Auth here. So I'm going to create, let me cross this, I'm going to create here what we called routes. So routes, like that, and inside here I can create now a file called auth.route.js, like that. And now inside here what we are going to do is to create the routes. So the first thing that I need to do is to import Express from Express, like that. I'm going to create a router, so like that, and then this one is from, we are going to get it from Express, call Express here, and then router, you can be able to see it there. So here you need to export default, we need to export the router, like that. But before that also we need to specify now the route for registering the user. So let's do that. Here I can be able to say login or register router, register user router, like that. And here I can be able to say router dot post, because that is a post method. And then here I can be able to say register. Here we can be able now to call in register user. So you can be able to see it there. I have imported it right here. You can be able to see it. So here we need to have login user router, router, like that. Here this is router dot post, and then here we can have slash login, and then here I'm going to have login user, like that, and we have imported it up here. You can be able to see it. So let me come here and also add logout. So logout, like that, logout user, that is. And then here we can have router dot this one also, it will be post. And then here we can be able to see to have logout, like that. and then here we can have to call the logout function. So this is logout. Actually, it should be logout user logout. Let's see if there's a auto completion. So yeah, there's auto completion here. So I'm going to import it, auto import it, and you can see now this function we have auto imported them up there. We can format our code, but I want to give some space. So let's have some space here. And now the last thing that I need to do is to register these routes here in our app.js here. So I'm going to rearrange actually everything here. So I want this course here to be, this middleware to be up here for the course, because if you don't arrange them accordingly, this will give you some errors. So I want now, after cookie parser here, I'm going to have routes. So let me have the routes here, registered routes here. And this one, it will be just easy. So it will be app.use, and then this one we can say something like this is a API, then version 1, and then here we can have the version to be, actually this one will shall be Auth, and then we can be able to import the router. So let me import the router here in this case. So I'm going to import this one, what we are called Auth route, from now what we call the let's say the routes. So we have routes here, and also we need to import this route Auth route JS, and then now we can be able to register that here. So Auth route, like that. So I think that's now okay, and we can save this. So now the only thing that has been left here is to actually test our backend, and right here I can see actually my backend, it has an error. So it is telling me that there's an error here, and it is telling me that cannot find module this in our controller. So let's go to our controller here, and I think I know where the problem is. So let me just come here to the Auth. Let's see. Yeah, you can see here the error. The error is because you have not added .js extension here, because when you're using more module, then you need to add the extension here. So if I do that and then come here, you'll be able to see now our backend is running successfully, and now we can be able to use Postman to be able to test our backend. But this will be in the next video, where we are going to look at how to test our backend. So that is it. I don't want this video to be longer than this. Remember to like this video, and also subscribe to this YouTube channel if you haven't, and also don't forget to turn on the notification bell so that you'll be notified the next time I upload a new video. Have a great day. See you on the next video. Hello and welcome back. So in today's video, we are going to continue building our backend right here. And in the last video, we actually looked at how we can be able to log in. But in today's video, we are going to start by testing it. And after we have tested our authentication, which is logging in and registering our user, now we are going to proceed to controller. So I'm going to come up here, and let me add controllers here like that, as a part of topic that we are going to cover here. And we are going to start by a product controller. So let me first of all open my Postman. So if you haven't installed Postman, make sure that you have installed this Postman. And also, if you haven't gone through other videos, kindly go back and watch the other videos, so that you can be able to understand what you are doing right now, or you can be able to follow up with this series of videos. So this is Postman here opening, and if you have already installed Postman, that is, you need also to make sure that you already have actually registered, so that you can be able to log in and be able to use Postman. So Postman now is still loading right here, and you can see when I was building the other project that we used as our demo, Actually, you can see here I had already made sure that I have tested my backend here, and I can use this, but I want you to be able to know how to use Postman. So I'm going to build it from a collection from scratch. So let me close this collection here, and let me create another blank collection here, and this blank collection here, I'm going to name it Beauty Breeze, because that is the name of our application. So let me just come up here and rename this to Beauty Breeze. So this is Beauty Breeze here, like that. And here I'm going to create a request. So I'm going to add a request. Let me just come here and see where I can add a request. So this request here, and I don't know what is happening right now. Actually, I don't want to add it here. I don't know what has happened, but I want to make a request inside this beauty breeze. So I'm going to come up here, and in these three dots here, I can click them and create a request. So yeah, this time is working as fine. So I'm going to add here, because remember, registering a user is a post request, and here I want to add the URL for my endpoint. So for my endpoint, I can check here, but for my case here, it is Auth. So it is Auth, and then register. So register user, like that. So here I need to use the body here, and my data is raw and it is JSON. So you can select different data types here. So either it's a text, it's a JSON, HTML, XML. So here I'm going to specify. So I want, first of all, to make sure that my backend is running on which port. So let me check here. So my backend, it's so let me just come here and see. So my backend is running on port, let me expand here, it's running on port 8000. So I need to make sure that I add it here as 8000, the port as 8000, like that. And in here now I can be able to add things like the name. So the name here is now my name. So I'm going to add here my name here. Let me just add the name. So I also want to add the email and the password. So this is my email. So let me add the email here. So that, and like that. And then when now I can be able to add like the password. So let me add the password here. And my password I'm going to write as beauty breeze at 2024, like that. So let me try and try my backend and try to register this user, and this information here are the one that you are requiring in our application, because if you come here to the models here, you need into the user here, you can be able to see that we specified that you need to actually send the name, the email, and the password. Others, like address, is not a must. For the phone number, you can see we have not added require. So the one that is required is the name, email, and the password. So others, this one user can be able to update eventually, so or later on. So I'm going to close this, and I'm going to close this part here. Let me try and now be able to register this user. So when I click send here, you can see it is sending information here, and you can see right now that we are sending the ID from our database, the name that we have registered, and also you can see the email right here. So you can see how easy it is. And let's say, for example, we try to register again. So let's try and register again, so that you see the error that it will produce. So if I just make sure that I send it again, you can see, because we have an error, that custom error, you can see it is sending us user already exists, and this is a custom error that we built. So if I come back here and then I go to the app here, I want to show you if we don't have this custom error here, what will happen. So if I just dismiss this error here, custom error that we created, or error middleware that we created for our custom error. So let me try and send it again. So if I try to send again, you can see it is sending us like an HTML file here, and this doesn't, or this is not what we want, and this is the behavior of Express by default. If you have not created your custom error, it will just send you this HTML file, which is not the way it should be, because you cannot be able to display, you cannot be able to receive this error on your front end and display it. So that is why. So I'm going to add my middleware right here, or just leave it like that, and then when I come to the postman here and then try again, you'll be able to see now we can be able to receive this message as an error, and we can be able to just make sure that we display it to the user, this message. And you can see, because we are in a development, environment, you can see actually we have a stack here, so we can be able to see where the error is coming from. For example, you can see the error is from auth.controller.js on the line 14 here. So you can see how easy it is when you have a custom error, and you can see here that this one also is 400 here. And because we registered this user successfully, you can be able to see that when we tap on these cookies here, you can be able to see that we have already a cookie, and you can see this is you can see the name of our cookie. The name of our cookie is JWT, and the value here, so you can click it if you want to see it. So this is our token, and our token has been stored in our cookie. So that is what I wanted to explain. I felt that this explanation is very important so that you can understand what we are doing right now. And you can see also the other part here, where we have like HTTP only uh, options and secure here. And this secure is false because we are in a development mode. When we go to production, it will be true. So this one I can rename now this request here. So let me rename this to register user. So register user, like that. And now I want us to continue to now logging in the user. So I'm going to create another request right here. So this is the request, add request. And this request, now we are going to rename it to login in. So I'm going to rename here to login user right here, and let's add now the URL to login. So it is this here, and then I want to login to go to login endpoint, and in the body we need to send the data here. So it is raw, and then the JSON here, and you can see this one is get, but our logging in is a post request, and you can confirm here to the routes. You can see here for the routes you have Auth, and you can see for register and logging in is just post. Also for the logout here is also a post. So I think this one I can change to be get, I think so, because I think that will be okay. I think so, yeah, let's leave it as get. And then here I can be able now to add the information like the email and also the password. So I'm going to create here the email. We need to send the email here, like let me come here and add the email, and the email that we registered, and also the password. So we have the password here, and for the password, let me just come here, add the password as the beauty breeze at 2024, so you can be able to see it like that. So I think now we can try and logging in our system, and you'll be able to notice that also we are going to have a cookie, because we are generating a token and store it in a cookie both when we are registering and when we are logging in. So I'm going to try and log in. So you can see we are able to log in, and you can see we are sending back the ID, the name, and the email. And you see most other people, when they are logging in, they will be able to, or they will just send even the password, which is not like the secure way of doing things, and also other will send even the JWT, and we don't want to do that. We want to store it in our cookie. So when we come to our cookies here, you can be able to see that we have a cookie which is JWT. You can see the token, and you can see other options here like HTTP only, secure, and other things like that. So I think now we have tested our authentication, and you have seen how authentication is working. Now we can continue with other parts. For example, how to create other controllers. So let me just close this, our Postman. I hope now you know how to use Postman, and I'm going to just close this out here. So now let's go to the controllers. Also, let me close this out and app.js, and we can just close also the models, the routes, and inside this out here we are going to create product controller. So this is product.controller and .js like that, and inside here now we can be able to create a controller. So this is the functions that the product will need. So here I'm going to start by importing product model. So get the product from now the model. So I think it is one folder up, and then you can go to the models, and then here you can be able to see that we have product like that, and you need to make sure that you add the extension because we are using module as in our Node.js. So another thing that I want to actually make sure that I add is async handler. So async handler here from express sync handler like that, and then now we can continue and build now the function. So for example, let's create product. So when we want to create product, this work will be for admin. So I'm going to have a const a function product create product like that. This is an arrow function. So like that, let me just make sure that I add this function, and I want to make sure that it is wrapped using async handler so that we don't use try catch. So async handler, inside here I can add this and add here async like that. So inside here now we can be able to create we can be able to look at how to save this product from our front end or from the admin dashboard. So I'm going to have const here, and I'm going to have new product to create new product here, and this new product we are going to await and use now like let's say product. So product here model, and we are going to first of all make sure that we add request.body. This is the information from our admin. Also we are going to have a const now create a product here. So we are going to create a product, and this one will be from new product and then save. So this function here is from MongoDB for saving the data in our database. So here now we can check if it has been saved, because if it has been saved, then product here will receive the information. So here we need to check for that, else we need to do something else. We need to draw like an error. So if we actually be able to save the product here, we are going to have to send the information. So this one should be res. Actually I didn't add here request and then response. So this one will be res.status, and then this one is 201 because it is a creation, and then here we can have JSON and we can send back the product like that. And then if not, if let's say we have not been able to actually save the product in our database, we are going to have the rest of status here, and then we are going to have 400 as an error status code, and then we are going to throw an error. So throw new error. So throw new error here, and we can specify the message that we want to send. So here will be product was not created like that. And then now we can save this, so format like that, and then here we can proceed with others. So the other function that we are going to have right here is the function for update product. So update product like that, and then this one also is a function. So update product right here, and then this one will have a sync handler first of all, that is wrapping our function so that we don't use try catch. So here I'm going to have a sync. This is a sync here, request the response, and then here inside here we can have now the function. So here we are going to first of all start by updating our product. So to do that, I'm going to use const, and then here update product or updated product, updated product. So updated, this one should be updated product, and then we are going to await, and then use a function here, product, use a function that is find by id and update here. So find by id and update like that, and then inside here now we can pass some things. So let me check first of all if this is find by id and update, and then the first thing that you need to pass is request.params, and then add id. So we need to pass in the id like that. Also, we are going to have several options here. For example, set. So for set here, we are going to have a set as to set the request.body. So any information that is in the request.body, we are going to update that. So here, and after that, we can have another option which is new, and then this will be true. We are going to have it as true, and here I want to format my code, so you can see how easy it is. And then here we can be able to check, if not, we have not updated our product, then we need to do something else. If we have else, then we need to do something else. So here this is else. So if we have not updated the product, then we need to throw the error. So rest of status, this one is 400, and then here we are going to have throw new error, yeah, and then here we can pass in the message which is product has not been updated like that. And then after that, then if already it has been updated, then we can do rest.status, and then this is 201, and then .json, and then we can be able to actually send back the updated product like that. Updated product, not update product, like that. So you can see how easy it is. I want to also format my code like that. So we are going to have another function here, and another thing that you are going to do is to make sure that you are able to delete product. So delete product, this is also another function called delete product like that. And then you are going to wrap using a sync handler, and then here is a sync. We are going to have request and then response, and then here inside we can have different things. So for delete product, we are going to have a product, And this product here, we are going to await. First of all, we are going to use a function called from MongoDB that is called find by ID, and not update now, this is delete. And here we only need to pass in the ID, and we are going to pass the ID from request.params.id like that. And then here we can check if that product has been deleted. So if product not found, that means that it has not been deleted. So we are going to have rest of status. Status here, this is will be 400, and then after that we are going to have rest of status, and here actually this one should be here we are going to have draw a new instance of error, and this time we are going to pass in now the like an error message. So we can say product, let's say product has not been deleted, or was not deleted. Let's say was not deleted, like here. So and then else, that means that we have deleted our product. That means that we can send a success message. So that will be status here, and then this one will be 201. Then we can say .json, and here we can be able to add product deleted successfully like that. And then here I can be able to format my code. Now we can have another function right here. So the function also that we can have is to get one product. So get product like that. And in here, for the get product, we can create a function here, const get product like that. And then this one will be wrapping using async handler, this one. And here we can be able to have async. This one will be request a response, and then inside here we can have different things. So in this case, we are going to have const product, and this time we are going to await, and then we are going to use product find by ID, but this time not update or delete. We are going to find by ID, and in here we can be able to pass the ID using our request.params.id. So after that, that means that if we don't have the product, so exclamation product right here, that means that we need to throw an error. So res.status, this one would be 400, and then here we can be able to draw a new error instance. So like that, and here we can say product was not found, product not found, like that. And then else, that means that we have updated, or we have found that product. So what we can do is now to send a success, or send that product. So res.status, and then this one will be like 200 like that, and then .json like that, and then let's send the product to the front end like that. So now I think we can be able to format this, and then now we need to get all products. So here we are going to have different, like a bit of different conditions. So get all products like that. So this one we are going to have const get all products. So get all products like that. I think that is okay. So here we are going to wrap using sync handler. So this one we are going to have a sync inside here. This one we are going to have request and then response. This is an arrow function also. So inside here we are going to have different things. For example, we are going to have maybe query or another variable that we are going to call q new, and then this one we are going to get it from request dot query, so from query here, and then dot new, like that. So we are going to have also another variable that is category, so q category, like that. And then here we are going to have request, and then dot category, or dot query, sorry, dot query, and then dot category, so like that. So also we are going to have const search, q search, like that, and then q search, and then this one will be request dot query, and then dot search, so dot search. So this one is different variables right here, and we want to check different conditions. So what I mean by this is that when you are sending a request to your endpoint, for example, to add in the, for example, or to be able to send in something like, let's say a query, you are going to use this, you can see this exclamation mark here, or this question mark here, and you can be able to send something like maybe category is equals to maybe toners. So like, let's say here it will be is equals to toners, or no, actually not like that, should be like this, so toners, like that. So that is what I mean, but we are going to look at that later on, so don't worry, we are going to check on that. So here, if we have, for example, if we have q new here, like that, we need to do something else here. So we are going, let's create another variable here called product. So let's products, like that. So then here, what I mean is, now if we have new q new, or a new query, so we are going to have product set to, now we can use await, and then we can do product, and then here I can say dot find, and then we are going to find everything, but now we are going to sort, and we are going to sort by the latest one. So I'm going to use created at, so created at, and then this one we are going to have -1. So that's how you are going to get from the latest product. And then, so we are going to use now else if, so else if, so I think it is like this. So else if, and then we can check for another condition. So in this case, the condition that we want to check here, if it is, we have a category. So if we have sent the category, so what it will do is that the products will be sent, or will be assigned to await, and then here we are going to have product and find. So find inside, so this is a function by MongoDB, and inside here it's going to check for categories. So remember, we have a field that is called categories in our model, and then here we are going to use another option called in, and in here we can be able to set q category, so what we have sent as a category, so q category, like that. So you can see how easy it is. So then we can see if we are searching, so if else if search, so if we have q search here, like that, then we need to make sure that products, so products are set to await, and then this one will be product, and then after product here we are going to search. So for search here it will be different, so we are going to have find, So to find, and then here we are going to have, first of all, a text option. So I'm going to use text like that, and here we are going to use an object, and first of all we need to set here search. So we are going to have another search inside here, and this search we are going to assign it to queue search, the search that we have that we passed in when we were sending the request. So queue search like that. Also we are going to have other, for example, other option. So here we can have other options like case. So we can have case sensitive. So case sensitive like that. So this we are going to set it to false, so that we can, when we are searching, we can use either uppercase or lowercase, so it will not affect. So now the other option that we are going to set is we can be able to set other option, like it is called di okay, let me just use it, descri okay, descritis, so descritis descritis sensitive like that. And this one we are going to add it to false. Actually I don't know the meaning of this for now, but you can just use it. I'll go to documentation. I think I knew the what it does, but I forgot. So this one, and then we can be able to set this now to the product. So this is for searching. So if you search a search query here, it will go and find using this part here. And for searching, I actually used another thing. For searching to work very efficient, you need to add, in our product model here, you need to add an index, something index here, so to be able to search very efficient. So let's do that. So here, to have a search work, so work efficiently, we need to add product schema, and here we are going to add index. So index, and then to index our database, and then here we are going to have like this option here. So this one should be inside question marks here, and then here we are going to have everything which we are going to use are those asterisks, and after that we can specify the text right here. So that's how you need to do it. So I think here I have an error. I don't know why I have this error. So this inside here, we need to have like a text, and also we are going to have this dollar sign and these two asterisk here. So if I do this, you can see expected, it is expecting, yeah, it is expecting colon like that, and that's how you need to do that. So we can continue for our searching. So with our searching now, the other thing that we have been left with, of which is very simple, is else. So else we don't have any of those variable up here, so we can now be able to return now the products. So to return the product, this one will be very easy, because we are going to have products, and these products here we are going to make sure that we actually send every product that we have. So we are going to have product.find, and then like that, and now we can be able to have all the products. So product of find, and then we can be able to sort, and then sorting here we can be able to use created at field here, and we can add -1 like that. So that is it. I want to format my code. So you can see this one was a bit long, but you can see here this one we are setting the products here to different using different conditions. So let's have this have a space here, and then the other thing that we have been left with is rating. So to rate a product by users, so rate a product, so rate product, and I think I should use capital letter. So product, actually I don't know why doing this. So rating product, so const rate product, so rate product and or rating product, let me call it rating product, like that. And then here I can be able to have a sync handler wrapping my function. So here we are going to have a sync. So this one will be request and then response. We are going to have now the function to actually make sure that we rate. So we are going to have different things from our request.body. So request.body here, and here we need to get from our request.body, we are going to receive a star. So that is the from number 1 to number 5, the star rating. So the name of the person who is registering or who is rating a comment. And the other thing that we are going to have is posted by. So like that. So after we get now this information, we can be able to have our rating. So we are going to first of all make sure that we have this data. So star and then name. So we are going also to check for the comment, and also we are going to check for the posted by, like that. And here we can have else. So for else here, and we can do any other things. So here for if star, we are going to create a variable, so posted by, like that. And we are going to have a weight. So let's have a weight here. Then we can use product. So product and then find by ID. So find by ID, yeah. Find by ID and update. And then inside here, I can be able to actually pass in the ID. So request.params.id, like that. So I want to have now the other options here, which is you can have another push option here. So we are going to push because remember the ratings is an array. So we are going to use push, and we are going to push information in ratings, because remember we have array as ratings. And then what we are going to push is the star. We are going to push the other thing as the name, the comment, and posted by, like that. So I think that's okay. Now the other thing that we have been left with is we need to make sure that we have let me add here another option. So the option here should be, we are going to have new to be true, like that. So I'm going to actually format my code like that. And then if this, we don't have those things here, star, name, comment, and posted by, what we are going to do is we are going to have list.status here, and then we are going to have 201, then .json. And the other thing is here we are going to have posted by, or actually no, we are going to have the other thing that we are going to do. Actually here we can just ignore this, and after that we can have rest.status, and then this one will be 200.json. Actually here it should be 200.json. Actually this one should be 201. And then after JSON here we can have a message. So product was rated successfully, successfully, like that. So, and then if else here, so that means we don't have this data here, we need to throw an error. So this one should be else. So like that. So we need to have rest.status to be 400. And the other thing is throw new error, and then here we can have the message. So product was not saved successfully, was not rated successfully, sorry. So was not rated successfully. So I think I can be able to format my code again, and then here I can be able to export all these functions. So we can have rating product. So we can have also get all products. We can have get product. We can have another create product, and also we can have another one which is update product, and the last one is delete product. So delete product, like that. So we need to also create also. So I'm going to copy all of this like that, and then I want to create routes. So I'm going to come here to the routes, and I can create a product dot route dot js, like that, and then I'm going to import these functions here from. Now we are going to get them from let's go one folder up, and then in the controllers, and then here we can go to also, for example, product controller, this one. Let me actually go to and add the JS right here, like that. So I think now after that we are also going to import Express. So import Express from Express, like that. I want to create a router, so router, like that, and then this router is from express dot router, like that, and then we can be able to export by default. So export default for this router, so for this router, like that. So here we can have different things. So we can have different things, for example rating, so or different route. So for example, rating product route. So this one we are going to use router, and then this one is put. We are going to use an endpoint called rating, and then after that we can have the ID, or we can just product ID here, because we need to have this ID to be able to update. And this we can add now rating product, like that. We are going to have now here, we are going to get all the products. So get all products, like that, and here we can use router dot. Now this one will be get, this one will be just a default route, and here we can have now get all products, like that. And then we can have another route which is get one product here, like that. And then we can have router, we can have get, this one will be having route endpoint of find, and then we can pass in the ID, and then here we can have get one product, so get product, that is, like that. And then here we can have another route which is for create product, so create product, like that. Then here we can have router dot post, and then this one would be a default, and then here we can have create a product, this one will be post method. So here we can have update, so update product, so this one I want to use caps, so update product. So this one can be router dot put, like that. And then here we are going to have ID passed in, and then we can have update product, like that. So the rest one, I think I have the other one which is delete now. So this one will be delete product, like that, and then here we can have router, and then dot delete, and this one we are going to have it as to pass in the ID, so the ID here, and then this one will be delete product, like that. So I want to format this, and now the other thing that has been left is us to go to the app.js and update, have a routes here registered. So app.use, and then this one we are going to add as API slash version 1, and then this is products, like that. And then here we need to have product route. So I'm going to copy this and let me paste it here. So for this one, we are going to have product route. So this one is product route. And then here we can be able to have, this one is product. So you can be able to see it actually there. And then I can be able to add it here. So this one will be product route, like that. And then that's okay now. So that is it. I don't want this video to be longer than this. So I hope you have subscribed and also like this video. And also you can comment to let me know how this project is taking you. Have a great day. See you on the next video. Hello and welcome back to V8 TechWorks. So today we are going to continue building our backend here. And in today's video, we are going to continue looking at controller. Today, we are going to build a controller for banner and also for users. So let's continue and let's get into the tutorial. But before that, make sure that you have subscribed to this YouTube channel and also like this video so that it may reach other people who are learning to code. Let's get into the tutorial now. Now, the first thing that we are going to do right now in this video is that to make sure that we actually are able to push our code. So let me open my GitHub here so that we push our code. So let me open it here, and you can make sure that you follow my GitHub so that you can see other projects that I'm going to build in future. So here I'm going to open this part here, this terminal, and this terminal already we have opened the project that we are calling Commerce Beauty Store. So here I want to look at the branches that we have because we are already in previous video we had already created the backend here. So if you haven't watched also those other videos, make sure that you go back and watch those so that you understand what you are doing right now. So here you can see we have this branch that is called backend, and this is because we are working on our backend right now. So I'm going to add the changes that I have made. Let me commit here. So I'm going to add here like here worked. Let me comment something like worked on product model and controller, something of the sort. You can comment what you want, and you can see here it is a command that is git commit -m, and then you can specify the comment that you want inside this quotation mark. So I'm going to actually comment like that, and then I'm going to use this command git push origin, but right now I don't want to. I'm going to push backend branch here because that is what we are working on. So let me push it like that. So let me also make sure that I add my passphrase to be able to push my code to GitHub. So like that, you can see that we have pushed our code, and then I'm going to come here to repository, and then when I open this store here, beauty store, you can be able to see that we are going to have a pull request. So this is a compare and pull request notification. You can see it is 13 seconds. So I'm going to create a pull request here. And then after that, let's see. So you can see here it is checking for ability to merge automatically. And at the end of that, we are going to merge and then confirm merge. So this is, you can see here it is now merged, and we can go back to now insights here, and under insights you can go to network and see how we are building our application. So you can see here we created a branch and we merged. We also came here and also made sure that we merged our backend branch with our master branch, which is our main branch. So let's go back into our code now, and inside here in our controller, I'm going to create a banner dot controller dot js file right here, and I'm going to import the banner model from. Now we are going to get from now the model. So here we have the models, and then we need to get the banner model. Then we need to specify the extension, which is .js. Another thing is I want to import async handler. So here we are going to have async handler. Let me call it async handler, and this one is coming from Express async handler. You can be able to see it here. So I'm going to now create other functions. So for example, the function that you are going to have here is to create a banner, and here we can have a const create banner function. So this one is we are going to have it as an arrow function, but we need to wrap it using async handler. So also we are going to have async inside here, and this is an arrow function like that. So inside here we have request, and also we have response. So inside here we need first of all to get the data. So I'm going to create a new banner, and this is a new banner here. Then we are going to specify the banner here, and then you are going to pass in the request.body here like that. And then after this one we are going to save it. So we are going to have saved banner. So saved banner here is we are going to take new banner, and we are going to use save function like that. So also we are going to check now if we have saved banner. So if we don't have saved banner, that means that it has not been saved in our database. Then we need to throw an error. So here we can use res.status. Already now you know how we are using our custom error. And then again here we can now throw a new error here, and we can now specify even the message here. So we can say banner was not created like that, because this is the error that we want to push or to our front end if banner was not created successfully. So here we can also, if it has been saved, then we need to send it to our front end. So let's do status. Here we can be able to add 200 like that, and then here we can say JSON, and here we can say saved. This is saved banner. So after it has been saved, can push to our front end. So I want to push this a little bit down so that we can have a space where we are working in. So I'm going to format this here, and you can say now this we have at least one function here. I think I can hide this part here because we don't need it right now. So here another function that you are going to have is to delete. You are going to delete banner. This is also a function that we need. So here I'm going to say const and then delete banner. Like here, this is async handler. We are going to wrap it, and then async inside here, which we are having request, and then the response, and then inside here now we can have different things. So here we are going to have banner after it has been deleted. So we are going to use await banner, and then you can use find by id. So find by id and delete. This is the function of the MongoDB. So find by ID and delete, and then here we need to pass in the ID because we need to know which banner to delete. So this one we are going to pass it through request.params and then ID. So I'm going to check if I have banner right here, and we can see if we have banner we can do various things. So if we have banner, then here we can do various things. So let me first of all say if we don't have banner, then I think that's when we need to throw an error. So here I'm going to use rest.status like that, and then this one we are going to have as 400 status code, and then here we can say you can throw an error. So throw new error, and then you are going to say banner was not deleted like that. And then after that, here we can send the message, success message, if it was deleted. So rest.status, we can say 201, and then .json. Here we can say something like banner was deleted successfully like that. And then I think what else? So I'm going to format my code right here, and then we can have another function here, and this one is to get all banners. So get all banners like that, and then we can call this function also get all banners like that. So get all banners, and which we are going to wrap it using async handler. So using async here also, this one will be request response, and then here we can have the logic or the functionality. So here we are going to first of all get all banners, and this we are going to get it using banner, and then this one will be .find, and here is just a banner.find, and we can find every thing that we want. So here we need also to make sure that we reverse, or we can just leave it like that. And then here we need also to add a wait, because it will take some time that we don't know in future. So that in also we need to check if we don't have banners. So if we don't have banners, then we need to throw an error. If we else, then we need to make sure that we send those banners. So rest.status here, and then here we can say 200.json. This means that is successful. Then we can send the banners to the front end. Here, if we don't have banners, here we need to throw an error. So this one will be rest.status. Then this one will be 400, and then we can have .json here, and then we can have actually here we can just throw an error as we are doing in the other video. So here we can throw error, and then here we can be able to say something like something went wrong, or banner, or okay, we can say banners were not fetched, or something went wrong. So you can specify the message. And the other thing that I want to add here is another function that we are going to call this function. Let's see, we can get one banner, or get random banner, that is. So this one is because we need to pass, or in our front end we need to show a random banner. When the user refreshes the homepage, then we can display a random banner from our database. So to get that random banner, let's create that function here. So get random banner. So we are going to have const, and then get random banner as a function. So this one we are going to have async handler, this one here, and then here we can have async. Here we have request, and then response. Here we are going to have now the logic. So the first thing that I need to have is to fetch all the banners. So get the banners like that, and here we can say await, like here we can use find, right, like that. So we can have that banner, and then here we can say if there's no banner, then, or there's no banners here, we can throw an error. So we can say res.status, and then here we can say something like 400, and we can throw error here. So, and we can just use this error here like that. Let's paste it here, and then this one we can just say here throw new error. So throw new error, and else that means that we have now successfully fetched the banners. Then we need to make sure that we get the random banner. So we can just say const and then random banner or random index. So let's use a random index. So we are going to use a math here package, and then we are going to use a flow function, and inside here we can say we can use math dot random. So you can see we have this function called random, and then we need to actually make sure that we multiply with banners dot length here like that. So that means that it will take it will just make sure that it takes the random index from anything, from all your banners from the length. Let's say we have like 5 banners in our database, then it will multiply this math random times the 6 banners that you have in database. So here we are going to now get the random banner using okay, here is a random banner. So random banner, and we are going to get it using banners, and then now we can pass in now the random index. So the random index like that, we get now the random banner, and then we can now send that banner. So the restars here you can have this is 200, and then .json, and then we can we can just send now the random banner right here like that. So we need to export all of these functions. So let me just format this, and here we can be able to export and different we can be able to export different functions, these functions here. So this one is create banner. We are going to have another one that is delete banner, and then we can have get random banner like that. So we need now to create a routes for my banner. So I'm going to come here and create a banner dot route .js like that, and then already you know what we do here is to specify the route. So the first thing that you need to do is to import express like that, and we are going to import express from. So then we need also to import the functions from. Actually, let me first of all create a router. So const, you can create a router here, and the router is from express dot router function like that, and then we are going to export by default. So export default, and what we are actually exporting is router like that. Here we can have now to import the functions from now our banner controller. So import, and we are going to import it from. So we can go to controller, and we go to also actually here we can go to banners like that, and then we need to specify JS here. So here we need to get create banner. You can have get all banners, and then get random banner. And the other thing we can have here is we can get all, I think, delete banner. So yeah, like that. So here I can now specify the routes. So let's come here, and this will be quick. So here we need to have create banner route like that, and here we can have router dot, this one will be just dot post, this will be just a default route. Here we are going to have create banner like that, and then after that we can have get all banners like that. This is get all banners. We are going to have router dot get, and then this is our default here, and then we can have get all banners. After that we can have now delete banner route like that. So this one also I can just add here route, and here we can continue to router and delete. Here we need to pass in like an ID, so this one we are going to have an ID here, and we can specify this one is a delete banner. So the last one here will be random, so we are going to have here get a random banner, get random banner route like that, and then here we can say router and and then this one will be just get, but this one we are going to specify a route called random, and then here we are going to say get random banner. So get random banner like that, and then here I want to make sure that I format my code. Now I need to register this route here, so we can copy this, paste it here. I want to remove this because it's not we need to add here a banner route, and then this one will be just banners like that, and then let's import up here. So copy that and import, this one will be banner route, and here we need to specify the same. So routes, and then out banner, so route like that JS, and then here we can now specify banner route like that. So that is it. I think now we can continue to users so that we finish this. So here in our controller here we need to create a user controller. So user controller, and then this one is JS like that, and then here we can have different, let me close this and this one. So here we can be having a different function for controller for the user. So I'm going to import first of all, so import user model. So import user from, now we are going to import from the models, and here we are going to get it from user model, and then you need to specify JS there. So the other thing that you need to import is async handler. So async handler like that from, now this one is from Express async handler. And the other thing that you need to import here is you need to import bycrypt, and I'm going to show you why. So bycrypt, and this is from bycrypt, can be able to see this bycrypt.js there, and then here we can start creating function. So create here, or we can have update user first of all, update user like that, and here to update the user we can have function called update user. So this one is when the user will be able to update their information. So here we can just have a sync handler that is wrapping the function. By now you already know what you are doing right here. So here I can just go fast like that, and then we can have it like that. Now the logic start here. So here I need first of all to check if in a request.body we have password, because if we have password that means that user want to update the password. So here I'm going to check if we have password, then I need to encrypt I need to encrypt the password, so I'm going to create the salt first of all, and I'm going to await here use bycrypt, and then can generate salt using gen salt, and we can specify the number of rounds. So here we are going to now encrypt the password. So I'm going to say request.body and then .password. We need to encrypt it before we update it. So we are going to say request.body.password, then we are going to assign it to encrypted password already. So we are going to have encrypt.hash, and then here we are going to have request.body and then .password, and then we can specify the salt now that is used to encrypt my password. So after that, now I can be able to, so if the password is here, then we can do that, and after that now we can be able to update the information. So here I'm going to say updated user. Like that, we are going to actually have to await, and then we can say user dot find by id. By id, let me just specify here, update by id and update, like that. And then here we can specify things. For example, we are going to specify the request dot params and then id, that is the id that you need to pass. Also here we can have several options like set, and this we are going to set now request dot body, and the other thing is the new, and we need to make sure that is true, like that. And then here we are going to have an updated user. So we need to make sure if the user is updated, so that if the user is not updated, we can throw error. So here, if we don't have updated user, then what we can do is to have rest or status, and then here it will be a status code of 400, and then we can throw error. So throw new error, and then here we can say user was not updated, like that. And else, so here we have else, then we need to, actually this is I have misspelled, so this is else, like that. So then we need to send that updated user. So there's the status, you can say this is 2 or 1 status, and then we can say .json, and then we can send the updated user, like that. You can see this is updated user, not update user. So this one also, it is updated user, like that. And the other thing that I noticed before we continue is that you can call this folder, for example, this one is controllers, and also this one is because you can see others are routes, and it should be controllers, not controller. So you can update that on your end. So here we are going to have another function, and this function is delete user, and this work will be the work of admin. So delete user, here we are going to create that function. So delete user, and here we can have a sync handler to wrap my function. So, and then here I can have a sync, and then here we are going to pass in the request and response. After that, now inside here for the delete user, we can have const deleted user, like here deleted user. We are going to have to await user, and then find by id and not update but now delete, like that. And then we are going to pass in the request dot params and then the id. And now here what we are going to do right here is to check if there is any deleted user. If we have deleted user, so deleted user like that. And if we have deleted user, if we don't have the deleted user, then we can throw an error. So this one will be 400. Here we can have, for example, also we can draw a new error like that. And here we can just say user was not deleted successfully like that. And else, yeah, that means that we have deleted the user successfully. We can draw an error successful message. So we can say res.status, and this one I'm going to have it as 201 status code, and then we can say .json, and then this one we are going to say user was deleted successfully like that. And I think that's okay now. The other thing that I want to add here after deleted user is get user, just get one user. So this one will be get one user like that. And in here I can just say const and then get one, or just let me call it get user like that. And then this we can wrap it in a sync handler, and then this one is async. Here we are going to have request and response, and here we are going to have now, like, we are going to have users. First of all, get that user, and we are going to get that user using a function here. So get user, and then I can say await, and then we can say user dot find by id, and find by id, and it's just find by id, and then you can pass in the request dot params and then the id like that. And then after that we can say if the user was not found, so you can say if not user here, what we can do is to throw new error. So what we are going to do here is to set the res.status here to be 400, and also you can throw new error, and then here we can say something like user was not found like that. And after that, here we can say else. So else, here we can say we can send that user, that is, so res.status, this one is 200, and then you can say .json, and then we can send the user, so like that. And now the other thing that we need to do is to actually the last function. We need to have the last function, which is get all users, like here. So get all users, and here we are going to have a function called get all users like that. We are going to have a sync handler like that. I'm going to have a sync, and then this one is request response, and here we can have now the logic. So for the logic here, first of all, we are going to have users, and we are going to use user.find here like that, and then I'm going to await, so await here. And then the other thing that I'm going to do here is to check if we don't have the users, then that means we can throw an error. So res.status, you can use different error status. So this is not the only status code that you can use for error. There are so many, so you can use different one. Right now it's just because I don't have a lot of time to show you all the status code. So here I'm going to draw new error, and I can say something like users were not fetched, like that. And also right here I can say else, and else then we can say here something like we can send now the status our users to our front end. So the JSON, we can send them users, like that. So we need to export, this is users, we need to export them now. So I'm going to come here and export. So my functions here, so get all users, we can get user, we can delete user, and we can update user. So that is the function that I have right here. So I need to create that route. So I'm going to copy these functions here. So copy that, and I'm going to add a semicolon here. So for my routes, I'm going to create a user dot route, and then this one is .js right here. And I'm going to import, first of all, express. So import express from express, like that. And then another thing that I need to do here is to create a router. So router, and we are going to create router from express dot router, express dot router here, like that. And then I can say export default, and then we can export router, just like that. So another thing is you can be able to import all those functions. So import, we import these functions, and we are going to import them from controller, so here, and then we are going to get them from the user controller JS, like that. So we need to add that here. And now we can have my routes. So I can say get all users route, and here we can say router dot get, here this will be a default one, and we can get all users, like that. So another thing is we can delete user, so delete user route, and here we can say router and dot delete. Here we are going to have to pass in the ID, and then you can say delete delete user, like that. We are going to have another route here, so which is update user, and this one we can say router dot put, and this way we can add even the ID, and then also this we can have the ID, and then we can say update user, like that. And the last one is get user. So this one we are going to say, actually this one, let me make sure that is uniform. So I'm going to say update user route, and the other one here is we are going to have get, so let me capitalize them, get one user. And here what we can say is that get one user, and this one will be just router, and then we can say get, but this time we can use find, like that. And we need to pass in the ID, so pass in the ID here, or we can say user ID, so that we can get that one user. Then this one we can have get user, like that. and this one is route. So let me add it, route as route. I want to register this route in my app.js here. So I'm going to copy this and then paste down here. This one will be users. So here we can be users, and up here also what we can do is we can copy this and paste it, and this one will be just a user, and then let's say route, but this time also we need to specify here user. This one will be from user route and then js. Yes, so now that is it. We have finished looking at two controllers for banner and for users. So now the other thing that I want to do is to push my code again. So I'm going to git add everything, and then I'm going to commit. So git commit and the -m. Here you can say added user and banner let me banner controllers, like that. And then after that we can git push. So git push origin, and then it is backend, like that. And then now we can push, we can add the passphrase, and then we push. So if I come back to my GitHub here, so let me come to the GitHub, and in my beauty store here repo, you'll be able to see another, like a notification. And right now we don't have that notification, but no worries, we are going to proceed in the other video. And remember also to like this video and also subscribe and turn on the notification bell. So see you on the other video. Have a great day. Hello and welcome back. Let's continue building our backend right here. And in today's video we are going to look at controller for orders, and then after that we are going to look at middleware that is going to protect our routes, because you don't want a user that hasn't authenticated or has signed into our system to be able to access some other routes in our system. So what I'm going to do right here, I'm going to add another thing that we are going to look at here. We are going first of all to finish off with the order controller and then proceed to our middleware. So our middleware also will be checking for the JSON web token that we stored in our cookie before it proceeds. So here I want to add the text here. I want to add, we are going to end our backend here by looking at the middleware. So the middleware, I think this one is for protect route, like that. So that is what we are going to do in this video. So then also, if you haven't subscribed to this YouTube channel, kindly subscribe and also like this video, so that also it may reach other people who want to learn how to code. So now let's get into tutorial. Now what I want to do is that I want to close this tab here, and here already you can see our GitHub. We just leave this tab, and we are going to go here to my code, and you can see from the last video here we are having an error. So if I scroll up here, you can be able to see that we are having error, and actually it is pointing out to us where the error is coming from. And you can see here get all users, get users, delete users, and all these functions we are actually importing them from controller and then out .controller.js. And this is a mistake that I did, and we need to correct this mistake so that our backend can run without any other problem. So what I'm going to do here is that I'm going to correct that, and it is inside this user.route.js, and here you need to change from auth and you need to change to be user, like that. And after that we can save this. Let's see if our backend is running without any problem. So you can see server is running on port 8000 and database is connected successfully. So we have solved that problem. So what I'm going to do now is that I want to drag this down here, and I'm going to close these pages here that are unnecessary for now, so that we can also proceed looking at inside here controllers. We are going to have now order.controller and then .js. These are functions that you are going to have for our orders, and we can import first of all the order from the models. So this one is from, let's come here to models, let's import from models, and then after models here we can actually import it from banner, now the banner model. So after that, now what is going to happen is that I'm going to import async handler, and this one is of course from express async handler, this one here. And here now I can start creating the function. The first function that I'm going to create here is create order here, and then this one we can just create a function called create order. Of course is a function here for, let's add here, we are going to wrap the function using async handler. We are going to have async, we are going to have request response, and now inside here we can continue by saving our order from our client to the database. So I'm going to remove that space. So here the first thing that I want to do is to create new order. So create new order here, and we create new order by actually here is just that we pass in the request.body data like that, and after that now we need to save. So I'm going to come up here and say const saved order like that is equals to now new order. We have new order here, and then dot save like that. So we call that function from our MongoDB, and this one we can just say await, so that because we don't know in future which time it will take to save into a database. And here I can just check if we can, or we have saved our order. So I'm going to use a exclamation mark here and say saved. If we don't have saved order here, then we can draw an error. So here we can say res.status. Here we can say it's 400, and then we after that we can draw new error. By now you know that, and then here we can say order was not created like that. And then after that I can come here and say else. We are going to now send this order to our backend. So I'm going to say res.status, and here we can add to be 201 because it's a creation, and then here we can just now send the saved order like that. And now I want to format my code like that, and then here we can continue with other function. For example, update order. This one is for admin, of course. So here I'm going to create a function. So update order. So update order. And then here we are going to wrap it using async handler as usual. This is async here. We are going to have request response and then the function inside here. So we need to update. So to update, I'm going to use update order here. So this is updated order right here. So I'm going to add here await, and then I'm going to do order find by ID and update like that. And then you are going to pass in request dot params and dot params dot id like that. And then you are going to set here. So we are going to set here, what we are going to set is request dot body, and also here we are going to have a new another option that is new, which you are going to to assign it to true. So like that, you can see how easy it is. And after that, now we need to check if the order was saved. So first of all, we need to check if the order was not saved so that we can throw an error. So if we don't have updated order, so let's add here updated order. Then what we can do is that we need to have res.status, res.status here, then 400. Here we can now throw a new error, and then this error we can say this error is order was not updated, like that. And then after that, we can now be able to update our order, or we can just send the updated order. So here we can say res.status, and this one we are going to give it 201 status code, and then we are going to send updated, so updated order, like that. So this is updated order. You can be able to save it like that, and then I think that's okay now. So I'm going to format my code again. So we can continue with another function. So another function that we can have is to delete an order. So let's come here and say delete order, like that. And then this one is, we can say get or delete order. So delete order, like that. And then we need to wrap it using async handler. So this one will be async request response, and then here we can have the just like the functionality. So the functionality here, we are going to have the order that is deleted. So I'm going to say await. Here I'm going to use update or order. Let me just have order, and then find by ID, and this time is by delete, not update. And then we can pass in the ID, and ID we are going to pass using request dot params and then ID. So after that, I can check if I have the order. So if I don't have the order right here, then what I can do here is need to set an error or to throw an error. Of course, it's to 400, but you can specify any status code for as long as it's a error status code, and then we can draw new error here, and here we can specify the error right here. So the error here will be order was not deleted successfully, like that. And then I can be able to add here else, like that. We need to come up here and we're going to say res.status, and then we can have 200.json, and then we can pass in the order, like that. And then I think that's okay now. So I'm going to format this. After that, this is a delete order. So I can just come up here again and have a get now user order. So get user order, like that. And then you can say get const get user order, like that. This is also a function that you are going to wrap using async handler. So request and then response. Actually here we need to have async. This is an arrow function. So async request response, and then inside here we can have let's say now orders. So get, here we are going to get orders. So just orders, let me get orders. So, and we are going to get this order. So I'm going to say await, and then I'm going to add here await. Actually it's not await, order. And then here I can say find dot find, and then inside here I can specify what I want to find these orders using. So in the field for the order, I have order ID, and I'm going to now look for that. I'm going to pass in the ID here using request params ID, and this ID will be ID for the user, and this one will be able to check. This one it will be able to check, and for the field for user ID field, and it will check for the ID that I'm going to pass. So here I'm going to have to use reverse function here, like that, because I want them to be sorted. So from the latest to the one that is not latest. So here I'm going to check if no orders. So if we don't have orders, then here I can say test.status, and then here let's say something like maybe 400, and here you can say rest.status, and we can say something like let's say, for example, actually here is throw error, sorry. So here will be throw new error, and here we are going to pass in a message. So our message will be orders, no orders was found, no order was found, or something went wrong, or something went wrong, something of the sort. And then here I can have else. That means that we have orders. So this is, need to spell this right. So here I can send now res.status, and then here we can say 200.json, and here I can send the orders. So we send the orders like that. So I think these functions are okay, but I need now the last one here, which is get all orders. So get all orders right here, and this function is very simple. So get all orders, and then this we are going to wrap it using async handler right here. So inside we can have async, we have request, response, and then inside here we can have the functionality. So the first thing that I'm going to do here is to get all orders. So orders like that, and we are going to say await, and then order dot find. Now the person who will be able to fetch all the orders here will be the admin. So here we can say an order, and then here we can say dot reverse. So dot reverse like that, and then after that we can be able to check if order like that. If we don't have any orders, so this is orders, then we can draw a new error. So I think I can just copy from this error here, like that, and then can be able to paste it here. Else, then that means we have orders, so I can just send those orders. So I can say 200 and then .json, and I think now I can send here orders like that. So I think that's okay, and I think now I don't have any other function that I'm going to add here. So you can export these functions. So here the first function that I'm going to export is get all orders. I'm going to also get order status, get order, that is one order. We are going to get user order, and then we are going to delete order, and also create order. I think, I don't know why there is no auto completion. So create order, and then update. We have update order like that. So I think this one, let me see if I have spelled it right. So this was the first function. So we have all these functions right here. So this one is get order, and it should be create order. So like that. And I think now I can be able to create the route. So to create the route, I'm going to copy everything here, and then I'm going to routes here, and inside the routes, I'm going to create order route. So order route.js like that. And then I'm going to import, first of all, express from express. Another thing is I'm going to create router, and it is from express dot router like that as a function. After that, we can be able to export default router like that. And inside here now, we can be able to import the functions here, those functions, and we are going to import them from controller. And then here also we are going to import from the order right here like that. And I think that's okay now. So here I'm going to add my functions. So or the route. So here we are going to have, let me comment this. So we are going to have create order route. So create route or here like that. And this one we are going to have router dot post. First it will be just a default route, and here I can say create order like that. We are going to have another one, the route here. So this one will be update order, or update order route like that. And then this one will be router dot put here, and we can pass in now the ID here. And then this one will be update order. The other thing is we need to get all orders, get all orders, and this one will be router dot get. And then here we can have all orders, and we can say get all orders like that. I think now the other thing is after get all orders here, well, this one would be route. Let's add route here like that. So this one also here, we are going to have another, after get all orders, we can get one order. So get one, we can get order, or let's delete order, that is. So delete order like that. This one will be router dot delete, and then it's a default route, but we have to pass in the ID. And then here we can just say delete order. So delete order like that. And then I think we have another one, which is get users order. So get users order route like that. And here you can say router dot, this one will be just get. I'm going to have to add another route called find, and then after find here we can pass in the user ID, so that we can use that ID to get that user's order. So here I can say get user order like that. I think that's all now for now. I think I don't have to have anything else right here. So I can actually delete this function. I don't think we are going to need it right in this route here. So also I need to add route here. And the last stage here is to register our route in app.js. So I'm going to copy this and paste down here. We are going to have this as now orders, and after that we can also, let me import it here like that. Let's import and add it here. This one will be order route, so order route like that, and this one will be, let me change this to B. Now this one will be order and then route.js like that, and then here I think I can pass in now for the route, for the orders here I can pass this one. I can just add here order like that, order route. And then here you can see I did a mistake here. It was supposed to be user route like that. So if I come back here, you can see we have registered the route the way it should be. So now what we need to do now is to create our middleware to be able to check for our route before we make any request, especially for those requests that we need the user to have signed in our system. Now, what we are going to do is that we are going to come here to middleware, and I'm going to create another route that is called Auth, or actually it's not a route but middleware. So a middleware.js like that. So this is our middleware. So what I'm going to do here is first of all to import JWT, and we are going to import our JWT from our JSON Web Token, and then here we are going to import async handler. So this one is async handler, and it's from Express async handler here. Another thing that we are going to have here is our user. So user model from, actually I think I could have auto imported it, so you can be able to see it here, and we need to add the extension here .js. And then another thing that I need to import is .env, and this is from .env there, and I can say .env.config like that, and here I can be able now to create a function. Actually this one will be just a variable that will be assigned to a function. So this one I'm going to call it protect, and in here I can say async. I can use async handler to just wrap it. So inside here we need to have async. So async, you are going to have this one, because it's a middleware, we need to have a request, response, and next like that. So here we can, what we can do is that we can have a token. So let's create a token right here, and this token will be gotten from request. Remember we saved our what we are calling token in our cookies. So I'm going to have cookies and then JWT like that, and after that we can take the token in this request cookies, and our token is called JWT. So what we are going to do here is that we can have now the token. If we have the token, we can proceed, but if we don't have the token here, so that is else, then we need to throw an error, because that means that the user is not signed in, sorry. So here we need to say res.status. You can say for one, for because this is unauthorized, and then we can say throw new error like that, and here we are going to say something like not authorized, and no token, not authorized, no token like that. Not authorized because there is no token. Now if we have the token, then we need to verify that this token is valid and it has not expired. So here we need to use try catch, and here we are going to say const decoded. We need to decode our token, so, or we can just say decoded token like that. Me just use camel case. So decoded token, and we are going to use jw2.verify verify, and then here we can say token. We can pass in the token, and then we can pass in the secret key or phrase that we used to encrypt it. So .jwt underscore sec. So I want to show you this JWT sec where we used it. So you can come here to util and then generate token. If you come here, you'll be able to see we signed in this JWT using this key that we saved in our .env, this one here. Let's see, let me show you. So this JWSec here is the one that we are using to actually make sure that we signed that token. So that's what we are doing right here. So after that, what we are going to do is that we have decoded our token. So I'm going to make sure that I create a new variable for my request that is called user, and then I'm going to await here, and then I'm going to say user. So this one will be just user, user, and then find by ID, find by ID like that, and then I'm going to pass in the decoded token, and then inside here, because we stored user ID, I'm going to pass that ID here, and because I don't want to have a password here, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to use another function that is called select, and we are going to actually minus password here. So the data here will be other data like the name, the email. That's what we are going to actually assign it to request.users or .user here. And now we can be able to access this user from anywhere because we are passing it using middleware. And then after that, now we can call this middleware right here, and we can call next so that we can go to the next step. So that's why I add an right here a new and next here so that we can proceed to the other part now. So here we are going to also status, we are going to draw an error. So this one will be 401 here, and here we can draw, let's draw a new error. So draw new error, and this error we are going to say not authorized, and invalid token, because now means that the token here will be invalid. So unauthorized token, not authorized and invalid token. So that is it. I want to format my code here like that, and here I can see I'm having error. So let's see where the problem error is coming from. So this one is update order here. So it is backend here, get order. Okay, get order, and I think this is not defined in module. So get order. So let me see here where we had the orders route. So I'm going to come up here, and I'm going to just push this down. So I have to come also to, let me save this. So I have to come to also this other part here for controller, and for the controller I need to go to order controller. Yeah, I think I don't have get order. Yeah, I don't have get order, I think so. Yes, so I think this is where the mistake is coming from. So I need to cancel or to delete it like that. So let me see if my backend is running here. So yeah, my backend is running. So now you might be wondering where we are going to use our middleware for protect, and I'm going to show you in a few. So let me just save that, and I'm going to close this one here, close this also this and this. So here I'm going to come up here, and right now you can see that we are signed in. So what I need to do here is to create another request. So add a new request here, and this request is for logout. So let's come here and add, let me rename this. So this one will be logout user. So logout user, like that. And this one will be get here, and this one will be now logout. Let me add here logout, and let's see here, let me just try and make request. Yeah, you can see logged out successfully. So that means that we don't have cookies right here. So what I can do is that I need to try and make a request to get all the products. So I can just create a new request here, and this request we can say, we can rename it to get all products. So get all products, like that. Get all products, I think that's okay. And here I can just pass in this one, and we can say just products here. So let's see if we can make this request. So we can find this one here. So it's making request here, and it's still making request. I don't know why, but I think maybe I have my backend is not running the way it should. So my backend is still running here. So this one is running here. So I think there is a problem in getting the all products. So I'm going to come here to the product, and let me see for the get all products. So get product, get delete, so create. So I don't have create get all products. Oh, it is this one here. So this one is products else products here. Oh, actually I have not sent here. So this one will be s dot status, and then here we can say 200 and .json, and then I send now the products here, like that. So this one should be like that. I think for this one here is products, like that, I think so. Yeah, so I think we can try now. So let's try here. So if I try and make a request again here, you can see right now that it is empty. We have an empty array. That's because we have not created any product. But I want to create also another request here. So another request, and this request here is for get all orders. So here, for example, I can say get all orders, like that. And then this one will be orders. So rather than products, this one will be orders, like that. So let me try and make a request. Yeah, you can see here is not a function. Here you can see we have a problem here. So I'm going to come here to controller and then orders. So you can just come here, and it is saying that this is not a function. So let me try and make sure that I don't use the reverse. So I need to now send a request again. So you can see this is an empty orders here. So what you are going to do right here is that for to get all products, or to get products here, we are going to assume that you don't need to have signed in, because the user needs to see product even before they signed in. But for the orders here, you need to have signed in. So if I want to protect this route here called get all orders, I'm going to come up here to the route for the order, so for this one here, and to get all orders, for example this one, yeah, I need to call protect. So I think I forget to export that. So I'm going to come here to my middleware, and for the auth here, I need to export this protect here, because this is how we are going to use it. So we are going to use it in another file. So export default, and this one is, you are going to export protect like that, and then I can come back here and say protect, and I think we can be able to auto import it like that. So I think that's okay here. So you can see here, if you come up here, you'll be able to see that we have imported it here. So when you use protect here, and let's try and make another request now for the orders. So if I try and make another request for our orders right here, you'll be able to see a message, you're not authorized, and there's no token. But if we go back to the orders here and try to make a request, you'll be able to see that also we have, like, we have the orders, because we have not protected this route, and this route, it is not a must we be signed in, so that to fetch the orders from the database, to fetch product from our database. So what we are going to do is that I'm going to log in so that I can have the cookies. So I'm going to send that request here. So you can see now I'm signed in here, and now I can try and make a request here. So let's try and make a request. Now you can see, because we have cookies, we have sent the cookies here, then we can be able to get the orders here. And let's try and log out again. So if I log out again and try to come here to the orders, you'll be able to see that you're not signed in, you are not authorized and not okay. So you can see how it is working. Now we can protect other routes, but because this video is longer, I don't want to do this right now. So have a great day. I'll see you on the next video. Make sure that you subscribe, and also you have liked this video, and don't forget to turn on the notification bell so that you'll be notified the next time I upload a new video. Hello and welcome back. So today we are going to continue building our application right here, and we are going to start creating our background services. So I'm going to cancel this background services here, and let's see what we are going to build in our background services. Also, I'm going to create a note here. So this one, we are going to have the second part here, which is background services. So let me write here background services like that, and then I'm going to have different services here. So I'm going to have different services, or let me start here by we are going to look at how to schedule task, because we are going to schedule task to send emails. For example, we are going to have a service that will keep checking for our database for a newly created user and email have not been sent to them. That means that that user will have a status of 0, and then when my background services will send the email, then it will change the status of that user to 1. So the next time that that services is running through the database, it will find that that user already has a status of 1, and that means that they have been sent an email, and it will not send an email. So this is like a small backend, and I see most of the tutorial in YouTube, they don't cover this concept of background services, which I feel also is very important, because it can automate some tasks. And the same thing that happens when you want to, for example, back up your database at maybe at midnight every day. So also here now we are going to look at how to create a reusable send mail function like that. if you have watched my other tutorials already or the other project that I have built on YouTube, you'll be able to understand this function that I create here that is reusable. So before that, also, I want to first of all push my code to GitHub. So I'm going to come here and let me see the branch that I'm in right now. So I'm in backend branch here, and I'm going to push the code right now to backend because that is the part that we finished the last time, and then I'm going to create a new branch that is called background services. So here I'm going to say git add. So git add every changes that we did in our last video, and then I'm going to do git branch or git commit, and then -m here I'm going to add something like completed backend. So we completed the backend here, and let's push this code. So git push origin and then backend, like that. So I'm going to enter my passphrase, and after that then we can be able to see the pull request. So we need to visit my GitHub here. So let's see. So my GitHub, and then see if we have any pull request. So my repos are here. So let me just come here, and in this beauty store here, you can see it has been updated right now. We need to see if there's any notification of which it is here. Backend had recent pushes 21 seconds ago. So I'm going to compare and pull request right here, and we can create pull request, and then we are going to merge. So right now it will be checking for ability to merge automatically, and after that I can merge pull request and confirm merge. Now it will merge my backend branch with my master branch, which is our main branch. So I'm going to continue here also, and what I'm going to do right here now is to create a new branch that is called, we are going to call background services. So I'm going to just call it B service, but B means background, and we have services which is now background services. So if I do that and I do git branch here, you'll be able to see that now we have a service that is called B service. So I'm going to switch to that branch because we are going now to work on the background services. So I'm going to say git checkout and then B service because we are going to switch to background services, like that. So if I do git branch again, you'll be able to see that my background services is now highlighted using green, and we can now work on that services. So I think that is what I wanted to show you right now. Let me close this part here. So here we have, let me just close this part here, and I think that's okay. Now we can proceed in our code here, and in our code here we are going to now work on our background services. And to do that, I'm going to open a new terminal right here on my bottom right, and I'm going to proceed to background. So background here, background services, like that. And let me clear this. So in my background services here, I'm going to just paste or just make sure that I initialize node application. So I can use npm-y, like that, and then I can just make sure that I npm init and then -y, then I can initialize my application. So if I do that, you'll be able to see that I have generated a new, you can see here I have generated a new package called JSON, package.json, and I'm going to have index.js just the same way we did with our backend. So like that, then here I need to change some things. So I need to change this to be having a type of module. So type here, I want the type to be module, not common.js, so that we can use import. And I think I can close this now, because I don't think we need anything right now from there. So, and then I'm going to push this up here and install some packages. So the first package that I'm going to install is Express, of course. I'm going to have Node Mailer, because that is the package that you are going to use to send emails. And another package that I'm going to have is EJS, so that we can send templated emails. And also we can have things like mongoose .env. And I think the other one that I'm going to have is I'm going to have cron, or what we are calling node cron, because this one will help us to send emails. So this is a package that actually to schedule tasks, sorry. So I'm going to install this, and in here also I need to have several things. Inside background services, we are going to have models, because remember these models here is the models that we have for our from our backend, because this is the same database that we are going to use. So we are going to have models right here. I'm going to have helpers, and helpers is where I'm going to have a reusable function, for example, send mail function. And I think we can have util, where we are going to have functionality for connecting to a database, or any other util that we can have in our this background services. So I'm going to cross everything here like that, and let me open now index.js. I'm going to start programming here now. So the first thing that I'm also going to create here is a .env file. So here I'm going to specify port number. So my port number here is 8001, because we cannot run two services in the same port. That will not work, because already we are running another service in port 8000, which is our backend, and now I'm going to run our background services in port 8001. So I'm going to need DB. So what I'm going to do right here is I'm going to copy DB. So let me just come here, and because we are connecting to the same DB, and I'm going to show you that. So I'm going to copy this like that. This is our MongoDB, and I'll place it here like that. And this is because if you check in our system that we built here, you can see our backend and our background services, they are connected to the same database here. They are sharing the same database. That's why you can see we have actually copied now the database. We have copied the database from our from our backend, that is. So I'm going to close this, and I'm going to open this index.js. I'm going to add here to import Express, and we are going to import Express from Express. I'm going to create a function here, or an app. Sorry, I'm going to create an app from Express like that. I'm going also to import here .env. So import .env, and this one is from the package .env. .env, and then the other thing that I need to do is to config. So .env.config like that. And then now what I'm going to do is I'm going to have app.reason. So here I'm going to have a process.env, or I can just create a port up here. So let's have a port first of all. So const port, and this one will be from process, will be process.env, and then .port like that. And here I can specify now the port. So the port and callback function. So we have callback function here. So console.log, and here I'm going to say server is running on port here I cannot be able to see. So I'm going to add here the variable now of the port. So I need to see if my application is running or my background services. So I'm going to add or to use nonbound and index.js. We are running the same way we run our backend, and you can see right here server is running on port 8001, and that means that it's working fine. So here in the utils, then I need to create a db.js file, and we are going to copy everything from our backend because we are going to connect the same to our database. So here we have util here, and then we have db.js. So I'm going to copy everything like that, and then I'm going to, this is util here, so I'm going to uh, actually let me close this one here and open this here db, and then paste everything here. So it's just the same thing. So and then I'm going to cross to just call now the db here. So db connection, if I do that, so let me db connection, you can be able to see it there. I can import it and call that function. You can be able to see here we have this db connection, and because I'm using model, I need to add here .js because it will not work if I don't use .js here, since I'm using a type of Node.js called module. So if I save now, you'll be able to see server is running on port 8000 and database is connected successfully. So now that means now we are connected in the same database. So we can be able to access data using our background services from our database. So now the other thing that I want us to look at is scheduling task. So here I'm going to push this code or this part down like that, and here I can say schedule services, schedule services. So in this case, also you can think of how you set an alarm and you set it to run at any time of the day that you want. So the same works with our background services. We are going to set our alarm to be able to run after some time. So in our case, because we don't have a lot of time, we are going to set it to run after maybe a second so that we can see the results. And also we can be able to schedule after any time that we want, any time of the day. So I'm going to come up here and open what we call node cron. So I'm going to open node cron here, and documentation. You can be able to see you need to install this. Already we have installed this package, and here you can be able to see how to use it. For example, you need to create a variable called cron and import this node cron here. After that, you can be able to schedule this using this asterisk here. The first argument is this asterisk, and this asterisk here represent different time of the day. So for example, you can see this asterisk, the first one here represent second, the other one here represent minute, the other one here represent hour, the other one day of month, and so on. And we can continue right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to import cron from node cron. So import cron, and I'm going to import it from node cron. So I had already installed this node cron module. So after that, now we can create a function here that is called run. So I'm going to have a function called, or let me just call it services. So services, I think that is appropriate, and this one will be just function, narrow function, and then inside here now we can set our how we want our services to run after how long. So if I come back, if I come here, and you can be able to see that this function here we run is running every minute 1, 2, 4, and 5. So let me check for the other one. Like for this one here, you can see this one is services is running a task every minute. So after every minute, then it will run this service. So we can copy this, and I want you to notice something. We have this 5 asterisk here, and that's why you can see it is running after every minute, because this, the fifth one here, represent a minute. But if you add another asterisk here, that means it is running after a second. So I'm going to copy this here. Let me copy that, and I'm going to paste it inside here like that. I'm going to save or format my code, and then I can call. Let me just add asterisk here, so that I want this service to run after a second, because we don't need to stay here and wait for this service to run after 1 minute. That is a lot of time that we would have been doing another thing. So here I'm going to call services function like that. And now let's see if I save this, and you'll be able to see. Actually, let me just make sure that I add here services second, then it is running after second, every second. So if I save this and push this up here, and you can see now running a task every second. You can see it is running after every second. And if we change, for example, you remove this asterisk here and then save again here, you'll be able to see that it will run after every minute, but we will not wait for that. So you can learn how to schedule tasks in our website that is called Crontab Guru. So here I'm going to just remove this console for now, and we are going to run services. So where you can practice to schedule tasks is we have a website that is called Crontab Guru, this one here, and you'll be able to see how to schedule tasks right here. So you can see these are 5 right here, and you can see for this one here is the day, this is the month, this is the day, an hour, minute, something of the sort. So for example, let's add here divide by 5 like that. You can see this one will be running every 5th minute. So let's add here, for example, 5, and you can see if I add that 5 like that, it's running at 5 minute 5 like that. Also, we can just come here and add 8. So you'll be able to see at minute 5 on the day of the month 8. So I think now you are getting hang of it. So I think here, for example, we can add and just like that. So this one will be running after every minute. So if I come here, let's say, for example, this is the day of the week. So if I say, for example, 3, you can see this service will be running every minute on Wednesday. So you can see how to schedule this. So if I add here, let's say something like this is the month, so we want it to run for example which month? I think January. So you'll be able to see that this service here will be able to run every minute on Wednesday in January, like that. So also you can specify the day of the month. So here, for example, date 15. So at every minute on day of 15 and on Wednesday in January, this service will be running. And here we can be able to add even the hour. So for the example hour here, we can say, let's say, for example, 20 past 20 past 20 on the day of a month 15 and on Wednesday in January. So you can just exercise using these services or this website here, and you'll be able to understand. So let me just close these 2 tabs here, and we can continue with our background services. So another thing that I want us to cover is to run to create a or to how to just send an email. So in this case now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a function here. I need to create a function, and this one will be after this sendMail.js, like that. And here we can be able to create a function. So I'm going to import here the node mailer. So node mailer from node mailer, and like that. So I think I had already installed node mailer, but I cannot be able to see. Oh yeah, actually it is here, node mailer. And the other thing that I want to import is .env. So .env right here, import from .env, and then here we can have import. Let's add here what you can be able to add here, import. Oh, let me just do .env config like that. And then after that, I can be able to create a function called sendMail here. So before that, let me do some things. So when you're sending an email, you want to make sure that you have app password for that email and also that email. And we are going to specify them in my .env here. So here we are going to have the email like that. And I'm going to have the password, and this is app password, not the regular password that you use to log into your email. So I'm going to come up here and I'm going to open my email. So this email, but I want to use a different email. So to send the email, so I'm going to open another email that I want to send emails using this email. So, and then here there are some things that you need to do. So for example, I need to come here and manage this. So manage this account, and I'm going to security here. So for the security here, I need first of all to make sure that I have added two-step verification. This is the first thing that you need to do to your email that you want to send email using. So here I need also to come here and search for app password. So you can see app password up there, and after that you need to add the password, your password that you use to log into your email. Then we can proceed. Let's see now here. So here you can see I had created already another password here for my other application that is called Bridge. So here I want to actually delete some of them, or I can just add here. So my application here is called Beauty Breeze, like that, and I can click here on create. So if I do that, you can be able to create this password here, and this password is now a password for my email. So I'm going to copy this and click on done. Here I'm going to specify this like that, and remove the spaces that I have here. So remember to remove these spaces. So this is the app password that we need. So another thing that we need is we need to come up here and copy now the email. So I know the email, so this one is taking a lot of time. So let me just leave it like that. So I'm going to specify my email because already I know the email that I'm going to use. This is more alok mondala 199 at gmail.com. So this is one of my emails. So I'm going to add it in my .env, and now inside now this send mail here we can proceed. So first of all, let me create what we called a transporter. So let's create a function called create transporter like that, and this one is a function that will take in the configurations, which we are going to call config, and after that inside here we need to create transporter and return that transporter. So transporter like that, and this one we are going to create it from node mailer and create transporter. So create transporter function here, and we need to make sure that we pass in the config. So after that, now we can return. This one is just to create transporter and return it. So return transporter like that, and I'm going to format my code. Let me format this code. I don't want a lot of that space. So here I need to create my configurations that I'm going to pass in this function. So my configurations here, I'm going to have them in my object. So configurations here, this is just the normal configuration. For example, the service that we are going to use, I'm going to use a service for Gmail right here. So you need to follow every step that I do right here. So the host here, need to specify the host. For this case, I'm going to use smtp.gmail and then .com. And another thing that I'm going to have here is the port. So the port that I'm going to use is 587. And also I can use require TLS. So require TLS here, TLS, which we should be true. And then now the other thing that we need to have is another object here, and this object is called Auth. And in my Auth here, I need to specify email or user. First of all, the user is my email. So this one I'm going to say process.env and then .email. So remember the email that we have specified in our password. In our .env, sorry. So here I need to specify the pass, or which is my password. So this one is process.env and then dot password. Let me check if it is like that. So yeah, password. So after that, I think now we have our configurations. So let me create now the reusable function. So here we are going to have my arrow function called send mail, and after that this one we are going to have as a sync like that, and here we are going to be able to export this. So export the default, and we are going to export this send mail. We are going to export default send mail here. So now the other thing that I'm going to do in here is I'm going to have a transporter, and this one we are going to say await, and we are going to create transporter and configuration. We are going to pass in the configurations. So we need to pass in configurations here. So configurations like that, and here we need to now call this function create transporter here and pass in the configurations. So configurations, actually this one is this is message options, not configurations. Sorry for that. So message option, and here you are going to pass in now the configurations. So now after that we are going to wait and verify. So let's verify. So you can see this configuration, we have passed in them here, and then now we are going to call transporter, and then the transporter we are going to verify our transporter like that. So we are going to verify after let me add here await. So that means we need to have a sync, of which I have added right here. So here, and then you can see we are verifying after we pass in the configurations. Now it will be going and checking if these are correct, and then after that, now after it has verified this, now we can send email. So we are going to have to use transporter again, but in our transporter now we have a function that is called send mail, like that, and then here we need to pass in now the message option, like that we pass in this send mail function here. And then when we pass these message options, then we can have either the error or we can have the info here, like that. So the info is just the ID of it's just the ID, include the ID of the email that has been sent, because every email that is being sent has a unique ID. So this is just like a callback function. So I'm going to say if error. So if we have error, then I want to console log that error. So I'm going to console.log error, and if else we don't, or I can just come here and console log the info.response. So yeah, I'm going to console log here info. So my info.response. So like that. Yeah, so this response is just an ID of the email that has been sent. So when it console log this ID here, you know that email has been sent. So like that, I think there's nothing. I think now that's okay now. So we don't, I don't think there's any other thing that we need to do right here. So I have created this send mail here, and we are going to start using it in the other videos. So I'm going to close this part here. So let me close this file and these files here. Let me check if my background services is still running smoothly. So let me come here. Yeah, still running here. And also let me close this. So for this one, I want to check for index.js here, and my schedule task here is already or is still working. So everything is okay now. What we are going to do is let's push our code to my GitHub. So git branch, and right now we are in this branch called B service, and because we know that, I'm going to just add the changes that we have done, and then I'm going to commit. Here I'm going to say I've added as background services. Say background services as schedule task, and send mail function, like that. And then I'm going to push. So git push origin, and then B services, like that. And then I can be able to enter my passphrase. So let me add it here. And then now we need to have pushed our code. If I come to my GitHub, let me open my GitHub again. So also you can be able to follow my GitHub so that you can see other projects that I have built. So I'm going to come to repo, and here we have beauty store. After that, now we are going to have a notification up here. So compare again and pull request, and also we can create pull request here. It's checking for ability to merge, and after that now we can merge and confirm merge. So that is it. I don't want also this video to be longer than this. So remember to like this video, subscribe to this YouTube channel, and don't forget to don't forget to turn on the notification bell so that you'll be notified the next time I upload a new video. See you on the other video. Have a great day. Hello and welcome back. So in today's video, we are going to continue building our application. And in the last video, we looked at our background services here. The other thing that we looked in our background services is how to schedule tasks here using Node cron. Also, we looked at how to create a reusable send mail function here. And today's video, we are going to look at the templates here. So this template here, and after that, also we are going to look at how to creating function or services, let me just say services, to send different emails. So to send different emails like that. So I think now what we can do is to just explain about email templates. So if I come here and for example let me just look at one of the emails, and when I click on this email here, this email is not like templated, because this you can see here there's nothing that is have been added in this email. This is just a plain email. So I want to show you a templated email, and one of the templated email that I can get here is this email from the room, for from the room here. So if you check for this email, you can see here we have the logo for the room, and we have some text here and this video and then button right here. So this here is a templated email, and that's why you can see the Loom company can be able to embed things like video. So this is just a HTML that has been designed like this to actually send email to send template through the emails. So what we are going to do in our case, we are going to look at the templates that I have, and this I'm not going to create template from scratch, because that is something that is very easy. It's just a HTML, and you are going to see that in a second. So I'm going to my code here, and I want to include templates in my background services here. Already I had templates that I had created from the other project. So I'm going to documents, and here I have the other video that I used to demonstrate. And inside the background services here, if you check, you can be able to see that we have different, here you can be able to see that we have different templates. So, and you can see they end with EJS. But if I open this one, so for example, I can open it using VS Code here, to be able to see that it's just, you can be able to see it's just HTML here. And this HTML is actually styled here, and then here you can be able to see that it has this is the logo here that we have added. And also you can see here we have your order has been delivered, and you see this is how we actually pass data in our template that we are sending through the email. So what I'm going to do, let me first of all I'm going to copy these templates from here. So copy them, and I'm going to paste them inside my project, and my project here is inside, it is this e-commerce beauty store here. So I'm going to copy them inside here, make the same. I'm going to add this template in the resource part of this video, and let me just go back. And now after I've done that, let's see how to pass in the data. So how to pass in the data. So you can see here also, to make sure that you can be able to display the product, you can see I'm passing in the product, but inside this template here, because this is not purely HTML, and you can see that's why we have .ejs here. Now you can see we can use a function for each here to be able to loop through every product that we are passing to this template, and be able to display things like image. You can see the title, we are doing product.quantity because we are looping here, and that's how it works. So let's look for another template. So right now I have added templates right here, and I can open, for example, this template to welcome you to the application. So for this application here, you can be able, or to this template here, you can be able to see that is actually a HTML. And the other thing that you can see here is that we have passed in like the URL of our logo. And also the other thing is you can see the name here, yeah, and also like the how you are passing the data. This is now the name, and I'm going to show you how to pass this name. And you can see the text here. I have actually added even the copyrights in this email here. So to see it on a better view, I can just copy this because I want you to understand. So I'm going to create a file. So let me try and create a file right here. So let me just create it here in my background services, and this I'm going to call it just index.html here. And after that, I'm going to paste this like that, and I want to open this here. I want to open this in a browser so that you can be able to see it. So I'm going to click that go live, and when you click on go live here, you can be able to see that how the template looks like. So here you can see it will be hello, and then here I'm going to pass the name, so it will be hello your name, and then we are ready to welcome you to our beauty bliss, your new go-to destination for all things beauty. We are here to help you discover products that match your style and elevate your beauty routine. Stay tuned for exclusive offers, beauty tips, and the latest trends directly in your inbox. If you have any question or need assistance, feel free to thank you for joining us. So you can be able to just see the overview of what what we are doing. So now I feel that I've explained more about template, and if you don't understand this template here, now you can just contact me, and or just use the Q&A question section to be able to, and I'm going to explain you about templates. So now another thing that I want to do now is to proceed. I'm going to delete this file here. Let me first of all just dispose the go live, and I'm going to delete this one here. So I'm going to delete that, and now here inside my background services, I'm going to create something that we call email service here, because, or email services, let me call it email services. And right here I'm going to actually have a first services, our first service, which we are going to call send welcome. So send welcome email .js, like that. And inside here now we are going to create a service that is going to send emails that to welcome the user in our application. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to import EJS, because we are going to use EJS to be able to template our email. So let me import EJS like that. And the other thing that I'm going to import right here is .env. So import .env from .env. So from .env right here. Another thing that I'm going to import now is remember the send mail function, the reusable. So send mail function. This is from, let me see if actually I added the export, so that we are going to be able to import it here. So actually I exported it, so export default. So I can be able to come up here, and we are going to go one folder up, and then we are going to help us. So this help us, and we are going to include this sendmail.js right here, and to actually take to be able to import that function. The other thing that I'm going to import here is user, and we are going to get user from the models. So remember we included models right here. You can be able to see these models, and actually I didn't add this model, so we are going to add those models. So let me do that first. First of all, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy this, and I think I can be able, let me just, to make my work easier, I'm going to delete these models here, and because they are same as the ones for the backend, I'm going to copy them. So let me just come here to my application here, and you can see here we have models inside our backend. So I'm going to copy them, and I'm going to add them here in my background services. So paste it here, And if I go back here, you'd be able to see now these models here have been added because they are just the same. And here I'm going to go to the models. So models. Another thing is I'm going to add the user.js here. So we are going to import now the user right here, and let's come here and now create the function. So before that, I want to use .env.config like that. And the other thing is I can create a function. So the function here is we are going to have send welcome email. So send welcome email or mail, whatever. Let me just call it email to be consistent. So here I'm going to create now the arrow function like here, and then I'm going to add async here because this one will be a sync function. And now this will be a very simple thing. So first thing that we want to do is to fetch all the users that has a status of 0 in our database. So I'm going to say const users and then await. So I'm going to just say await. I'm going to say user and find by ID, and find by ID, actually not find by ID, it's just find, sorry for that. And what do we want to take? We want to just select all the users that has a status of 0, and that means that the user has been created in the database, but the email have not been sent to them. So that is the meaning of status 0. They have been created to the database, but email have not been sent to them. So this service will be checking for that user, for users that has a status of 0. And then after, if the user is present, or if the users are there, so I'm going to do users.length here to check if these users that has status of 0, if it's greater than 0, then we need to just send the email. So here we can find that user is 1, we can find users are 2. So what we are going to do is to loop. So I'm going to use for here and use let. So let user of users here like that. So that is how we are going to loop. And here I'm going to just say ejs.render file. So this one we are going now to template my emails before we send it. So inside here now, in this function called render file, the first thing that we need to do is to specify the template that you are going to use to send our email. So the first, our template is inside the templates, and the template is called welcome.ejs. So welcome.ejs, and you can be able to see it inside this template here. This is the template that we are using. And after that, now we are going to pass another the data that we are going to pass to this template here. So let me open this template here. We are going to pass in the name here. So this is the data that we are going to pass in here. So I'm going to add here the name, and this one will be from the user.name. So here you can see that we are actually getting, when you are looping, you are getting every user. So then we need to pass the user.name here. So the other thing is now the callback function, and this callback function here is it will either have the error or data. So let me just add here the callback function here. So let me just add it here like that. So inside here now we can have either the error or the data. So what we are going to do here now, let's create a message options. So message options like that, and here we are going to have this as an object, and this object will have from which email that you are going to send. So from which email that you are going to send the email. So I'm going to use the email here this email here from our .env, and also we are going to have to which email that we are sending this template and the data. So we are going to send to user.email right here, and also we can include subject. So let's have a subject here. So for the subject, this one we are going to have a subject which is welcome to Beauty Breeze. So welcome to Beauty Breeze, like that. And another thing is here we are going to add HTML and then have the data. So you can be able to see that here, this is the data. So after we have templated our email and everything is successful, then we are going to have the data. So after that, now we can try to send our email. So I'm going to come here and say try. So this one will be try catch, like that. So here we need to send the email. So I'm going to just say await and then send mail. So you can be able to see the send mail here, and for the send mail we need to pass in the message options. So I explained in the other video, so if you haven't watched the other video, kindly go back to be able to understand what is this message options here. So here you can see we have error, so we need to add a sync here so that it will be a synchronous function. And if it is successfully sent the email, then we need to update the user. So I'm going to say await, and then we are going to have user here. So dot find by id, find by id and update. And then here we need to pass in the user ID. So user ID, it will be user underscore ID. And then here we are going to set now. So I'm going to use set here. And here we can be able to set the status to have a status of 1, because we don't want to keep sending emails to our user. So we need to just only send one email. So what happens is that now the next time that this service is running, then it will find that this user already has a status of 1 because they have been sent the email. So here I'm going to just console log the error, console log and then error, yeah, like that. And now you can see how simple it is for us to be able to send the email. So this function here, first of all, it takes all the users that has a status of 0, then it loops through them, and through the looping, it needs to first of all template the email using ejs.renderFile function. And you can see inside the render file, you need to pass in the template. And if you are passing any data, you need to specify that data. For example, for EJS here, you can be able to see that we need to pass in the name, and it should have this name here. So that's why you can see we have specified the name, and we passed in the username here. You can see the name of the user. And after that, now we either get the error or the data. So then we first of all make sure that we have these message options. So message options include from which email. So we have our email in our .env here that we created on the other video. Also for this one, to is to which email that you are sending that template and the data. And here you can see also we specified the subject. The subject here is welcome to Beauty Please here. After that, we have HTML that include the data that we have gotten after we have templated our email. After that, now we need to send that email. So to send that email, we are using this reusable send mail function, and we pass in message options that is up here. After that, we need to update the status of that user to 1, because this service here is running will be running after every second, checking for the user that has a status of 0. So that means if you don't update the status to 1, that means that user will be sent infinite number of emails, and that we don't want to do that because that also is like spamming the user. So after that, now we can call this function or the service. So first of all, let us export it. So export default like that, and then we need to export this function here, or a service. You can call it a service, and then after that we need to call in here where we have schedule services. So we need to call it here. So send welcome email, you can see it here. So before I even run this service, I want to know which user we have in our database. But I think I think we have one user, and I'm going to just save this, and my backend here will just rerun. So here you can see that we already have an error here, and I think I know where the error is coming from, and the error is coming from this. Okay, it's not this point. So let me see, module not found. So if I come back here, be able to see that it's saying that this module is not found, cannot find package crypto.js here. So what we can do is that we can just come to these models, and because this is where we are using this by crypt. So I'm going to come here to the user, and I'm going to remove this by crypt here, and these functions here that allow us to encrypt and compare the password. So I'm going to remove this function here, and also this one for matching the user passwords. So I'm going to save this, and then let us see. So it's running here, but database is connected successfully. And then let's see if it is going to send the email. So you can see here we have the ID. So this ID is for successfully sent email. So what we can do is that we can just go to the inbox of the email. So let me just open the email that I had already registered. I think here, this is the email here, and see if we are going to get the template. So it is running here. Let's us wait it opens. So, and then I think, yeah, you can see here, welcome to Beauty Please, and we can open this. You can see here that we have received this email, and this email is templated. You can see hello James, and here we are ready to welcome you to Beauty Breeze, and already you can see that that is something that we have already covered, and it's working fine. So what we are going to do is that I'm going to go back now to this part here and to the email service, and I can create another service for pending orders. So we are going to close this file here, and also this one. So inside now this part here for the email service, we are going to create another service, and this service, we are going to call this service send pending order email .js, like that. And here we can be able to create now the function to do that. So here, this function here, we will be able to send, like if we have created an order, or we have ordered some products successfully, that means that that order has been saved in our database. Then it means that we are going to receive an email that is telling us that the order has been received, and it will be processed in a few days, and then being sent to us. So I'm going to actually make sure that I copy these imports here, because we are going to use these imports here like that, and because I want to save time. So let me come here and paste them here. But for this part here, I need to have order, not user. Here we are going to access orders from the database. So this one here will be just order, like that. So now let's create a function that will be able to send here. that is going to send that email. So I'm going to call this send pending order email, like that, so that it should be making sense. So after that, we can be able to create that callback as that arrow function, and then here I can say export default, and then I'm going to export this function send pending order email. And inside here now, we can be able to first of all fetch the orders that has a status of 0, because that means that those orders have been successfully created in the database, but the user have not received any email. So I'm going to just say await, and then I'm going to say order dot find, and after that we can be able to have status. Let's have a status here. So that is the status 0, and here you can see we have errors. That's because we need to add a sync here. So after that, now we have fetched all the orders that have been newly created in our database, and users have not received the email. So after that, already the next step is to check if we have orders, so that we don't try, because we need to make sure that whenever we are trying to send email, already we have orders that has a status of 0. So first is to check if orders.length here is greater than 0. That means we have those orders. Then what we are going to do from here is to loop now. So I'm going to do for. So I'm going to say let order of orders, like that. Then we can loop here. So let order of orders, and then here we need to just use ejs dot render file. So dot render file, like that. And then after that, we can be able to pass in the template that you are going to use. So I'm going to pass in here the template. So from my templates, I'm going to pass in the template for called pending order.ejs. You can be able to see it here. Let me just show you. Here in my template, you can see pending order.ejs. So this is that we are going to pass, and I can be able to open it so that you can see how it looks. So you can see here, first of all, the title is pending order notification, and down here you can be able to see that we need to first of all we are going to pass in the name here, and also we are going to pass in the orders here, and it is going to loop through the orders and display the information like product title, product price, and also even the image. Here you can see we have the image here and the title. So that is what we are going to do. So here, first thing is we have specified the template. The other thing that you are going to do is to actually add here the data that you are going to pass. So we are going to have to pass the name of the person who ordered those products, and then here this one is you are going to get from order.name right here. Another thing that you are going to have is we are going to have products. So products, and the products here we are going to get them from order.products. And don't worry, we are going to create for our front end, and you'll be able to understand this product here, how we create these products for orders. And then after that, now we are going to have a callback function. So we are going to have this callback function. The first thing here is error and data. So another thing is inside here now we can be able to have the message options. So I'm going to open now. Inside here I'm going to copy message options because they look almost the same. So I'm going to copy that and paste it here, and we are going to get we are going to get our email from .env that you are using to send the email, and also the email that you are going to send to this email is from order.email, and here we can specify the subject of that email. So in my case here, the subject will be your order. Your order has been placed like that. And then here you can see we have HTML, and HTML here is the data. So we actually now try and send we are going to try here to send now the email. So try catch. First thing that I do here is await. We call the send mail function, and we pass in the message options. So message options like that. Here you can see await has an error, so we are going to say async. And after that, then we are going to actually now be able to update now the order from status of 0 to a status of let's say status of 1. So I'm going to come here and copy this actually, because it will be almost the same. So let me add this line of code here. This one I'm going to change to order like that, and also this one is order ID like that. And then now after the message is after the email has been sent successfully, then we are going to update our order to have a status of 1. So after that, now we can console log here, console log, and then we are going to pass in the error here. After that, we can be able to format our code. So you can see how our code look like. And after that, now we can call this function inside here. So send pending order. So you can see send pending order email, and we can call that function. We can call this function here. So these functions here are being called after every second, but also you can create different services. For example, you can have a service that is running after 10 minutes and then enter this function inside there if that is what you want. So I think now you can be able to understand how we are creating our background services. And I think now this video is longer enough. I don't want to run it more than this, or we are going to continue in the other video. So if you haven't subscribed to my YouTube channel, kindly subscribe and also like this video so that it may reach other people who are learning how to code. And also don't forget to turn on the notification bell. So see you on the next video. Have a great day. Hello guys, and welcome back. So in today's video, we are going to continue building our background services here, and we are going to finish off with creating services for delivered products, and also we are going to look at promotional email. So before that, I want us to push our code to our GitHub, because remember, we are still pushing our code, and we have already made some changes that we have not pushed to our GitHub. So I'm going to come here to the terminal. Already you can see I have opened this project, and the first command that I'm going to look at is a git branch. And you can see right now, because we are working on background services, you can see we are on this branch that is called B services or background services. So what I'm going to do right here is I'm going to just add the code that we added in previous video, and then let us commit. And in this case, I'm going to add that I have added email services. And then I want to push this email. I want to push now this. So git push origin. And because right now we are working on background services branch, or the B service branch, I'm going to push this. So let us see. So git push origin, and then here you can see services. So I'm going to add my passphrase, and then I'm going to push this now. Let's see. So now you can see now we have pushed my code, and I'm going to come here to my GitHub. and after that you'll be able to see that we need to have a notification for pull request. So I'm going to open this repos, go to beauty store, and after that now already we need to see here notification, which is this one: these services had recent pushes 21 seconds ago. So I'm going to compare and pull request, and you can see the code that we have added here. And after that now is checking to for ability to merge automatically, and then I can merge it to request and confirm merge. So this is a step that we have done several times, and now you have already known what to do. So now after that I want to do something else, some simple changes, and this one here I need to add not a server but background services, because I want to differentiate the server for my backend and my server for background services. So background services right here is running on port, and then that is it. So I have done those changes, and now the other thing that I want to do is to create a service right here. So the service that I'm going to write here or to add here is send delivered. So send delivered email, I think, yeah, I said delivered order email. I think it can be just like that. Send delivered. I think I can just add email here so that it makes sense. And this one is not caps. So actually it has already been created, and let me rename it. So created order. So I'm going to have a service called send delivered order email, and then .js like that. And this one here I'm going to copy the what we did from this send pending order email here service. So I'm going to just copy everything here, and I'm going to paste it here because they will almost be like a similar service. But what we are going to do right here is that we are going to change things like the order status, because the status that we are looking here is status of 2, and I'm going to explain how. So this is, we are going to get the order 2 here, and also here I'm going to change the template. So for this one I'm going to use a template called delivered order. So I have a delivered order template, delivered order like that .ejs, and you can be able to see it here in my templates. So it is this delivered order.ejs. So after that now I need to also update. So here also I need to change the subject of the email, and here I can say that something like your order has been delivered, your order has been delivered like that. You can write any message that you want. You can say thank you for your order has been delivered. And also here I want to update now. I want to update the order now from the status of 2 to status of 3 like that. So I think that here makes sense now. And I think also I need to change this from send pending order to sending delivered order email. So I'm going to just now make sure that I change this delivered here from pending to delivered like that, from send in delivered order email like that. So I can also make sure that I add this service here. So I can call this service here to send delivered order email like that. And right now, because we don't have any orders, it will not send any email. We are going to test that in another video. So now I wanted to explain what I mean by delivered these orders having a status of 2, and also also making sure that we have changed the status to 3. So what happened is that, let me come here. So when you create a new order, so a new order will have new order will be created. By default, it will have a status of 0, then because there is a background services here that is called send pending order email. Here you can see here it is checking for orders that has a status of 0. So what will happen is that it will run through, and what it will do is that after it send the email, so let me just expand this here. I think here it's okay. So it will convert here. It will have to convert. I think I can have another space here. I think this one is a very small space for me to work in, or I can just work in here. So what it will do is that it will convert the status from, so let me use the small letters. So here it will convert the status of 0 to status of 1. So it will have a status of 1, and you can see here it is able to update to status of 1. Then after the order has been delivered, the admin will change the status from status of 1 to a status of 2. So like that. So you can see we are changing the status of 1 to status of 2 here. So because there is a service that is keep checking for a status of 2, so this delivered order service, then you can see it is checking for orders that has a status of 2. Then it will just send the email to the person who have ordered those products, and then what it will do here is to update that status to 3. So then here we are going to add another thing. So here we are going to have a status. So a status being updated to status of 3, like that. So you can see how the system is working. So I think this one I can just leave it here, so that you can check on your free time and you will be able to understand. So that is it. I want now to continue to create another service, and this service is for actually sending promotional emails, and also so that we can be able to get more clients and advertise the product that we have in our system directly to our customers. So I'm going to just close these two services here, and I'm going to email in this folder called email services, and here I can be able to create this one. We are going to call it, so this service we are going to call it, let me call it send promotion email.js, like that. So this, we are going to have this service here, and I'm going to explain a little bit of what these services will do. So this service, what it will do is that it will run at a specific time. So for example, we can come here to the index, and I can create another service right here. So I can copy this, and let's say this service that you are creating, we want this service to run once in a month. So this one I can call it maybe promotion service, and here I can just have only one service, and this service is for sending promotion email. So promotion email, and I can call it down here. So this one will be promotion here service, or this function here that schedule a task. So you can see here it is for scheduling the task, and right now, because this will run after every second, I want this promotional email here, or this promotional service here, to run maybe once in a week or once in a month. So we can actually do that using Cron Tab Guru. So I can come here and see how to create that. So for the Cron Tab Guru, if I open here and for example, let me add another asterisk here. So let me have another asterisk right there. And what I can do in here, because you can see this is the day of the week, I can just maybe say something like 5, and you can see there's nothing that is happening. So I think I can just say, if I add like that, this will be like 3 seconds here. So I can just remove this asterisk, and for example, I can add like 5 here, and you can see this one will run at every minute on Friday, and I don't want that. I just want it to run maybe at maybe once in a month, maybe a Friday or something of the sort. So here I can just add, for example, something you can say at every minute on Friday. So every Friday it will be running after every minute, and I don't want that. So here I can just add, for example, the hour that I want it to run. I can just say something like 5, so past 5 on Friday, or and then here I can specify even the minute that I want it to run. So I can just add here like 30, like that. So you can see at 5:30 on Friday. So that means that this service will run at 5:30 every Friday, that is. So I think this makes sense, because every Friday this system will be able to run, or this background services will be able to run. So I'm going to copy this, and I can be able to come here and paste it right here. Let me paste this one here for the promotional. So you can see for promotional it will only run on Friday at 5:30. So every Friday 5:30 this service will be able to run. So now after that I can be able to also make sure that I create this service so that I call it here. So what I'm going to do also is that I'm going to copy, because it will be almost similar. So I'm going to copy here everything, and I think, or let me actually just build in from scratch so that you can understand, because this one will be a bit different. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here, because these are things that we are going to need. So after that, I'm going also to import user. So right here we also need to import the user. So import user from, now the models, we have models, and this one will be user model.js, like that. So here I'm going to create a function, and this function here will be, let me create as an arrow function. So send promotion email, like that, and we are going to export it by default because it's the only function here. So export default, and then send promotional email, like that. So inside here now we can work on this functionality. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to fetch my users. So I'm going to fetch all the users that I have in my database. So I'm going to say await, and also I'm going to add user.find. Now this is to find all the users that we have in our database, because we want to send all of them the email. So async here because of this await. And here also I'm going to fetch products. So fetch products, let me just get the products. So products here, and you'll see for the product here it will be different. So I don't need to have order here, I have to have product model. So product model, and this one will be from product. So product model.js. So here I'm going to have now product. So you can see product, and we can be able to use now a function that is called aggregate, because we cannot send every product that we have in our database to our users. So I'm going to select at least 5 products randomly, and using aggregate we can do that. So I'm going to call that function, and this is a function by MongoDB. And then this one we are going to have like options, and that's why we have added array. So here we are going to have, for example, option called sample. So here for the sample, this is where I'm going to specify the size of the sample that I need. So I'm going to have to need a size of 5. So like that. So now this one will be able to go to the database, and it will sample 5 products. So those products now will be set here. And after that, now we can be able to we are going to send the email. So I'm going first of all to try, and what we can do is that I'm going to just loop. So for, and then let's have this here. So here we are going to have let products or users, sorry. So this one will be users. So that's user of users. So now these are the users that we have in our database, and then after that we can be able to loop through them and send the email. So here I'm going to call EJS, and remember we use render file. So here I think I can just copy from the other services, because this one will be almost be the same. So I'm going to copy from here and up to, let's say, here. So copy that, and we are going to add it here. And I think I'm going to have a problem here. So I think, I don't know, that's why I think here I didn't add, we don't have, I have not copied everything as it should. So let me just copy it again here. So it should be up to here. So that's where I made the mistake. So I'm going to copy it, all of it like that, and then I'm going to paste it here, and I'm going to format first of all my code. And then now you can see here, first thing is we select the template that we want to use, and in this case we are going to use a template that is called promotional EJS. So promotion EJS. And after that, now we need to, what we are going to pass here is just product. So because this one we are going to just pass in just products, so I'm going to just add here products, and here you can just add products, because this is the data that our template accepts or is able to interpret, because we are passing this product that we have, and then it will loop through them and display them in an email. So but you can just use products like that. And the other thing is also we need to change here. For example, we need to change this one here to user.email, and also for our subject here, I can just say something like products, your weekly product, your weekly products, like that. So that is the subject of our email. And then after that, what we can do is we don't have to update anything like that. We are not going to update anything, and then it will be able to send now this email. So after it is sent, then it will wait until the next Friday at 5:30, and then be able to send that email again. So for this one, I think, let me check here for it is promotional email EJS template. Yeah, you can see here, and if I can actually show you here what this template accept. So you need to scroll down here, and you can see we are only accepting products here. So these products here, you are going to loop through them and display them using this HTML here, and this is our template. So I actually demonstrated this in the very first video of this series of this series of videos for this project, so you can go back and watch the demos video so that you can be able to understand. So now I think that's all that I wanted to have here. So I can come to index here and then call that a service. So I'm going to call the send promotion email here, and now this one will be running at 5:30 on every Friday, and that's when we are going to send promotional emails that will have a template that is showing products. So that is it I wanted to do right here. Another thing that I wanted to do is to push my code also. So git push, or let me add first of all. So git push add, and then I'm going to commit here. And for this comment, I'm going to say finish working on finished working on background services. I'll just call them B services. And after that, I can be able to push my code origin, and then here I can just push now the B services like that. Let me push it. So I'm going to add passphrase like that. And now from the next video, we are going to start looking at our front end. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create another branch. So git branch, and here is front end. I'm going to have to call it front end, and then if I do git branch right here, you can be able to see that we have this branch called front end, but here we are working already on B services, and that's why you can see it is highlighted using green. So I want to switch to front end. So I'm going to do git checkout, and then I'm going to specify the branch, which is front end like that. So when I do git branch again, you can be able to see now we are on this branch that is called front end. So that is it. I don't want this video to be longer than this, and also I want you to remember to like this video and also subscribe to this YouTube channel, and also turn on the notification bell so that you'll be notified the next time I upload a new video. Have a great day. See you on the next video. Hello and welcome back. So today we are going to continue building our application right here. And in other videos, we have already created our backend right here. We have already connected with database, and also we created background services here, which we connected to the same database as you can see in this diagram. So now in the last video, we completed working on our background services, and now we are going to proceed and start looking at other places. For example, now we are going to start looking at our front end. So I'm going to take this line here and cancel this part that we are calling front end here. And if you can check here, you can see this is the front end, and this is the part that user will be able to interact with and be able to see. So first of all, we started with other areas where user doesn't see and interact with without knowing. And now we are going to start now working on our front end, and then we are going to proceed to the admin side here. So if you haven't watched the other videos, kindly go back and watch the other videos so that you'll be able to understand what you are going to do from here. So now what we are going to do is now to install React, because we are using React on our front end right here. And with our React, we are not going to install React using create React app, because that it takes a lot of time and it is not the optimal way of doing things. But we are going to use a tool that is called Vite, and you can come here and look for Vite and learn more about Vite. So I'm going to look for Vite here, and you will be able to see Vite is very, very good when it comes to be able to run and React application, and also be able to build the React application. So I can still come here, and then you'll be able to see why Vite, and you can see the problem that Vite is solving here. So you can see before ES modules were available in browsers, developers had no native mechanisms for authoring JavaScript in a modularized fashion. This is why we are familiar with concept of bundling, using tools that crawl, process, and concatenate our source modules into files that can run into browser over time. So you can learn about all these things, and this will help you to run your application faster, React application faster, and also be able to build. So I'm not going to go deeper into this because this is something that you can go through on your free time. So I'm going to close this documentation, and I'm going to show you another documentation on how to install React using Vite and also configure Tailwind CSS, because we are going to use Tailwind CSS. So here you can see this is the documentation on how to install Tailwind CSS with Vite and React. So here you can be able to see this is the first command that you need to run. This one, create a Vite and retest my project. So this is the name of the project. So if I come here to my VS Code, you'll be able, let me clear everything first of all. And here you'll be able to see that I actually run this command here. So this is the first command that I ran here. But you can see for my case, I didn't add my project name here because I wanted my project to be called frontend here. So I just added dot here rather than my app. So another thing is you can see after that, that's why I didn't cd into my project, because already I'm in the project that I want to my project to be. So don't cd into any project or anything. Just you can just go like me, just create a frontend folder if you haven't, and then you can navigate to that folder using cd frontend, and then you can follow my steps here. So another thing that I did now, I installed Tailwind CSS here, and if you check here, you'll be able to see the command, the command that I ran as a second command. Also, I created or ran this also one for the Tailwind here, this one for initializing Tailwind in my application, of which this is the command here. And then the other thing after that is to be able to open this tailwind.config.js file, and that is here. Let me show you. So this one, tailwind.config.js, and what you need to do here is that you'll find that this content here will be having just an empty array here. So you need to just add to these two lines of code here as indicated in this documentation right here. So another thing also, you need to open index.css, and you need to add these 3 lines of code up on at the top. So I'm going to show you. So after that, then you need to open your index.css, this one here, and you can see I added these 3 lines of code here. So these are just configuring Tailwind CSS in our application, and then after that you can be able to see now you can run that application now. So I've not run the application, so I'm going to run the application with you guys. So I'm going to just add npm run dev like that, and then here let's see how it will run. So you can see, because I already have application that is running on port 5173. Now this application here will be able to run on this port 5174. That is the next port. So I'm going to open here like that application, and you can see this is a Vite plus React here. So I'm going to just make sure that is just adjacent to this other application that we already had built. So I'm going to close also this many tabs here and also this documentation. So I have my project that is completed. I have now the front end here that you are going to start creating, and I have this one that demonstrates how our application is working. So this is now easy. First of all, the first thing that I need to change here is this title. I don't want it to be Vite plus React. I want it to be Beauty Breeze. So I'm going to come up here and let me see in index.html right here. I'm going to change this to be Beauty Breeze. So let's see. so beauty breeze. And also I don't want to have this icon here. If you have your icon, you can create a icon here and add it as CFG. So I don't want to have this icon, and this icon is the one that you can see here, this one, and you can see the title already has changed. So I'm going to just remove this icon like that. And if I save now, you'll be able to see we don't have the icon right now, but you can add your icon. And now the other thing that I want to do is I want to remove every styling and also this boilerplate code here. So first thing, if you come to this app.js, app.jsx, so you can see this is where the actually the boilerplate is, this code that is being displayed here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove everything inside here like that. Also, I'm going to remove this state and also everything that is here. So like that. So if I save this and come back here, you'll be able to see that we have a blank. We have this just a blank application, but also I want us to remove the black background. So I'm going to format also this, and let's come to the index.css here, and I'm going to remove this like for example this background color that is black. And if I save that, and you'd be able to see that, let me just remove everything that is inside here. And actually let me just first of all remove this styling here, so like that. So let's see what will change right here in our application. So nothing. So I'm going to remove every styling that we have here. So I'm going to just be left, or we can just leave this like font family here, line height, I think, font weight, I think what I'm going to remove here is just this other styling here like that. And I think we should have a blank just a blank application that doesn't have a dark background. So I'm going to just save this, and if I come back here, let us reload, and I can see still it's have a dark color. So let me see where the dark color is coming from. So I'm going to go to main.js here, and I'm going to remove this index.css. Let me first of all remove it, and let's see. Yeah, you can see, I think now the dark color is inside that. We have the dark color in that index.css here, and I don't know why, because I cannot be able to see that dark color, like dark, was this light dark here. So yeah, but on, well, let me just remove this part here and see. If I remove this and then I just reload, you can see here, yeah, we have now this blank application here that doesn't have anything. Or let's just add the text. So I'm going to just close this, and also here I want to just close these many other tabs, so that we just be left with what this app here. So here I'm going to add, for example, h1 heading to just test if my application is working. So test, and let's see. So if I just create a test here, and you can see right here we have the test. You can see this test. So I want to know if my tailwind is working. So I'm going to just use class name here, and I don't know why it is just adding things. So here we have a class name, and here I can just say, for example, text and to Excel. And if I do that, come back here, you can see that this text has become bigger. That's because we have added our font size here, and you can just hover over it and you can see the font size that you have added in plain CSS. So now I think that's what I wanted to show right here, how to initialize that application. And now inside this SRC here, folder, I'm going to have pages. So let me create pages folder, and also I'm going to have something like components. So this where we are going to have components. I think I have spelled it right. So now I want to have like to start with a page that is called home page here. So you can see this is our home page. This is the root page that user will land in, or just like a landing page where user can be able to see some things in this home page here. So I'm going to create that. So inside our pages here, I'm going to have a home page. So home, you can call just home or just home page. I'm just going to call it home. And here I can use a shortcut RFCE. And this one here, we are going to have, we can be able to use that to be able to create a component. So I'm going to remove everything here. And now, because I want it to be displayed on app.jsx here, I'm going to just import it here. So I want at least my return here to be covered using this bracket here. And let me just format my code. So inside here now, I think this one we can have it as div rather than fragment. So inside here now, I can call my home page. So home, and you can see here we have auto completion. So I'm going to just import it like that. You can be able to see it here. It has been imported. And right here, you can see now we are displaying our home. So now this application is just okay. But if you check here, you'll be able to see, let me show you. So if you check here, you can be able to see that this application have several pages. For example, you can come up here to basket, and you can see this is a different page here. And also something else that I need you to notice is that our navbar here is just here, and also our footer doesn't change. We are just having the footer and the navbar in every page. So if I go to, for example, my account here, you can be able to see that this is a different page here, and we need to create a multi-page application. So what we are going to do right here is, first of all, install what we call React Router DOM, because that is the package or the library that will help us to create a multi-page. So I'm going to cd into frontend. You just go with me here and do on your side. So I'm going to just say npm install, and then here we can just say React router DOM like that. So install this package here, and I'm going to show you how to use this package here to be able to create a page, just application that has different pages. So it is still installing here like that. So after that, now I'm going to create some pages, and also I'm going to create some components. So for example, I'm going to have another page that is called my account. So let me just have it, let me call it my account.jsx. Here I'm going to have it as RFCE, and here I'm going to remove the React, and here we are going to close this first also. And also I'm going to have another page here, and I'm creating this multiple page here because I want you to notice something. So I'm going to have a cat.jsx here, and I can just have RFCE, and then I'm going to just remove that. So I want to save on that, and because we have 3 pages here, I want us to also inside here have a components. For example, we are going to have navbar.jsx, and let's have it as a component. Use this RFCE. And if you're wondering how I'm using RFCE to be able to create component, you can install a package that is called ES7. React Redux. I'm going to show you in a second. So here also I need to have a footer.jsx like that, and I'm going to add RFCE here. So and create now that as a component. So I want to just close these pages here because I want us to have a clean space where we can work in. So now we have pages and we have component. So I wanted before that to show you the plugin that you or the extension that you need to install so that you can be able to use that shortcut RFCE. So you need to come here to VS Code if you're using VS Code and look for ES7 here. If you'll be able to see this React or this ES7 React Redux and whatever. I don't know why mine, oh actually it's this one here. Yeah, you can see this ES7 plus React Redux React Native. So if you install this, you'll be able to use that shortcut and you'll be able to create component in an easier using that shortcut. So now I think we have now multiple pages. So what I'm going to do right here is I'm going to just show you how to create a application that has a multi-page. So I'm going to first of all import, and we are going to import several things from React Router DOM. So React Router DOM here. So if you don't know how to create a multi-page using React, you can just follow me and then you just code after that. So here we are going to install we are going to import what is called React Provider. Also, we are going to have create browser, and another thing that we are going to have is outlet, but that will come, we are going to use it later. So we have these three, but let me first of all just leave router, and we can just concentrate with this two so that you don't get confused. So the first thing that you need to create is what we are calling router. So I'm going to have a variable called router here, and we can have create browser router like that. And inside this one, this is a function that accepts an array of now the different pages, and it accepts them in an object, and an object that has a path. So the path is the route for that page. So for example, by default, we are going to have the home page as this slash here, or the root page, and also it need to have an element. So for an element here, we can be able to add element as any page. So in my element here, I'm going to have it as my home page like that. So now we can be able to add another page now, so using the same. So you can just copy this because it's just the same and paste it here. And for this one, I can just say something like cat, and here I can import my cat page. So I don't know why I cannot be able to see it here, but I can import it manually. So here I can just come and say import cat, and this cat is from now the pages, and cat, you can be able to see it here. And I want to just see if I created that page. Yes. So now the other thing that I'm going to have here is you can have another, I'm going to have another part, which is, or another page that is called my account. So my account, and for my account here, I'm going to have my account, or I called it, my account page. So my account page. So I don't know why auto completion is not working for me. So I'm going to see if I created here. Yeah, so this is my account. So I'm going to import here manually. So import my account, you can be able to see here now auto completion is working. So I import it like that. So I have specified now the pages that I'm going to have here in create browser router, and these are object. So now after you have done that, you need to come here. You are not going to return now the page, because now we have different pages, and what we are going to have now is router. We are going to return router provider, like that, and we need to specify also the router as a prop. So these are prop here, and we are going to accept router here that we have created up here. So I'm going to save that. I'm going to format my code, and I'm formatting using a plugin that is called Prettier. So you can go up here to my extension or to your VS extension and look for an extension that is called Prettier. So just Prettier, and you'll be able to see this one here. Just install it, and you'll be able to just right click and be able to format your code. So let me go back and show you now our application here. So you can see by default here, because our default page here, this slash here is home. So you can see we are displaying home. And if I go now to press like cut, now we are going to display another page here. So, and also if I go back and if I go to my account, let me see what I added here, my account. So if I go to my account, let me just add here my account. Yeah, you can see now we have my account right here. So another thing that I wanted is I wanted us to have let me just go back here. I wanted us to I'm going to show you something, because I forgot to show you something and why we have created that multi-page using this library. So I'm going to remove just cut off that I'm going to cut off like that part and just go back, show you something. So I'm going to just come back here, and if I do this, for example, you can see now we have just only created router, but we have not returned React provider, or we are not using any that library to manage our router here. So if I come back here, you'll be able to see that my application is running, and my application is running fine. But let's try and go to cart page. So if I try to go to the cart page here, you'll be able to see that it is still in the home page, in a home here. So if I try to go to another, for example, my account page, like that, you'll be able to see that is just displaying home, because this is a single page application. So let me just now return the React provider. So this is a React provider. Let me add it here now. So router provider. Oh, it's just router provider, not React, sorry. So let me add router now. And here now we have already created now our application. So it has different pages. We have added pages like home, cart, and my account. So you can continue and add many other pages right down here. So now before that, I want us to just see something here. So if you just come here, you'll be able to see that our navbar and footer are in every page. So that means if you want to go, for example, to a page like my account here, you need to have the navbar up here under footer. So I'm going to show you how to create that, so that navbar and footer will be displayed in every page. So to do that, you need to create something called layout. So let's create layout for our application. So up here, I'm going to create a layout function. So layout, and it's not a must you call it layout, but because it's layout, you need to at least be you can be able to call it layout. So in layout here, you need to return. So return layout, we are going to return how we want our layout to look like. So mine here, I'm going to use fragment, like that. And inside here is where we are going to define our layout. So first thing, let me just have it as a div, actually, rather than fragment. So I think this actually you can, let me just format. Yeah, so inside here I can just have for example, and what we are going to display. So I'm going to display navbar first of all. So I need to have navbar. I cannot be able to see navbar here, so I'm going to just import it manually. So import navbar, and navbar from, now this one is from components. So from components and then navbar, like that. So let me see if I have actually created here. Yeah, I've created it. So also I need to check if footer, actually here I misspelled, this should be footer, not footer. So let me remove 10 here, and you can save this. This one also should be just footer. Here is has a just 10. So let me remove this extra 0 here. So footer like that, and I need to just have a footer down here, so like that, and I want to import it. So let me import footer, footer from the component. So from my components, so it's component and footer, like that. Okay, now I'm going to format also my code because I'm leaving a lot of spaces. And now, because I want now the other pages to be inside here, so to show navbar at the top, footer at the bottom, and other pages right here, we are going to use something that is called outlet. So for outlet, let us call this outlet here, and we can add now this outlet here, outlet, like that. And if I save this and format it, you'll be able to see that nothing is changing. So if I go back to my home page here, you'll be able to see that nothing changes, and we are still on the, we are just have home page here. We don't have navbar at the top and footer at the bottom. So to do that, to be able to display it like that, you need to come up here, and you need to modify the, in this router here. And here I'm going to have like, we are going to display here, rather than now the element here being the page, I'm going to show the layout. So let me have the layout here, and then inside now layout you are going to have children. So a children is also array, and array this array of pages. So here we can specify now if the path here, you can specify the route. So for example, this is the home page here. We need to display it, and we are going to have element. So the element here will be home, like the page that you want to display, that is. So for the other also, for example, for this one here, we are going to have it as for example cat, and we are going to display cat here. So this is cat, and we are going to have also another page here, and this page here we are going to have is my account, and display my account here, my account, like that. So now using this, now we can be able to display navbar and footer in every page that you are going to have. So if I save that, and you can come here, you can be able to see that we have navbar, home and footer. So let's go to another page. So let me just go to the cart here. You can be able to see in the cart you have navbar, cart, and then footer. If I just go to another page, for example my account, you are going to see that we are going to also have navbar, now my account page, and then the footer. So you can see what I mean by creating that layout. So now in our application, if I check for this home page here, because we need to start now creating our application. We'll be able to see in our application also we need to have this part that we are calling announcement, or you can call it the way you want to call it. So this part here that has this simple typewriter here. So let's do that. So I'm going to create another component, and this component, in my case, let me call it just announcement. You can call it the way you want. So JSX, and let me do RFCE here. After that, I can be able to remove the importation there, and in here I need also, because now this for this announcement is also in every page, so I'm going to add it here in my layout up here. So announcement, I think, yeah, I can see it, announcement there, and I can save this. So if I do that, you'll be able to see in this we have announcement in every page also. So let's first of all create our announcement so that we'll be able to display it up here. So let's create announcement first of all. So for the announcement here, we need to create something that will be typing, and that is what we are calling typewriter. So you can see this, there are some text that are being typed here. You can see this text here. So there's a way that you can be able to create this, and we can use a package that is called React Simple Typewriter. So I'm going to look for that React Simple, and you can already see here the auto completion typewriter. I'm going to this npm, so I'm going to click it, and you'll be able to see how to use it. So you can see this simple typewriter here. You can be able to install using npm I, and then simple typewriter. So I can copy it like that and then paste it here like that. I think I have let me just first of all make sure that I can be able to install it here, and you can learn more about the documentation. For example, you see here the documentation, you just import it from React Simple Typewriter here, and then you add it here. So it has certain props that you can be able to add. For example, the type speed, the read speed, and delay duration, all these things. And here you can be able actually to see in it in action, and also they have added these optional props here, so you can just import it and then copy this and be able to display it here there. And here I think I have installed it, so I'm going to import it up here. So import, actually I can just copy. I think that would be easier. So import typewriter like that. Yeah, you need to import it in this typewriter like that, and we are going to add it inside here. So let me copy also, for example, this one for the for this example. So copy this, and we can be able to paste it here and see if it will work. So let me have it there, and you can be able to see that even we have these functions, but I'm not going to dwell on this. You can, on your free time, you can go and search more what they do. So I'm going to save my code, and if I come back to my application here, you can see we have a typewriter here. So we have this that is typing up here, but I want now to style it so that it looks like this one here. So let's now be able to style using now the Tailwind CSS. So I'm going to have my class name here, and I'm going to use different background. So here I'm going to use background color E9 here, and AC, and then D9 like that. So let's save that first of all and see. So for our application here, you can see now we have that. Another thing that I want to actually have here is text should be white like that. And also we can have the text font size. We can give it like a text of 18 pixels, and we can have also font to be of semi bold, and also we can have height of, can give a height of 30 pixels, and also we can have the item to be centered. So to center them, we can use display flex, and then I can say item center, or we can just start it here. We can start with centering them. So here we are going to have flex. We are going to have items to be center, and justify also to be center. Yeah, like that. So let's see if we have centered the text. Yeah, you can see already here now the text here has been centered. So I want to change now the text because my text here should be different. So I'm going to use here, for example, beauty breeze. So these are like array of text. So beauty breeze, and then this one I can add something like everything. This is like a promotional text. Everything on discount. Everything on discount. So let me add another text here on a discount, and I'm going to say, for example, 20%, and then I can just say 20% off, like that. I think we can save this and see how our announcement will look like. So let's see. And still here I need to reload, I think so that it displays. So you can see beauty breeze, and you can be able to see everything on discount and 20% off. Yeah, so you can be able to see it there. So we have our announcement part here. So I don't also want this video to be longer than this, so I'm going to end my video here. But before that, let us push our code. So I'm going to do git branch here first of all, and you can see we are in a front-end branch. So I'm going to add and say here, for example, I'm going to add commit, and then say that added frontend or started frontend. You can just comment what you want. So started frontend here, and I can be able to push now git push origin, and now I want to just be able to push frontend branch. So let me add my passphrase. So my passphrase, and then the other thing is I can be able to push now the code. So the code has been pushed. If I come back here and be able to open now the my repo and see if we have what we are calling maybe let me show you the pull request. So if I open this one here, already you know you need to have a notification here. So you can see frontend has been pushed 24 seconds ago. So I can be able to compare and pull request. So compare and pull request here, like that. And the other thing is it will be checking for ability to merge automatically. And after that, we can merge pull request and confirm merge. And I think now after that is okay. So that is it. I think you have learned something today. So another thing is that don't forget to like this video, and also you can be able to subscribe to this YouTube channel and turn on the notification bell so that you'll be notified the next time I upload a new video. Have a great day. See you on the next video. Hello and welcome back. So in today's video, we are going to continue building our homepage here. I also in the other video created the announcement component right here, and you can see we actually added typewriter. So in today's video, we are going to continue building our front end here, and we are going to continue building other components like navbar. We have the banner component here, and we have slider, and then we're going to continue with the products page and the footer. So let us go here to our diagram, and I'm going to indicate that. So I'm going to take the text here, and I can indicate here that we are number 3 part of this project, which is our front end. And I can indicate here also that I'm building homepage. So building homepage. So let me add it here like that. So then again, now we can come here to our code, and we can continue building. Now we have our component here that is a navbar, and we need to create it here. So I'm going to close this app.jsx, so I can also close this backend here, so that we can have a space where we can work on. So here is my navbar. So I'm going to push also this down here. So now here we need to look at how our navbar looks like. So you can see here in our navbar, we have the logo, we have our search bar, and we have our cat, and we have this part here that displays the person's name. And if you log out of the application, it will just display login. So you can be able to see that when you log out, this is a login here. So let's continue, and I'm going to copy some images from the previous project, so that it will save some time, and you can get those images in the description or resource part of this video. So let me just make sure that I copy those images. So I'm going to navigate to my other project, which is a full stack beauty store app here. Then they are in the front end public here. So I'm going to copy all of them, and then I'm going to paste them inside the new project, which we are calling e-commerce here in our documents. So let me open, and then it is in front end and public here. So let me copy them. Okay, so I need to replace that. So now after that, now we can proceed here, and the first thing that I need to do here is need to create a container here, and let me style it using Tailwind CSS. So the first thing that we need to have is we need to have all things in the navbar to be on horizontal line, and we are going to add as a flex. And then we are going to have item center. That means that they will be on the same line. The other thing is that we need to give them evenly space. So I'm going to add justify between. And also we are going to give a height of 100 pixels for the navbar. And we are going to just give a white background, but that is not actually a must. Here we are going to give it just a shadow. So shadow MD, and then I'm going to give it a padding of horizontal of 6 here, like that. So if I do that, right now you cannot be able to see any changes right here. Only this part here that we are calling the shadow. And now we can continue and now create the logo here. Let us place the logo. So I'm going to come inside here, and I can be able to add like another part here that will be able to hold our logo. And let us first of all make sure that we can give it like some styling. So I'm going to add cursor here. So cursor should be pointer, so that we can be able to navigate to our front end when we click on logo. So cursor should be pointer, and also we can give a margin to here. So inside here now we can add the image. So image, and our logo, it is in our public folder, and is called breeze logo 1.png. Let me just add it here, logo png, like that. Let me save and see if I can be able to see it? Yeah, so you can be able to see that it has been pressed here, but it's too large, so we need to make sure that we style this. So class name here, and let us make sure that this is a small logo. So I'm going to have the height here, and we can give a height. For example, we can add like 15, and also the width can give it a width of 15. So let's see if this will make the logo small. We can just specify actually here. Let me just use the quotation marks here, and also for the width here we can be able to make sure that we add using quotation marks here and specify the width and the height. So if I save this and come back here, you'll be able to see that it has been added here, and you can see it's just a small logo here. So I think we can just leave it like that, or we can add just a small, or just another height, yeah, and also width like that. And if I save that, be able to see now that logo is perfect there. So we are going to also create this part here that we have the search bar. So let's come back to our code here and add another section here. This section will be able to hold now our search bar. So the first thing that we need to do is to make sure that we start here, and let's us add a class name here. We're going to give it a flex, display flex, and items should be center. Another thing that we need to add here is also a margin of 2. So here inside we are going to have an input, and also we are going to have another icon. So here inside also we are going to add an icon. So right now, because I don't have any library for adding icons, I'm going to install a library that is for React. So I'm going to click on this plus icon here and be able to install. Let me first of all navigate to frontend. So frontend, and here I'm going to just add npm install React icons like that, and let us install it, and then we can add that icon here. So if I come back to my project here, you can see there's none, or we don't have any changes for now. And then we can be able to just add, for example, placeholder, so that we can be able to see some changes. So search here, you can see if we have search here, and if I do that, I think we need to see some changes, but there's no changes. So let me actually add now the icon, because right here you can see that the package has been successfully installed. So I'm going to import up here. I'm going to import an icon that is called fast search. So for actually, let me import it from React icons, and then FA. So inside here we can have a lot of icons. So I'm going to look for this one that is called FA search, and I can add that here. So FA search, I'm going to add it here after the input. So I can save this, and when I come back here, let us see if the icon will be added. So you can see where they are. They have been pushed this far end here. This is because I added justify to be between here, so they are being spaced evenly. So we are going to just style it, and then after we add the other part that holds the cut, and the other part also holding the other part for logging in, they will be spaced evenly. So let's do that. So the first thing that we are going to do right here in this input here, we are going to have now the class name here, and for the class name you need to add the border. We can start with the padding. We're going to give it a padding of 15 pixels, and we can have also a border 2, and also we are going to give a border color which you can specify it inside these square brackets. So the color that we are going to specify is FO, and 9 we have also 6 and then double D, and also we are going to have a border to be solid, so border solid like that. And also we can have the width of that input, which we can give it to be 500 pixels, and also outline should be none, so outline should be none. And also you can give a rounded to be LG here. The other thing that we are going to have is margin right. You need to have a margin right of, let's say, like negative 30 pixels, and you are going to see why. So after that, let's see the changes in our application. So yeah, you can be able to see how it looks like, and it is also looks like this one here. So let's first of all also style this icon here, because you can see this icon is bigger. So let us also make sure that we style here. So add class name. So for the icon here, we are just going to add the font size. So the font size here, we are going to have a font size of 20 pixels, and also we are going to give cursor to be pointer, because when you click on this cursor or in this icon here, you'll be redirected to search page. So let me format my code, and if I come back here, I'll be able to see now the icon here is as big. So now the other part that you're going to have is the other part that holds now the cut. So let's have the other part. So if I come back here to my project, you'll be able to see that we have the cut here, and this cut here also have the badge. So we can use material UI icon and also the material UI in general, so that we can be able to create this basket here and also this badge here, and because this will be a simple task using material UI. So we are going to install other packages. If I come back to my code here, so I'm going to install, so npm install. So the first thing that I'm going to install is at MUI or material UI, and then icons and dash material like that. Also the other package that I'm going to install is at MUI, and also I'm going to be able to install material in general, and we can be able to install those two. And we are going to specify now inside here. Let me create another section here. So this section that we be able to hold those, the right part. So I'm going to add the class name here, and inside here we are going to have another section. The first section is the section that will be able to hold our badge and our basket icon. So I can add it here, and also we are going to have the other part down here like that. So inside here I'm going to add the badge, but right now, because you can see the icons and also the material UI has not been installed, so I'm going to proceed with the other part now. For the other part that has the part to login, so I'm going to add here the, first of all, we are going to have the icon for user, and also I'm going to add the text. So let's have the text. So the text here, we are going to have a span, and we are going to specify the login like that. So here I'm going to specify, or I'm going to make sure that I style this section here, and this section here we are going to have as flex. We are going to have items to be center. Also we are going to have a space x2 of 2 like that. Also I'm going to have a border. Need to have a border here. So for the border, we're going to specify also the the border color. So the border color should be like a pink color here, and also you need a variation of 300, and we can have now the padding of 2, and also we are going to have rounded to be LG. The other thing that you are going to have here is a hover effect. So when you hover over it, you need to have another pink variation, which is of 200 or 100. Let's do 100 so that we can have we are going to have like a difference, and you can be able to see that difference. And then we are going to add even the duration. So for the duration here, we are going to have a duration of 300, like that. And after that, now we can just be able to first of all make sure that we can see the difference in our application here. So yeah, you can be able to see now we have this, but we are going to add now the icon and the badge here. So let's also make sure that we add some another styling here, and this is cursor should be pointer. So let's do that. So cursor pointer, and if I add that and then hover over this part, you can see now this is cursor should be pointer right here. So now let me push this down, and here I need to style this icon here. So for the icon here, I'm going to add or to just specify the color of this icon. So we can have it as specified, so FE4, and then also we can have like 55 C5. So it's just a variation of pink color, and then we can have a hover effect, and when you hover over it, it is going to give text color of pink, and then variation of 600. We are going to have a transition or some animation, so a transition, and then for this transition we are going to have a duration to have a duration of 300. So let's see the difference here. So you can see the color here is now this pink variation here. And now for the text, we need to also make sure that we style the text here. So the class name, and for this one we are going to have the styling. So the first thing that you are going to do here is give a text. So also this one should be having this variation of pink color, so EF4, and then 55C5, like that. And then I think the other thing that we need to specify here is also the hover effect. So I think it should have like the same one here for the text, and then you are going to give it a variation of a pink, which is variation of 600. And also I think yeah, I think this is off a year, so we need to remove this effect like that. I think I can just leave it like that. So you can see when you just hover over it, it has a variation of a different pink variation. So let me see. Yeah, you can see also you need to have a text weight or font weight to be at least semi-bold. So I'm going to just add here font semi-bold like that, and I think now that's okay. So yeah, so you can see now the text here is it has a font weight of semi-bold, and here also we need to make sure that we format our code up here. Also, we need to make sure that we now be able to import some icon for the basket and also badge from Material UI. So let's do that. So for the other icon now, we are going to import what we call shopping basket icon. So shopping basket icon. and this one, so icon, and this one we are going to import it from, now we are going to import this from MUI, material UI that is, and then we are going to import it from icons material, and after that we need to now to get it from the shopping cart. So shopping basket, like that, or this is a basket, like that. And then also I'm going to import the badge, so import badge here, badge, and we are going to import badge from now material UI, so MUI, and then material here, and then slash badge, so you can be able to see it here. So after that, let's come here and specify them here. So we are going to have the shopping cart, so let's add the shopping cart here. So shopping cart, okay, let's have shopping basket icon right here, and I can first of all make sure that I save that, and let's see the difference. If we are going to get the icon here, I'm going to reload my application so that, yeah, you can see here now we have this basket up here, and we don't have like the badge. So what we are going to do is to specify now, or to wrap it using the badge. So let's have the badge here, and let's now add now the basket inside here so that the badge wraps the icon. So if I format that, and here we can make sure that we add some props. So the first thing that we need to have here as a prop is badge content. So badge content, like that. And also we are going to have, the other thing that we are going to have here is a color. So for the color for this badge, so here we can specify the badge content, and in this case we are going to add as 2. So that means that we have 2 items in the shopping cart. And also for the color here, I'm going to specify it to be secondary, like that. So if I do that and then come back here, you'll be able to see that we have this shopping cart here, and we have also this badge right here. So, but you can see they are not actually as placed in the same line here with this part here for the login. So what you are going to do is to make sure that we style that. So here the first thing is you're going to make sure it's flex, and if I do that, you can be able to see now they are placed horizontally. And the other thing is to make sure that they are on the same line, so item center. And if I do that, you can be able to see now we have item center, they are in the same line. And then the other thing that I'm going to do here is to have to style this section that holds the badge and also shopping cart. So here we are going to give it a margin right of, let's say, something like 20 pixels, like that. And you can see now we have this space. So let me see which color is our basket here. So we have our basket to be having a color of pink. So I'm going to have styling here, so class name, and then I can say text pink to be having like a variation of pink, let's say 300. And let's see, so 300 is a bit dull, so we can do like 500, like that. And then if I save that, you can see now we have this part, and it's looking good. So now also we can also have a cursor to be pointer here, so that somebody knows that we can be able to click it. So if I do that, you can see that when you hover over this part, you can see the icon here is we are able to have this pointer here. So now if I come back here, yeah, they look the same. So we can proceed now to this part here, that is banner. So I need to create another component that is called banner. So I can cross also the nav bar here. So I'm going to also cross this for the backend because we have been working on our backend. And for the components here, I'm going to create another component that is called banner. So this is JSX. You're going to use the shortcut here RFCE to create the component, and I'm going to remove this import for React because we are not going to use it. And this banner, we are going to also import it in our home page. So let me come here to the home page, and I can be able to now import it here. So let's import banner component from components, and I can save that. And let's see now. Yeah, you can see here we have the banner, and now we can specify other components down here after the banner. So in the banner here we can specify some styling now. So let's see how the banner looks like. So if I come back here, you can be able to see that for the banner here, we have the background image here, and we have some text. Some text here. We have these two button here, one for shop now and the other for the call number. So let's now start creating here. So the first thing that we are going to specify here is the class name, and also we need to have the background color. So in Tailwind CSS, when you want to add a background image, you can use this BG here. You need to specify also the URL. So you can have the URL here, and inside here you can specify the location of your image, that is. So I think for this case here, I can be able to use just this single quotation here because already we have these two quotation marks that wraps everything here. So for this one, I'm going to check for the slider that, or for the background image that I want to use, and I want to use this one that is called beauty banner here. So for example, this one, and let me look for the other one here. Let me use this beauty banner and then .jpg. So let me specify it. So beauty, let me do that, beauty banner like that, and then beauty banner 2, and then jpg like that. Let me specify that, and let's see if we can be able to see the background image right here. So if I reload again, you can see now we don't have that image as our background image, and that's because we have not specified also other things. So for example, we need to specify, for example, the height. So for the height here, we are going to give it a height of 75 VH like that. Also, we are going to have here we have the padding. So padding horizontally should be 200 pixels like that. So, and also here we need to specify other things for the background image. For example, we are going to have a BG no repeat like that. And also we are going to have BG cover. And if I save that, come back here, you can see now we are able to see our background image here. So I can also add like the height. I think that height is not enough, so it's add 80 to be 80. And if I come back here, be able to see now our background image here. So we can also be able to specify other things. So you can see for the other one, we have this dark overlay here. So let's do that. So we are going to have another section inside this here. So let's have another div here. So for this one here, we are going to have a class name. So class name here, and we are going to have a position to be absolute. So position absolute, and this one if this position is absolute here, you need to specify the relative here, the position to be relative on this parent div. And also we are going to give it like a dark overlay, so insect to be 0. We are going to have that overlay to be black, and it is a variation of black. So we are going to have opacity to be 50. So opacity should be 50 right here. So if I save this and then come back here, you can be able to see now we have that dark overlay here, and you can be able to specify the opacity that you want. For example, you can give it opacity of 40, and you can see the opacity changes, but in my case I'm going to use 50. You can use any opacity that you want. And then the other thing is, inside here also I'm going to have another div, and this div will now be able to hold the text. So let's make sure that we have our class name here. So for this one, we are going to have the position to be relative. I'm going to have it to have flex. We are going to have the text displayed in vertical, and then also we are going to have the text to be white, and also we can have the width here to be 50 pixels of 50%, and we can have the padding top to have a 10%, like that, 10%. And let's now make sure that we specify the text here. So the first text that we are going to have here, let's add as a span, and we can be able to copy from this other here, from this project here. So copy this text here. I'm going to paste it here. So we are going also to have the other text down here. So here we have, or let's have a heading here first of all. So this heading is the title now. So the title here should be grow with confidence. So let me copy it here and paste it here. And then we are going to have now the other section that holds the buttons. So we are going to have a div here that holds the button. So we have the first button, and this first button here is shop now, and we have the other button here that displays the phone number. So the button here is call now, or just call, and then we can have the phone number here, so can specify any number. So let's have the number here, like that. So now let's us see how it looks like before we style it. So yeah, you can see this one is text here, and we have not actually styled that. So let us style this text here. So let me format my code here first of all, and also I'm going to push this down so that we can have a space where we can work on. So this one, let's add a class name here, and for this text, the first thing that I'm going to give it is a font size, bigger font size, and this one we are going to give a font size of 30 pixels. Also we are going to have a margin top of 3. We are going to have also, let me first of all see the text here in our project. So the project, let's see the text here. So the text is good here. So let's continue with this other heading here. So we give it a class name, and we can specify the font size. For this one, I'm going to give 3XL, and also I'm going to give margin top to be 3. Let's see the difference now. So yeah, you can see it is looking nice. So we have the other part for this button here. So class name, and this part here we can have it be flex. We are going to have them in the same line. So item center, and also we are going to give it a margin top of 20 pixels. So 20 pixels. So let's see how it will look like. Yeah, and then now let us make sure that we style these buttons individually. So class name here, we are going to give a background. So the first background here, background color is E4, and then we can have it as a variation of pink color. So like that, we are going to also have padding to be 10 pixels, and after that we can have a width of 200 pixels, and also here we are going to have a text to be white, and then the other thing is cursor should be pointer, and margin right should be 9. So like that, if I come here to my project, you'll be able to see that now the button has been styled the way we want. And also I'm going to copy this styling and paste it to this other button because just the same styling. So let me add it here. But for this one, I'm going to change the background color. So for the background color, this one should have a variation of gray color. So gray 500, like that. And then when I save this and come back here, you can be able to see now we have this button that has a pink color, and also we have this one that has gray. So now we have looked at our navbar right here, and also we have our banner here. So this banner will be random, will be fetched from the database, and it should be random. So the other part now that we have been left with is this part here, that we have this as slider. We have our category, so you can show the category here. For example, the serums here, you have the toners here, lotion and foundation. But this we are going to do it in the other video. So I'm not going to just look into this component in this video because I feel this video is long enough. So remember to like this video and also subscribe to this YouTube channel, and also don't forget to turn on the notification bell so that you'll be notified the next time I upload a new video. So have a great day. See you on the next video. Hello and welcome back. So in today's video, we are going to continue building our project right here. And if we look at the diagram that I have created here, right now we are on front end and we are going to build homepage right here. So if I come back to this demo project here and look at also the other component that we should build, we have this builder, we have category here as a component. Also we have the component for products, and in the last also we have this footer component here. So if we look at our project that we are building right now, you can see that we only have created navbar component, we have our banner component, and now we need to create a component for category. So let's come here to our code, and inside here we can create this component. Inside this folder component here, we can create a category component, and this should be, we can use just a shortcut RFCE to create the component, and we are going to call it category. You can call it categories or maybe sliders, maybe the way you want to call them. So here I'm going to add this category in our home page because category is being displayed in our home page. So let me import it here. So category like that, you can see auto completion, and we can import it like that. So if I come back now here, we can be able to create now the categories. So if I come back to this demo project here, you can see we have these 3 categories, and each category have a background image, and you can see we have this overlay here that is kind of black, and also we have this text. So that is what we are going to create. So here I'm going to, in my code, let's come here to my code, and the first thing that I need to do is to make sure that the category are on the same line horizontally. So I'm going to use flex, display flex, and to make sure that they are on the same line, I can use item center, and also I can give a margin too, so that we have some margin, or we can just give a margin 3. So inside here now I can create individual category. So let me create that section here. So for this one, I'm going to have a class name, and let's create a single category. So the first thing that we need to have is to make sure that is relative, because we are going to have an overlay, and we want our overlay to have a position absolute. So for our category, we want to give it position relative. So another thing is that we need to give a background color, and we can do that by using bg, and then inside here we can add URL, and now we can specify the location for our image. So our image is inside public folder, and we can have the location and the name of that image, that is. So for this one is jpg, like that. And if I do that and come back to my project here, be able to see that afterward you should see the image here. But to be able to see the image, we need also to add some other things for this background image. For example, we need to add pg no repeat. So pg no repeat, this here also we need to make sure that it covers the whole div, so bg cover. And also we need to do bg center, so to make sure that it is centered. So if I come back now here, you'll be able to see that it will be displayed, and I can reload here to be able to show that. So here I think still we don't have, maybe the location here is not it is not right. So I'm going to add from the bg center here, I'm going to add other things. For example, bg for the color here, I'm going to give it a variation of slate color, and then also I'm going to give a height of 500 pixels. And also for the height, for the width, I'm going to give it a width of 400 pixels. And I think now if I save this and come back here, we need to see now the image here. You can see we have the image here, and here you cannot be able to see like an overlay, because we have not created the overlay, and we are going to make sure that we create the overlay. And then also the other thing that we need to do is to make sure that it is centered. So I'm going to use item flex and then item center, and also we are going to add justify center. And then the last thing that we are going to add here is the margin. Should have a margin of 20 pixels, like that. So after that, now for this single or individual category, we need to create now the overlay inside here. So for the overlay, we can give it even the opacity. So let me create a div here. So the first thing that we also need to make sure is the position should be absolute. And also we need, let me just make sure that spelling is right. And also we need to give it an inset of 0. Also we need to give it the bg to be gradient. It should be gradient, and then gradient, and this one should be to 1. So like that. Also we are going to give it from which color. So we are going to give a shade of black, so black /50. So that is like opacity. And then you can say to transparent, so to transparent. So after that, now if I come back here and scroll, you'll be able to see that it has a shade of black. And then after that, now another thing that I can do right here is to add now the other part that handles the text. So here we have a div, and then let us make sure that we style, so class name, and here we can give it a position of relative. Position relative, also we need to give it display flex. We need to have items to be center. We also have to have justify to be center. like that to be able to center the text. And now after that, here we can give it a heading, and this heading we can give it category. So that is our first category. Here we need to style this heading. So here we need to give it to have a semi-bold, and also we need to give it like the font size. So the font size here, we are going to give it a font size of 30 pixels because we want the text to be larger, and also we need to give a white text like that. So if I make sure that I format this and save that, if I come back here, be able to see that now you can be able to see the category here and also the text. We have background color, we have a dark overlay, and we have the text. So let me make sure that I format my code. So here I need to come up here, let me right click and format. Let me remove these extra spaces also. And also now we are going to just copy and paste, because now we have an individual category where we can just copy and paste like 3 times here. So let's do that. If I just copy paste like that 3 times, you can see now we have these 3 categories here. We need to change the text here and also the background image. So for this one, for the second one here, I'm going to use another category here, and also the text here should be different. So let me use here a different category. So for this one, the third category, now I'm going to add another image here. So, and also I'm going to give or to just add a different category here, like that. So now the last one here, also we are going to give it a different category. So for this one, I'm going to give a text image here, and this image, all of these images are in our public folder, so don't forget. So if you haven't also watched the other video, kindly make sure you watch them so that you'll be able to understand where I'm getting these images from. So I think now that's okay. If I save that and come back here, you can see now we have these different categories, and you can see they look really nice. So now the other part that we need to look at is this part where we have our products. We need to have this product right here, and we can be able to display the image, the text here, and you can see also the price, and our also we need to display this rating here. So let's do that. This part for the products right here. Let's come back to our project here, and already you can see we have created this category here. So let's continue and let's close also this component for our this component here for our categories. So inside now our components, also we need to create another component, and this component will hold our product. So I'm going to call it products, and you can see .jsx, and also here we can just say RFCE as our shortcut. And then here inside we need to now be able to create a styling for our product. So let's look at how the products look like. So for example, you can see for our products here, we are going to have like the text. So my project here is reloading. Also, you can see we need to have this text. We have the image here, we have the price, and then these are star ratings here. And also you can see they are displayed here horizontally, and we need to make sure that they display flex and then flex wrap, so that when they get to this end here, they need to start arranging themselves at the bottom here. So let's do that. So here I'm going to remove this text and make sure that I import this category for products. So products here, let me import them, this category here. this for the product, this component, and then for the products here, I need to add the class name, and here we need to make sure that the display is flex because we are displaying our product in a horizontal manner. Also, we need to flex wrap so that they are being arranged under the other products if they get to the end. So here also I need to give a margin here for the horizontal, and we are going to give it a margin of 30 pixels. So here now I need to create an individual product. So this one. So for this one I need to style also, and here we need to make sure that the here the information is in vertical, so because you can see the text under the image, and also the price here is under this text here, or the title. So to do that, here I'm going to do flex and then flex column, and also we need to make sure that the items we center them. So item center, we are going to have justify to be center, and also we are going to give a height to be have a 500 pixels like that, and also we are going to give a margin of, let's say, 20 pixels. And also we need to have a cursor pointer, because remember when we click on this product here, we need to go to detailed product page. So if I can do that, and now inside here I need to first of all specify the image. So for the image here, I can use any image. For example, here let me use this image.jpg, and here I can add also the class name. So for the class name we need to specify the height. So for the height here, I can give a height of 400 pixels. 400 pixels. For the also the width, you need to give it a 400 pixels. And then the other thing is to make sure that it covers the whole component, or the whole container, sorry. So this is BG cover like that. And if I make sure that I save this and come back here to this project, we need to be able to see, you can be able to see that we have that here, and kind of you can see that this image here is distorted. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change here from BG cover, and I can give it maybe BG contain, and then let's see how it looks like. So I think I've saved now here like that. I think that's we are going to make sure that we fix this. Let's add the other part. So the other part that we need to have is the heading part. So for the heading, let's add below this. So heading 1, and I can be able to, let me copy from this project here. For example, I'm going to copy this text here, or maybe this one here. Let me copy it up here like that, copy that, and we are going to add it here. Actually here you can see that I have not copied the text, so let's try again, and we are going to paste it here, yeah, like that. And then the other thing that I want, so let me just go back so that we can see the other part that we need to have. Now also we have the price here, so let's add also the price. The price here should be just like a span also. So let's add the span here, and this one we can just add like $100 or something like that. And then here we are going to have the rating. So but first of all, let us make sure that we style the title for our product. So this is the class name for the product, for the title. So we are going to make sure that the font size, the font weight is semi bold. We are going to give the font size to have a font size of 18 pixels, and also we are going to, I think that's all that we can do here. So I'm going to have a class name here for the price, and for the price I'm going to add the text font size should be 18 pixels, and also the font should be semi-bold, like that. So let's see how it looks like. So if I come back here, you can see we have text here, but also we need to make sure that is contained. So let's make sure that this is contained here, and we can give the width here to be just a width of, let's say, for example, 300 pixels, or let's say 400 pixels, like that. And if I do that, this one should be contained. Yeah, you can see it's now contained here. And also I want to make sure that the text here is centered, so I can just say flex and say items center, and also justify to be center, like that. So if I do that, let's see how it will be styled. So it's actually in the center right now. So what we are going to do is now look at the rating. So for the rating, we are going to use a package that is called React Star Rating. So let's come here and see the documentation. React Star Rating. So let's open the documentation right here. So for React Star Ratings here, we are going to see how to use this component as our star rating component. So here we are going to have star ratings. So this is the documentation. So the first thing that you need to do is to install. So I'm going to copy this command here and open our terminal. So my terminal here, open the terminal. Let's also make sure that we navigate. Let's navigate to our front end, and you need to paste this command here. Make sure that we install. So let's see what the documentation says. So the first thing that you need to do is to import these star ratings. So I'm going to import it, star ratings here, and we are going to add it up here. So also you can see that our package has been installed. So the other thing that you need to do here is to specify. So for example, you can see the number of stars, and so I'm going to copy this like that. And I think here you can be able to see the other things that you can add as props, or the options that you can add as a prop. So I'm going to use this that is down here. So copy this, and I'm going to paste it down here like that. So let's see first of all how it will look like. So format the code, and then let's see if we are able to see the rating. So you can see here this failed to resolve import from src components product the file does not exist. So what we are going to do, let's see, we are going to make sure that we get it from, so let me import it from React. So this is React star rating. So ratings like that, and be able to see it. And then let's see if our error has been resolved. Yes, so you can see here our error has been resolved. Let's see if we can be able to see the star ratings. Yeah, you can see already here we have our star rating here, and you can see these stars are very large. So what we can do is to see other options that we can use to make sure that we style that. So I'm going to actually make sure that we change this star rating spacing here. So, and also dimensions. Yeah, so let's change the dimensions. So for this one, I'm going to give, for example, this to be just 15, and then also we are going to give this star spacing to be 10 or even 5. I think 5 is okay. So if I save that and then come back here, you can see now the star ratings are small and they look okay. We can make sure that at least this is a bit large. So let's give to 20. So yeah, you can see here we have this star rating here, and I want to give them a different color. So let's see how to change the color. So if I come back here and see if we have the color, so this is the color here. So can add this as a prop. So let's add the prop here like that, and then we can specify the color here. So for this color, we can give a color yellow, I think, or orange, I think so. So let's see for the yellow color how it looks. Yeah, you can see how beautiful it is. So now we have this component here for the star rating, and also this one as a whole as a product. So what we are going to do is that I'm going to make sure that also I add the number of people who have added their rating or have reviewed this product and give the rating. So I'm going to make sure that this one is like a div, or let's add as a span. Let's give it as a span, and then here we are going to give a number of people who have rated this product. So for example, this I can add like 2, and if I do that, format this, let's see how it will look like. So if I come back here, be able to see here we have the number of people who have rated this product. So, and then also I can add some styling here. So let me remove this to make sure that they are in the same line. I'm going to use display flex, and also the item should be centered to make sure that they are on the same line, and save that. So if I do that, you can see here they will be styled and they will be in the same line. So let's see that items, this should be item center, not item center. If I do that, you'll be able to see that now they are on the same line. So now we can add have here. So let me format this. So for this one here, we can just copy paste from this part here. So let me push this down here. So you can see this is an individual product here. So we can copy and paste so that we have different products. But what we are going to do is to create another component to make our code more organized. So let me format this first of all. So I'm going to copy this part here, and I'm going to create a component here that is called product. So product component, so .jsx like that, and I'm going to have to use the shortcut RFCE. So this is a single product, and then what we are going to do right here is now we can be able to paste. Let us return the product or what we have copied from the other component, and from these products here I need to copy now these ratings, these star ratings now, and add it here to our individual product like that, and you can see the error is gone. But now we need to add that product component here. So import product component here like that, and then if I save that, now you not even notice the difference because now we have a component, but our code is more organized right now. So I can paste now this product here several times. So let me copy and paste here several times. So for this one, we can add it like that, and if I do that, you'll be able to see that we have these 4 products here. So 5, actually there are 5. So let's see also the things that we should change here, because I feel this product here is kind of not, this product here is distorted, the image is distorted. So I'm going to change this. Let me give it like another image. So let's see if this image will be distorted. Yeah, you can see at least this image is not distorted. And also I think I can give for example, for the image here, I can give some, I can change the width and also the height. So we can just leave the height to be the same, and the width here we can give, for example, 300 pixels. So if I do that, yeah, I think this now looks nice. And here we can change now, we can be able to change, for example, you can see the margin is too big, and also for the text here, for the title, we can just make sure that it is 300. And also let's see the margin. So let's see the margin to be, let's give a margin to be 10 pixels at least. So if I change that, and here you can see now it looks really nice. So, and then also we need to make sure that for these products here, we can change we can change this margin here to have a margin X, and let's give it 40. So right here now you can see that this one looks nice, and I'm going to first of all remove one product so that they will be on the same line. And if I do that, yeah, you can see now we have products here. So in the other videos, we are going to change this. We are going to have different products here because we are going to fetch these products from the database. But now we have the other part that we need to build now, which is our footer. So we have our footer here. So we need to have our logo, we have this tagline here, and also we have these quick lines, contact us, and this other part here for the copyright, and this we have also this part here that we have the icon for the social media. So let's go back to our code. Let's create a footer component. I had already created the footer component. So now inside here, the first thing that I need to have is these two parts. So if you check for the footer component, we have this upper part that holds this part here, and also we have the lower part that holds this copyright and the social media icons here. So the first thing, let me create the upper part, and also down here we are going to have the lower part like that. So I'm going to comment here upper part like that. Let me make sure that I comment. And also we have this other part that is lower part. So if I do that and make sure that I comment that, so here we are going to have for example, the styling here, we need to give it a background color here to be gray, and we are going to give a variation of 100. Also, we are going to have the padding. We are going to have a padding of 200 pixels, and also we are going to give a height of 60V height. So 60V height. And also for the margin top, we can give a margin top of 50 pixels. So, or let's give it like 40. I think that would be okay. And now we can work on this part here, the upper part. And this one, we are going to make sure that it is horizontal using display flex. And also we need to space them, the items in this upper part in spacing. We need to space them evenly. So we are going to use justify between, and also for the padding, we are going to use padding vertical of 15 or 5%. So 5%. And then the other thing that we are going to do here is to have this part that holds the logo and the tagline. So this one we have to have the image. So the image here is base logo 1.png, and also we are going to have the height. So the height here we are going to have a height of 200, and also the width should be of 200. So 200 like that. If I save this and then come back to my project here, be able to see that the logo here has been displayed. Now we need the tagline, so I'm going to copy this tagline here. So I'm going to copy it from this side, and we can add it in our code here. So right here we are going, after the image we are going to have the paragraph, and we can add now this text here as our tagline, and I'm going to give it a class name. And the only thing that I'm going to add here is margin top, to be having a margin top of 2. And if I come back here to my project, you'll be able to see that it has been or we have added this margin top, and we have a space here. So now we need to have the other part now that holds the quick links. So I'm going to have a div here. The first thing that I'm going to have here is the heading, and this heading here is for quick links. So let me add here quick links. So quick links, and here we need now to have an ordered list. So let's add an ordered list here and a list. So for this one, let me style first of all this heading here. So add the class name. So the class name here. So I'm going to add the class name here. So let's add h3 and then class name, like that. So this one I'm going to give a text of a large. Also I'm going to give it a font, to have a font size or font weight of semi-bold. So let's do that, semi-bold, like that. And if I come back to the project here, you can be able to see now we have the quick links here. And also we need to style this list here. So for this list, let me come back here. We are going to have like a class name. We are going to give a margin of 2, and then also we are going to give a space y here, that means vertically, and we need to give it 2. So for this list here also we are going to make sure that inside here we have anchor tag, so that we can go to other places for when we click on it. So this one we are going to have as a home, the first link, and also this anchor tag here we need, or this link we need to make sure that we style it. So I'm going to add a class name here, and we need to add, when you hover over it, you give it an underline effect, so like that. So I can copy this and paste it several times. So we have another link, and this link is about us. So about us. Also we need to have another link here. So for this link we are going to have it as the shop. It is going to take you to shop. And also we need to have the last link here. After this we have that is contact us, or contact. So let me add here contact, like that, and then let me remove the space here. So if I save this and then come back to our project, you can see we have this part where you can hover over it, and you can see that by default are underlined, and I don't want that. So what I'm going to do is remove this space here. This is the space that makes sure that we have underlined the text. So let me remove the space here. So we can remove the space also here and also down here, so that when we hover over it, that's the only time that we get that effect for underlining. So if I do that and then come back here, you can see we get that effect for underlining these links, so that you can be able to see or to know that you can click on these links. So now we have the other part. So let me see the other part, which is our contact information here. So let's do that, create another part. So for the other part here, so let me create another div, and here this is where we have now the contact information. So class name here, we are going to have width to be full, and also we are going to have, when the screen is a medium screen, we are going to have the width to be a third. So let's add one here and a third, and now we can add the information for contacting. So first of all is the heading. So this one we can add here, contact us. So contact us like that. For this one also, I'm going to have the same styling as the other heading. So I'm going to copy from the heading here, so this styling, and I'm going to paste it down here because it's the same thing. And also after the heading here, we are going to have like text down here. So for this one, let me first of all make sure that I add the styling. So I'm going to give a margin top of 2. So I'm going now to paste the information here. So the first information that we need is the address. So copy the address here, and I'm going to paste it here like that. Also, I'm going to have, let me copy this here, and for this one, let me format this also. So for this one, I'm going to add the phone number as the second here. So also let me paste it here, and we have the other part also, and the other part is now the email. So I'm going to copy this email and paste it here. Actually, we need to make sure that we paste even the styling. So let me copy the styling here and paste it here like that. So if I save this, format this and remove the extra space right there, and if I come back now to my project, you can see here that we have the contactors and they are styled in the same line here. For the quick links, we have this hover effect here, where we can be able to, when we hover over it, we have the underlined text. So the other part that we need to have is, we need to have this horizontal line here that is pink. So let me make sure that I add that. So before we go to the lower part here, so let me format everything. So before we go to the lower part, or we can just add this on the lower part here. So let me copy this. Actually, we have the lower part here. So for this lower part here, so let me see also if the styling is okay. So here, this is the upper part, we have the lower part here. So let me make sure that I style this. So for this part, we are going to have the margin here. Let me add the margin top here to be 8. So for the, also for the border, should give a border to border top, and this is because we want to give a color. So the border top, and then we need to specify the color. So for the color here, we can give a pink color, a shade of it. So E9 and then AC and D9 like that. Also, the other thing that I need to specify is we need to have a padding top, to have a padding top of 4, and then we can say text should be center, so that to make sure that text is centered. So if I save this and come back here to my project, be able to see now that we have this thin line here, and if you want to add the thickness of this line, you can add the height also. So the other part that you need to have here is the part where we have the copyright, and also we have this the other part, which is the icons. And what I'm going to do here is that I have already prepared that information. So I'm going to just copy everything here, copy like that, and I'm going to paste everything here as a lower part because I already had prepared that. And then I didn't want to waste a lot of time here because this is a CFG icons, and you'll find this in the resource part of this video. So I'm going to save that, and if I come back here, you can be able to see that we have our copyright here, and also we have our icons here for social media. So I think that is what I wanted in this video. I have added the product here, and but in this case here, you can see for this part the products are the same. And what I think we can do right here is to make sure that we add images as a prop so that we can pass in the different images. So but we'll do that in the other video. I think this video is longer enough. And then the last thing that we are going to do is to push our code. So let me come here, clear everything. I'm going to check for the branches that we have. So let's do git branch. You can see right now we are in this branch that is called frontend. So I'm going to add the changes that I have made, and I'm going to commit also, and I'm going to just add a comment here, completed homepage. Like that, you can add anything that you want. And then the last thing is to push. So git push origin. And right now, because we are working on the front end branch, we are going to specify that. And then let us push now the code here. So this one, we can just add the passphrase and then make sure that we push the code. So the code is being pushed, and I think we had already made a lot of changes because it's taking a lot of time. So I'm going to my GitHub here. So also for the CFG, you can find it in this GitHub because already when you are watching this video, the code will have been pushed. So let me make sure that I do the pull request. So compare and pull request. And the other thing is to make sure that I create pull request here. And also I need to make sure that I merge. So it's checking for ability to merge automatically. And after that, I merge pull request, confirm merge. And now our frontend will be merged with our master branch. And that is what I wanted. So now I have completed my homepage here. In other videos, we are going first of all to make sure that this product are at least different and it displays different products, and then we are going to continue with our detailed product page. So that is that. Remember to like this video and also subscribe to this YouTube channel. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so that you'll be notified the next time I upload a new video. And have a great day. See you on the next video. Hello and welcome back. So in the last video, we created this home page right here, and now we are going to continue creating other pages. But before that, I want us to look at the product component so that we can change at least the pictures of this product here, and then continue looking at the product detail page. So if I come back here to this project already built, if I click on one of this project here, you'll be able to see that we are going to another page where we can see the detailed information of that product. For example, the picture here, you can see we have the title, the description, the price, the ratings here, and also you can see other things like what in the box. And also we have this card here. We need also, you can see also this button, add to basket or add to cart, and also you can see the reviews here. So let's do that now. So first of all, let me come back here, and I'm going to scroll to this products here, and then in here to the products. So let me come here to the products, and then I need to remove this space here. And also the other thing that I want to do is this product here, I want to add like a margin. So let's add like a margin of 30 pixels, and let's see. So if I do that, you can see now they are spaced evenly and they look good now. So what I'm going to do is I want to change the pictures of these products here, and I can give them like a different picture. So I can do that through props. So I need to make sure that this product component here accept like the title, or let me add just image here. And here you can be able to see that is this value here is declared, but its value is never read. But let me just leave it like that. Now inside here I can add image, and then this image here I'm going to specify like the image that I want to use. So if I open here to my public folder here, you'll be able to see that I have different products. So I'm going to use, for example, this product. This is I need to just specify the location here, and also I'm going to add this also prop here to the other product. So this one here we are going to give it like 1, and you can add like another prop here. So this one should be like a serum in picture, and also we are going to have another here one for the, let me just give it serum 1. So if I do that and then save, and here I'm going to, where we have the image right here, I'm going to make sure that I pass in now the image from the prop. If I do that, and here you can see now the is missing in props validation. So we can check for that. So first of all, let me save and let's see if we get error. So if I save that, yeah, you can see here that the images have changed. So we have different images right here. And also I can change, for example, this, I have one image that I don't really like. So this image here, I can change and give it like a different image also, like that. And when I save that, let's see if we have a different image. Yeah, you can see now we have different images. So this looks really nice. So in the also other video, we are going to pass information from our database in terms of props. So I think for this part also, the validation part here, we are going to handle it in coming videos, and we are going to create validation for this prop. So now I'm going to close this page here, and also I need to close the pages that you are not going to use in this video. So let me open in this app.jsx, and I want to create another page here. So the page that I want to create is called product page. So let me see if I have any page that is called product page. I don't have, so I'm going to add it here, and this one I'm going to add product, and then here I need to pass the ID. So I'm going to pass the product ID, because this product ID is the one that we are going to use to fetch this specific product in our database. So now this one we need to create the product page here. So I'm going to come here to pages, and I can create product. Let me just create product.jsx, and then here I can say RFCE, and then here also I can remove this React, and then I need to import it here. So let me import product, and this product now is not from the component, it is from pages. So you can see we have product from the component, and also we have product component from pages. So I'm going to import that. So make sure that this one you are importing it from the pages right here. So I'm going to save that, and now the other thing is to make sure that we can access the page. So to access the detailed product page, you need to add the product here, and I can add any ID. So for example, this ID here, and you can see now this page is empty, but already we have the navbar, the announcement component here, and footer component. So now let's go and see how the product page, detailed product page looks like. So you can see here we have to have two sections. We have this left section, and also we have this right section here. So let's create that. So here in my product, and I'm going to close this app.jsx. So inside here, I'm going to have, for example, left side, and let me comment it. So comment left side. So here we have the left side, and also we have the right side. So we have the right side here like that. So also let me comment it like that. So here also we need to have another like a div. So these are two sections. So the left side here will just handle the image, and this part here will handle different things. So here I'm going to first of all make sure that I make them horizontal because they are displayed horizontally. So you can see here that they are side by side. So let me make sure that they are horizontally. So also this is, we are going to give it like justify to be stretch, and also the other thing that we can give here is a padding. We need to have a padding of 30 pixels. So after that, now we are going to have this, the other part. So this the left part here. So the class name, and here we can give it a flex of 1, and flex of 1, and then also we need to give the height of 500 pixels, 500 pixels, and also the width should be 600 pixels. So 600 pixels like that. But here also there is something that I forget. We need to give a height to be auto so that it will stretch as many products, or when you add many things. So here I'm going to add the image. So for the image here, I need to specify the image that I want. So for the example for this one, I'm going to just use the image that I have in my public folder, and here if I save that and come back here, be able to see that we have the image. So right here I cannot be able to see that image, so I think it's JPG. So JPG like that. If I save that, let's see if we see the image. Yeah, you can see we have this image, but we need to style it also. So let me add a class name here, and here we need to specify the height. So the height should be occupy 100%. Also we need to occupy 100%. And also for the other thing is to make sure that we add object cover so that it cover the whole container. If I save that, come up here, you'll be able to see that we have this image right here, and it has stretched. This is because we have not added the other part for our the other part where we have the information for this product. So let's come here to the right side, and let me also add here flex 1. We need to add flex 1, and if I do that, let me save that first of all and see here. Yeah, you can be able to see now, because we have given them flex 1, they are going to span in same container or with the same container. So now after that, we are going to give also the height of that div. Actually we can just forego that, and then we are going to give it a flex, display flex. We are going to give flex 1, and then because we need the information here to be in a vertical way, we can just give flex column, and then margin left here should be, we should have a, should give it 10 like that. If I save that, come back here, you cannot see a lot of changes because we have not added the information. So I'm going to format here. And now the other thing that I want is that, yeah, you can see that it is, this div is self-closing, and I don't want that because we need to add some information here. So the first thing that I'm going to add here is the title. So let me have the title here, and I'm going to copy from this project here. So let me copy that, and we can paste it here. So also we can be able to style it, so class name. And for this heading here, I'm going to give like the font size to be 25 pixels. Also, I'm going to give a font to be semi-bold, and also I'm going to give margin bottom of 20 pixels. And also I think that's okay. Now we have also have a detailed information about that product. So let me save that first of all and see how this one will look like. You can see we have the title here, but now we need this information here. Remember, right now we are just hard coding the information. We are going to fetch this information from the database. So I need to also make sure that I format the code. And after that, now here we are going to have the pricing. So for the pricing, it will be very simple because it will be just a heading. So yeah, let's have a heading here, and I can add the price, for example, like that, and let's see how it will look like. Yeah, you can see now we have the information here. Also, I need to style this, so class name, and here I can give the font to be semi-bold like that. And also I need to give margin top of, let's say, something like 2. And let's save that and see the changes. Yeah, I think also I can also make sure that I add the font size. So font size here, so I can say text, and yeah, I can say maybe something like 20 pixels, and let's see. Yeah, it will be visible right now. So the other thing that we need to have here is the this part where we have the rating. So this one I'm going to copy from the other project. So let me just come here, and actually I'm going to copy from this component here, because remember this component we had already created the rating. So copy that, and I'm going to paste it up here. Let me do that like that. I'm going to make sure now that I copy this, the other part here, span until here. So we are going to add it after this price here like that, and I'm going to close this part, save this, and here I'm going to be able to add this style, this rating. So you can see the rating here is 3 out of 5, and you can see also we have the number of people who have rated this product. So now the other thing that I want to do is to create the here this container here, or this part where it says what's in the box. So let's create that. So after now the rating, after the rating down here, we are going to have a div, and the first thing that I'm going to style here is I'm going to give it like the height. So this one I'm going to give height 52, and also the other thing that I'm going to specify is width. I'm going to give 96. So you can see we have 96, and then we are going to give a border. So the border here, we are going to give it a thickness of 2. Border should be gray, and it's a different shade of gray. So for this one, I'm going to give 300, and I'm going to add here rounded to be edgy, and then shadow should be MD, and margin vertical here we are going to give 4. We are going to have a padding 6, and background should be white, or we can just even leave it like that, because by default the background is white. So if I save this, let's see if we can be able to see that container. Yeah, you can see how it looks, and it's almost the same with this one. So inside now this container, we are going to have first of all the heading. So let me have the heading part. So heading here, and I'm going to copy this text here, and I'm going to paste it here like that. And now the other thing that I'm going to do is to style this text here. So class name, I'm going to make sure that it is centered. So flex and then item center, and justify to be also center like that. Let's see the changes. Yeah, you can see it is centered now. So after that, we are going to have now, after we have centered it, we need to give it a semi-bold, font weight to be semi-bold, and also I need to give a text to be LG, and also I need to give it like a text to have a text of gray, and the shade should be different, 700, and margin to bottom of 4 like that. So if I save this and then come back to my code here, be able to see now this text has changed. So after that, now I need to remove this extra space here, and after that we can have a vertical line, and this line here will help us to divide the title with the description. So this one is a self-closing tag, and it's HR. This is a horizontal line, and then here I can be able to close it. So let me style it also. So for this horizontal line, I'm just going to give it just a bottom margin bottom of 4, and let's see how it will look like. So yeah, you can see it is a bit faded, and I think it's the same for this one. It's fade, and also now we need to have the other text here. So for this text here, we are going to just give it a span, and I can copy now from this project here this text, and I'm going to paste it here in my, let me paste it here in my code like that, and I need to style it. So give a class name here, and the first thing that I need to make sure is to make sure that this text is block. Also I need to give the text to be gray, a shade of gray, which is 600, and also the text should text base like that. And if I come back here, now you'll be able to see that the text is being is looking good, and also we can make sure that at least it's bigger in a way. So I'm going to just give a font size of 18 pixels, so 18 pixels like that, and yeah, can see now the text is visible. Now we have the other part where we have this card, so let's also make sure that we create that part. So let's come here, and we need to have a div here, and so for this div we are going to make sure that we style it, so class name like that, and we are going to first of all give inline, and also flex like that. Also we are going to give items to be center, Also we are going to give a background here, and background in this case will be a shade of pink. So EF, and then we are going to have a 93, we are going to give it DB, and also we are going to have a text to be white, and also we are going to give font to be semi bold, and also text should be SM, and as font, also you can give the padding here to be 6, and then rounded should be full, so rounded full, like that. And also we are going to give a shadow to be MD, like that. So here inside here we can have the text, but before that let's save this and see how it looks like. So let's come here, and right now I cannot be able to see anything. So I think we are going to add first of all the text, and this text we are going to say wholesale available, available, uh, available, like that. And after that I can specify the like the price. So for example I can add here $70 as from, so as from, and then I can specify the items. So for example 10 items, that is the quantity. And if I save that, come back here, yeah, you can see now it is being shown here, but I need to make sure that also the padding here is bigger so that you can be able to see like this container. Let's make sure that the padding is all sides. So yeah, you can see here, and also I can make sure that it's small. So for example you can give it 3. I think 3 will be enough. Yeah, I think this one works. And now the other thing that I want is the other part where for adding this, adding and also just decreasing the quantity of that product. So I need to create another div here. So for this div we are going to have the icons for adding, and also the icon for removing the quantity. So for this one we are going to have a signing of recs. We need to make sure that they are on the same line, so item center, and also we need to give a margin of y that is vertical, and a padding of 4, like that. So here we need to specify the first icon, and the first icon here is FA minus, and this is because already we have already installed these React icons, and we can be able to import it. And like let's import here, import here, we need to import from React icons, here, and then I want FA icons, and this one I can be able to import it here. So minus, you can be able to see it here, and also I want the FA plus because you are going to need it also. So I need to add this FA minus. We are going to have the quantity here, so yes, span. So I'm going to add 1 by default, and also we are going to have FA plus here. And if I do that and save that, I'm going to come up here, and you can see here that we have this minus and then quantity and then this plus. So what I'm going to do is now style them. So class name here, first thing, need to give a background color, which we are going to give it as a shade of this pink here. So I can copy from this part here, copy that, and paste it here, like that. Also the other thing that I'm going to add here is the text will be white, and also we are going to have a cursor to be pointer, and also we can have padding to be 2 of 2, we are going to just say rounded should be full, and also we are going to have margin right of 4, and the text should be 3xn, like that. And let's see if this will make the changes that we want. Yeah, you can see it has a very good styling, and I can copy this whole styling and copy for the other icon for adding. So let me just copy that and paste it here. And if I save that, you'll be able to see now that we have these two icons here for decreasing and also for increasing the quantity. Now the other part is this quantity here. So let us style this quantity. So first of all, I'm giving it text to be large, like that, and also font should be semi-bold. So semi-bold. I'm going to give margin X of 4, like that. And then let's see now. Yeah, you can see now we have this decreasing and increasing. We have the quantity here. So now the other part that we have been left with is now this part here for this add to cart or add to basket button here. So let's do that. So this one, we are going to have a button here. So button, and it says add to cart or add to basket, the way you want to call it. So I'm going to style it. So first thing here is we are going to give it a background color, and this one will be just a black color, like that. Also we are going to give it like a padding. So the padding is 10 pixels. We are going to give it like a width. So width here should be 200 pixels. And also we are going to give the text to be white. So text white. And also I'm going to give a cursor to be pointer, like that. Let's see if this one looks nice. So yeah, you can see now we have our button here. So now the other part that we have been left with is this part where we have reviews. So let me first of all add the horizontal line here, because if you check here, you'll be able to see that we have this thin horizontal line here. So let's do that. So I'm going to come up here, add a chart like that, add this line, and then down here we need to create that part now. So this one, we also, for this horizontal line, we need to create like the margin, or to style it, sorry. So we need to have a margin y of 6. And if I come back now to this project here, you can be able to see that we have this thin line here. So then let's create the other part. So we are going to have a div here, and the first thing that we are going to have right here, let's have a class name. So the first thing that we are going to make sure is they are vertical, so flex column. And then the first thing here is heading. So the heading here is we are going to have it as reviews, and also we are going to first of all make sure that we are styling the heading. So we are going to give it a font to be semi-bold, and also I'm going to give a text of font size of 18 pixels, like that. Let's see the changes. And here you can see we have reviews. So now the other part that we have been left with is where we have the reviews. So I'm going to have a div now that holds the review and the name of the person who have reviewed. So this one, we are going to have a class name here, and we can give it display of flex. And because they will be in a horizontal line, I'm going to add item center, and then here let's leave it like that. Here now we can be able to specify, we are going to specify the rating and also the name. So for this one, I'm going to copy this, and also I'm going to add the name. So here, like that. And then this one we are going to have like the name. So I'm going to have a span here. This one we can say John here, like that. And let's add the class name and then style this text, so font to be semi-bold. And also we are going to have a margin X of, let's say, 20 pixels. So 20 pixels, like that. So I think if I now format my code right here and see here, we are going to see we have this reviews. And here, if you want to see multiple reviews, I can copy this and paste it down here. Let's remove and then remove this space here, format again my code, and if I save that, here you'll be able to see that we have different review here. Of course, we are going to change this one. We can have like for example Jane, and can give it something of the sort. Let's come here and we'll be able to see that now we have worked on our product detailed page now. So I think now that's what I wanted to do in this video. Also, I want to push my code, so I'm going to just git add here, and then let me commit, and then here I can just comment that worked on the product detailed page, like that. And then git, we can push these changes origin and then frontend, because that is our branch right now that you are working on. And then we can add the passphrase and can be able to push now the code. So let me just pull request here, and I'm going to come here to the repo that we are right now, this here, and then we can be able to pull request. So compare and pull request, and also I'm going to create pull request here, and then after that it's checking for ability to merge. We are going to merge pull request and confirm merge, like that. And then so that is all that I wanted to cover in this video. So don't forget to like this video, and also subscribe to this YouTube channel, and also don't forget to turn on the notification bell so that the next time you'll be notified when I upload a new video. So see you in the next video. Have a great day. Hello and welcome back. In today's video, we are going to continue creating our front end right here. And the other video, we looked at our product page. And if I come here and look at product and then I specify the ID here, we are going to see that we have this beautiful product detailed page here, where we have created this part where we have an image here, and also this other part where we have the title, we have the description, we have the pricing and ratings, what is the inbox, this card here, this part where you can be able to add the quantity and also decrease the quantity, also the add to cart button and reviews right here. So now in this video we are going to look at the cart page. So if I click on this basket here, be able to see that we have this cart where we can be able to see the product that we have in our cart. And also the other thing that I want us to make sure is when you click on this view logo here, you are going to see you are going to be redirected to the home page. And when you click on this cart here, you'll be able to be redirected to the cart page here. So let's do that. So I'm going to open my code, and also I'm going to navigate to navbar here, and I want to wrap first of all the logo here. I'm going to wrap it using a link, and this link is from React Router DOM. So the link here, and let me specify this link, and I think now I have not actually imported this link, but I'm going to import it in a few. So let me import that link. So import, I want to import from React Router DOM. So React Router DOM, this one here, we are going to import here. I'm going to import link. So this link, you can be able to see it there. So, and inside here now, we can be able to wrap our logo. So I'm going to format my code, and here I need to specify when you click on this button where it should take you. So it is going to take you to the route here, default route or the root route, and that is our home page. Also, I want to wrap our this part here for the basket or our cart. I'm going to make sure that I wrap it using the same. So link here like that, and then I'm going to uh, add the location that we want to navigate once you click on it, and this is a cart or cart page. So if you remember, also we had created the cart page. So let me first of all format this. So in later videos, we had already created the cart page. So if I just come here and click this, you can be able to see that when you click on the logo, you are directed to the home page, because this is how most of application work, and you need to do this, and so that now it is a very easy way for consumer or the users to be able to go back to the home page. And when you click on this icon here for the basket, you are being directed back to the cart, or you are going to be navigated to the cart. So here already we had created the cart page here, and if you check here for the app.jsx, you'll be able to see that we had already created the route for it. So this cart here, and that's why you can see we are able to navigate to it. So if you haven't watched other videos, kindly go back and watch, so that you'll be able to see how we created this cart when I was explaining about React Router DOM. So now let's continue. Now I'm going to open the cart here, and now we can be able to make sure that we design our cart page. So let's see how the cart page looks like. So you can see here for the cart page, first of all, we have this heading. So let us make sure that we create that. So I'm going to style here a class name, and the first thing that I just need to do is to make sure that we have the min height screen. So min height screen, and also I want to make sure that we have padding 8, and after that we need to have the heading, this heading here, shopping cart, and let me copy it like that. So let's create that heading. So this one, we are going to just give it a heading of 3, and I'm going to paste it there, and here I'm going to add class name, and then here I'm going to give it the font size. So I'm going to give it a font size of 18 pixels, and also I want to increase the font weight, so I'm going to add font to be bold, and then I'm going to give a margin bottom of 6, like that. So if I save that, come back to my application right here, we're able to see now we have this shopping cart here, and we need now to also continue to the other part. So if you check here, you can see we have this, the right part here and the left side, and then this left side here we have this your items, and then we list all the product, and lastly we have this clear cut here, and in this side here we have order summary, where we have subtitle, shipping, total, and then this button here, proceed to checkout. So I'm going to create 2 parts. So let me just create a div here. So this div, we are inside this div now, we are going to have like this part. So let me create the left side. So left, and I'm going to make sure that I comment that. So this, we are going to have a div here that will hold the your items, and also list the products that we have in our cart. And here I'm going to have right side. So this is the right side. So I want to make sure that also I comment that So this one we are going to have a div, and this is where we are going to create our subtitle, the total, and also proceed to checkout button. So here I want us, first of all, let me make sure that I have start this wrapper container. So the first thing that I'm going to do here is just give a flex, because these two, they need to, they are displayed horizontally, so you can see, or side by side, you can see this one and this one, they are side by side. And let's do that. So I'm going to give it display flex and then gap of 8 right here. And now after that, we can continue with the other part now. So the other part, I'm going to give it a flex of 1, so that the other one we can just know maybe how we want to give it as the width, because you can see this one is larger and this one is smaller. So here we are going to give it a flex of 1. Also, we are going to give a background of white. The other thing that I want to give is shadow. You need to have shadow MD like that. And also I'm going to have rounded to be, I want to have a rounded corner, which I'm going to give a rounded edge. And then here I can give the padding to be 6. So the padding to be 6. So if I come back here to my project, you can see this part that only as displayed here. So let us continue and give it some information now. So inside now this, we want to create a heading. This, that is your items. This is like a subheading. So I'm going to open here, and inside here I'm going to create a heading that is heading 2, and I'm going to paste this your items, and I want to add class name. And inside here I'm going to give a text to be XL or of larger font size. We are going to give a font to be of semi-bold, so semi-bold. And also I'm going to give margin bottom to be 4. So that is margin bottom 4. And also when you hover over it, you can be able to see the class name in terms of, or what it translates to when it comes to CSS. And also for the logic, I want to give this heading to be 2 here, and this one we give it a heading of 3. And after that, now actually let's change here also. This is 2, this is 3, like that. And when I save that, come back here, you'll be able to see that you have your items, and we have changed those heading to be able to make sense. And also the other thing that I want right here is after this heading, we need to have another container that now will be able to hold, this container will be able to hold now this part for the products here. So this part here, all of these products here. So I'm going to style it. So first of all, you can see that products. So our products are displayed vertically. So you need to display them one under the other one. So I'm going to do that. So let me make sure that it's flex column. So direction should be column. And also the other thing is to give it a margin bottom of 4. So that is what I wanted here. Or actually let us give just space y and then 4. That means space between those containers that you are going to build inside here. So now let's continue and build like one product now. So the container that hold one product, so this one, so this part here, like that. Let's create now this one product here, because what we have now this container here is that this one here. And now inside that, you need to create that individual product. So the class name, so the first thing that we need to add here is we need to first of all have items in Flex, and then we want to have items to be aligned at the same line. Also, I want to give justify between so that they have space between them, and also border bottom, which is B, and also we are going to have border bottom, and then this border we can give it a border, and then gray, and then 200, and also I need to give it a margin bottom or padding bottom of 4, like that. So this, now we are spacing these products here. So the first thing that I need now inside here is to have the image for the product. So the image for the product here, let's specify it, and inside here we are going to give for example the location. So I'm going to just say, for example, let me just give a lotion 1.jpg. I don't know if I have that. Let me see. I have that image. So if I come back here, yeah, you can see we have that image, and then we need also to style it because it's large. So let's come here and add a class name for this image. So we are going to give it a height of 32. Or the width of 32, height of 32, and also we are going to say object cover, and also we are going to give rounded MD, like that. So let's see. So if I come back here, you can see we have that image here. So we have given it the rounded corners, and then after that, so let's come back here. You see we need to have this information here. So the title here, the description, and this part here. So what we are going to do is to have another div here inside. So a div, and then this div will hold the information so for our product. So I'm going to have a class name here, and then so the first thing that I'm going to give here is flex of 1. So flex 1, let's do that. And also I'm going to have margin left of 4. After that, now we are going to have the heading. So here we are going to have heading 3, and here I'm going to give the product title. So I can copy this and paste it here, like that. I'm going to style this heading here. So I'm going to say class name, and for this class name here, I'm going to give the heading. For example, I'm going to give a text of XL. I want to give a font semi-bold to make it have a weight, and also I'm going to have a margin bottom of 2. So let us format this first of all, and after this, let's see at the changes. So you can see here now we have this title here. So let's continue and also give the other information, for example this text here. So I'm going to copy everything here, and I'm going to add as a p tag. So p tag, like that, and then I'm going to paste that information. And here, let's come here, and for example, inside here now for the p tag, I'm going to give it like a text. Here should be of gray, like that, and also I'm going to give a 600. I'm going to have a margin bottom of 2, and then let's see how it will be displayed. Yeah, you can see now this information has been displayed the way I wanted it. So, and now the other thing that I want is to make sure that we open our product. Let's open our product page here, and I want to have this, because remember we have this part where we increase and decrease product in the cart page. So I'm going to copy this, and in the cart here I'm going to place this here, like that, but I need to also import these icons. So I think I can be able to import it like that, and also for the far plus, and I import it like that, and then I can format this. So if I come back here, you'll be able to see this part, and this is because we have this part. So now let's continue to this, the other part where we have the price and this, also the other icon for deletion. So let me come back here. So this one is here. So inside here also, for this one, I need to have another div. So this div here holds the price. So let's have the here the p tag first of all. So this one we are going to have the price. So let's come here and have this price, and I want to just copy the price like that, and then here I'm going to specify the price like that, and then I'm going to add the class name here to style this. So for this one, I'm going to give a text of XL, and also I want to give a font to be bold, and let me here add the bold, and then after that I want to maybe first of all style this div here, and I want to give text to be right, to be aligned right, and then after this now down here I can have now the icon. So this, let's have icon here. So we are going to have an icon that is called far trash alt. So this one has an icon for deletion, and here we need to space to just hide it. So first thing that we need to do here is to give a text or the color, so a color of red, and also I need to give a cursor pointer. So cursor should be pointer, and that is that. Let me see if this looks nice. So yeah, you can see here that they are displayed here, down here. So what I'm going to do is to make sure that this one is flex, and then flex column like that first of all, so that they are displayed horizontally, vertically that is. So I need to save this like that, and then let's see here. So let me reload. I think they are not displayed the way they should. So here I can see they are not displayed the way they should be. So I'm going to come here, and I can be able to remove it here and paste it here. I think this is because of the location that we have added that. And if I do that, let me save, and when I come back here, yeah, you can see they are displayed right here. And then let me first of all actually remove this. Let me see if it will work. So just remove that, and yeah, I think that is okay. So here I need to give a margin bottom of, let's say 6. Let's see what this will do. So yeah, you can see we have now some space here. So we can copy this and have different products. So I'm going to format this, and from here where we have the product, I'm going to copy it. So let me copy it like that, and let me copy it and paste it like twice like that. And when I save that, yeah, you'll be able to see that we have products here, another product here, and we can change even the image first of all. So this one will be just that image, and yeah, you can see we have different images here. And the other thing that we want to do is to create this button here. So let's do that. So after now this, after after this product here, we need to have that button. So let me create a button here, and this is, we are going to call it clear cut, or let's see what is being called. Yeah, clear cut. And if I come back to my project, let's see where Yeah, it is right here. So let us style now that. So I'm going to just add class name here. So class name, and also right here now I'm going to give a badge, a background color of red, but this is variation of 400. Also I'm going to give the width here to be 200 pixels, and also we are going to give it a text of white. I'm going to give a padding of 3, and also I'm going to give a margin top of, for example, 4, and rounded to be LG, to be large, or we can just change for this, can give it MD, and then font to be semi bold, like that. So if I save that and let's come here, you'll be able to see now we have this here, this that button. So maybe some of you may be wondering why we this button was here, and after we have styled it, it just came here, and this is because when you don't, if we don't specify the length, it will take the whole length. So if I remove that, you can see it is taking the whole length. So we need to add that width here. So after that, now you can see that it has occupied a small width of 200. So now the other thing that we want to create is now the other part, which is this part here on the right side. And this is a very simple one. So if you are training to code, you can go ahead and try create something like this so that you'll be able to learn. So but if you want us to create together, so let's go to this part here where we have the right side here. So this one, I want to make sure that we have the right side here. So I don't know why I can't see. So here we need to have another div. So I don't know why. I think here there's something went wrong, but I'm going to just write something. Now you can see there's something that is not very right for this part. So let's I think we need to make sure that we remove this right here, because I think some div are crossing each other. So I'm going to have a div here, and I'm going to, for example, say hello, so that I see where it will be placed. So if I do that, yeah, it should be here. So I think somewhere I removed some div which were very important, and then the code corrected itself. So here I'm going to have the right side now. Let's create now the right side, and here we are going to have for example, the class name. So this one I'm going to give a width of 80. I'm going to have a background to be of white, background white, and also I'm going to have shadow MD like that, and we are going to have rounded to be LG, and also the padding here should be 6, like that. So if I come back here, you can be able to see now we have this container here. And then the other thing is inside here we have the heading. So the heading here should be order summary. So order summary, like that. And then let us type this heading now. So class name, and then here we can give a text to be XL. Let's or larger font size. Also we are going to have a font to be semi bold, so this one, and also we are going to have margin bottom of 4, like that. So if I come back here, you can see now we have this order summary. Now the other part that we need to create is this part. We have subtotal, shipping, and everything. So I'm going to have another div inside here that will be holding those parts. So let me have a class name here, and I'm going to have it as, we are going to have it as flex, and then this is we are going to give it a flex to be column, so that they will be displayed vertically, and then space between them we are going to give spacing y of 4, and then inside here we can have a div. So we are going to have a div here that holds, so for example this part here, subtotal and then the total here. So here I'm going to have let me add the styling. So the first thing here is flex. Also we need to give it a justify to be between, like that. And then here I'm going to have the span. So the span here is, for example, subtotal, and then after the subtotal here, we are going to have the total. So for here, I'm going to add 490. And then for this one, here I'm going to have a class name, and this one we are going to have text to be LG, and I'm going to give a font to be medium. So like that, and also I'm going to copy this and paste it here, like that. So after that, now we can copy this and paste it again. So let's paste it here, and the second here is shipping. So shipping, we are going to give a shipping to be $10. So shipping is $10 here. And then I think we have this, the other part, total. So for the total here, let's have the total should be now $500 because we increased that. So here actually now the other thing is let me format this, and then after this now we can have like the button. So first of all, let's see our part here. So you can see we have this part here, and then we need to have now the button. So for the button here, let us type it. So this one is proceed to checkout, like that. And then here we can have a class name. So if I start here, I'm going to have a background that is a variation of pink. So #ef, and also I'm going to have 93, and then we are going to have db, like that. And here I can have text to be white, and I'm going to have a padding of 3. I'm going to have a width of full, and I'm going to have rounded to be LG, like that. And also I'm going to have font to be semi-bold, like that. So if I save that and format this, yeah, we're going to see that we have this part also. So I think now we have styled our cart page, and I think now we can just end our video right here. And in the other video, we are going to continue to create other pages. So if you haven't subscribed, kindly subscribe and also like this video. And also don't forget to turn on the notification bell so that you'll be notified the next time I upload a new video. Leave a comment, let me know how this project is taking you, and see you in the next video. Have a great day. Hello and welcome back. So let's continue building our front end right here. And in the other video, we looked at a cart page, and when I click on this basket here, you can be able to see that we created this cart page here, and also we had already looked at a product detail page. So let me go back here to our diagram, and I need to add here the pages that we have already created. So I'm going to reload this page, and we'll be able to see our diagram here that explains how our application works. That means if you are not understanding how this diagram has been built, or you cannot be able to relate this diagram with the project, then you need to go back and watch the previous video so that you understand. So here I'm going to add another pages. So I'm going to add here, for example, building detailed. I'm going to start with capital B. So building cart page here, that is Also here I'm going to have building product detailed page like that. So I'm going to also make sure that this is capital B, so here like that. And also I'm going to add another one here, which is today, which we are going to look at, and that is building login and slash register page. So these are, I'm going to have them, I'm going to create them in one video because they're almost the same. So let's have that registered there. And also I want to make sure that this one has been separated. Our front end here is separated, but we can just click on it and push it up there. And tomorrow we are going to look at product list page, where we can be able to filter products and also do sorting according to prices. So here I'm going to go to the previous project, and if I come up here and click on this login here, you can be able to see that we have this beautiful login page here, which we are going to create in a minute. And here on the sign up, if you click on this, you'll be able to see that we have this register page here, where the user need to register first of all, and then they can go back, login, and they'll be able to do other things like create orders and many other things that require a user to have registered and to have logged in. So let's go back to our code now. I'm going to first of all make sure that I come back to this project that we are building, and I'm going to open this project here. I'm going to close this cart page, product page, and also this component. I'm going to pages, and inside these pages I can, for example, create login.jsx. I'm going to use the shortcut RFCE, and after this, let me see if RFCE is going to work. Right now is as if it's taking time. Yeah, it has come up, and here I'm going to remove import React. And also the other thing that I'm going to create here is register. So register page also, so register.jsx like that. I'm going to use the same shortcut like that. And now let's look at app.jsx, because that's where we are going to add those routes. So let me come here, and under this, under my account here, or even after now this cart page here, what I can do is I'm going to have a route called login, and for the login here I'm going to import login page as our element. So login, can be able to see it here, auto import it. And also after that I can have this one, I can say create account, because also register is creating account, and you can specify that here. So this one is register. I'm going to see this, I'm going to import this register from the page. So if I come up here, you can be able to see that we have imported these two pages, and I'm going to log in here. This is where now we are going to concentrate on and build login page. So if I come back here to my the project that you already have done, if I click on sign up, you can see this is create account here, and you can write register if you want. But in our case, because we are here, we can when you click this, you need to go to the login. So let's make sure that when you click on this login here on the nav bar, you are going to be redirected to login page, that is. So I'm going to nav bar right here, and let's open here for the this one. I'm going to cut everything inside here, and I'm going to wrap it using link. So from React Router DOM, so link here, and let me paste everything here, and I'm going to just add here the URL to login like that. and then after that I can be able to just um, save that. And if I come back here, try to, you can see now if I try to go to login here, you can see this is an empty page. So that's what I wanted. So let's create now the login, and I want us first of all to look at the login here. So for the login here, you can see this is a container here, and it is centered. And after that, you can see we have the image here, and you can see for the image here we have animation, and for the other part here is a form. So if also if I go back to the login here, you can see we have a image here, and you can see the image here has a bit of animation, and also the same here for the login, we have the form here, and you can see we have the text down here that has a sign up here. If you don't have account, you can click on this sign up here. So let's now do that. So let's come here to the login. I'm going to close this nav bar here, and also I'm going to push this down. So let me remove everything inside here. Now this is an empty component, so I'm going to add class name here. And the first thing that I'm going to do is to center everything. So this one will be item center. I'm going to add justify center also. And what I'm going to add also is margin to be, margin top here should be 15 pixels. So 15 pixels like that. And if I save this and go back to the project, there's nothing that you can be able to notice right now because we have not added content. So I'm going to now add the two parts that we are going to have. So I'm going to have a wrapper container that will hold the image, that will be able to hold this image and also this form. So let's now make sure that we do that. So here I'm going to have the image. So let me add image here, and I'm going to comment this, and let's have that image inside here. So we are going to have a div here that holds the image, or we can call it container, and here we can have form that has inputs and also the button for logging in. So let's have it like that. So here, because this one you can see they are side by side, that means we are going to use display flex. So let's do that. So let me style this class name, and here the first thing that we are going to do is to add flex. We need them to be on the same line. So I'm going to have item center, and also background should be white. Another thing is we should add shadow here. We need to have a shadow LG like that, and also we can have rounded. We need to have rounded corner, of which also we are going to give it rounded LG, and also we can say overflow should be hidden. So overflow hidden like that. And now we can concentrate on the this div that holds the image. So let's add here class name. So here what I want first of all is to make sure that I specify the height. So for the height here I'm going to give 500 pixels. For the width also I'm going to give it 500 pixels, because this one I want it to be a square like. And here I'm going to create animation. I'm going to use transition transform. After that also I'm going to specify the duration for animation. So this one will be just 700 millisecond, and then I'm going to say is in out. So is in out, and also I'm going to have a transition or transform. And the other thing is when you hover over it, what it should do is should be scale. It should scale. So this one we need to have a, we don't need to have any space. So I'm going to give it 105 when you hover over it. So after that, now inside here we can have now we can have the image. So let's have an image here, and this image now we can have the source here. So the source we are already have the images. So I'm going to have here the image.jpg, and also for the alt here also you need to make sure that you are adding this. So here login, you can just say login. And also here I want to have a class name. Here I'm going to specify that I wanted to take the whole height and weight of this the parent div here. So what I'm going to do is to add object to be cover. Also I'm going to give it height to be full, and also width should be full, so like that. And if I do that, come back, save this and come back to my project, you can see here we have you can see we have this image here. So now let's go to the but before that, I think what we need to do is to format our code, yeah, like that. And then here you can see that the first thing we have the image. We have now created the image. For the form here, we need to add another div. So this div here, so I'm going to have a class name here. So this is where we are going to have a form. So the first thing that I'm going to add here is the padding 10. We are going to have a 500 width to be 500 pixels, like that. And we can, let me just see how it will look like. Yeah, you can see already we have given the same width here for the image container, and then for the form container also we have given the same width. So that's why you can see they look really nice. So here also the other thing that I want to add here is now we are going to have so for the form here, what we need to have is, first of all, we need to have this heading for the logging in. So let's do that. So here we have login, and also we need to make sure that we style this. So cname, which is our class name. So for this login here, I'm going to give it a text of XL, and also I'm going to have a font to be bold. Also, we are going to have our text to be gray, and then 700. I'm going to have a margin bottom of 5, like that. And then after that, we can have the other part where we have the form. So let's have a form here, like that. And inside now this form, we can have various things. So let me first of all make sure that I style this form. And this form, I'm not going to have an action. I'm only going to have a styling here. And for the styling here, I want to have a space y, that is vertical, and then I'm going to give it 5. So I'm going to have a div here, and this div will hold the label and the input. So this one, let me have the first label, which is email. So let's have the email right here. And for the label here, I'm going to add let's have a class name, like that. And the first thing that I want to do is to add the display here should be block. We are going to have a text of color gray, and then the gray here is a variation, which is 600, and then MB is 1, like that. So after that, we can have the input, like that. So for the input, let's have also the class name here. I'm going to have for this, I'm going to have a width to be full. Also, I'm going to have padding x to be 4. That means horizontally. And then we are going to have I want to create a border. So I'm going to have border. I'm going to specify the color of the border, which is gray, and a variation in that matter, which is 300. I'm going to have rounded here to be MD. And also I'm going to have focus. And for the focus here, for the focus, I'm going to have outline to be none. So outline none. And also I'm going to have a ring, which I'm going to have it when I just focus on it, which is a ring of 2. And also I'm going to have a color for that ring. So when also you focus on that, you can have a ring of let's say specified color here. So I'm going to have as D, and then 55. I'm going to have also F BB like that. So this is the color that I want to have. So what I'm going to do here, I think there's somewhere that we have a mistake here, and I don't know where this mistake came from. And this is because we have not crossed the those quotation mark, this one. So if I save this and come back here to my project, you already can see here that we have this input here. But one thing that I have not I don't like is the padding here for this input. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to just remove this like that, and then it will have padding all around. Yeah, like that. I think that looks nice, but we can also make sure that it's not that big. So let's try 3. I think so. I think 3 will be, yeah, I think 3 is okay. So let's see for this one. And also I want to make sure that I add the placeholder. Just come here and let's do that here. So placeholder, and this we can say example at example .com like that. So if I do that and come back here, you'll be able to see that we have this. So I'm going to also copy the same this here, copy that and paste it here. For this one now it will be password. So password, let's add here password. And for this one, I want this to be a type of password so that when the user is adding the or is typing the password, they want to be able to see what they are typing, or someone else cannot be able to see what they are typing. Here I'm going to add just asterisk. So if I do that and come back here, you can be able to see that we have this here. And I think for this one we can have also like for this we can have a class name here. Let's add margin bottom to be 5, and the same here we are going to have a class name margin bottom of 5 like that. So if I save that and then come back here, yeah, we can have this space here. And now the last thing that we are going to have here is the button. So let us have a button here. This button is logging in. So remember here, this also button has some animation, and we are going to do that animation because if you check here, you can see this button is scaling, and also down here we have this text. So let's do that. So for this one, I'm going to have a class name. So like that. So the first thing that you are going to have here is width should be full so that it takes the whole width. Also, we are going to have our padding y, which is 2. I'm going to have a background. So for the background here is the this specific color. So hash d 55. We are going to have FBB, and also after that we can have the text to be white. So text white. I'm going to have a font to be bold. So font should be bold, and also we can have other things like rounded to be medium, which is MD. We're going to have a transition transform like that. Transition transform, we are going to have to specify the duration. So for the duration here, we are going to just keep it at 500. And also I'm going to have, when you hover over this it will be having a background. Let's say for example I'm going to use blue in this case. I'm going to give it 200. I think this will be okay, or let's have it as 400. After that we are going to have a focus. When you focus on it, it will have an outline. So, or it will not have an outline, sorry. So outline should be none. And also we are going to have a ring. So focus here should be having a ring, which is the ring here should be red, and it should be 500. So another thing is transform. Yeah, we are going to have a transform, and when there is a transformation, we are going to have a and you hover over it, you are going to scale to 105 again. So if I do that, come back to my project here, let's go here to my project. You can see actually it's blue, so it is turning blue here. So I think now the other thing that we have been left with here is this text here. So let's do that. But before that, I'm going to format my code like that. And after now we have the button right here. Let's have another div here. So for this div, let's first of all make sure that we style this div. We are going to give a margin top of, let's say, 4. Also, I'm going to give text here to be small. I'm going to have a text to be having a color of gray 600. Let's have a span here. So what I'm going to do here is add the text here. I think for this one here, we need to use a backtick. So we are going to have a text don't have when you don't have an account. So let's have when you don't have an account. Then we are going to have a link here because this will be able to navigate us to the sign up. So here I'm going to have sign up, or what we are calling create account. So here I'm going to have to which to navigate to create account. So create under hyphen account like that. So this one we are going to have a slash here. So for this one, I think don't know why I'm having this thing is not defined, so I need to import it. So let's see if I can import it from here through auto completion. So link, and I can let me import it manually. So this one link here is from React Router DOM. So I'm going to import link from React Router DOM. So React Router DOM, this one here, like that. I think that's okay now. But for this link here, also I want to make sure that we have a styling, because if you come back here, you can see we have this styling here. And if you come here, you can see we don't have this styling for this sign up here. So what we are going to do is let's have a class name here, and let's have some styling. So the first thing is text here. We are going to have text to be red and then 500 a variation. Also we are going to have, when you hover over it, it will have underline like that. So if I do that, come back here, you'll be able to see that we have this underline here, so sign up. So I think there's some space here. So because if you check here, we have some space. So let's have some space here. So I'm going to have margin left to be having like a space of 1. Margin left, I think, yeah, you can see now we have some space here. And I think now we can create the other part, which is register. And also I think this one we can move it up here, because I think this space up here is unnecessary. So let's first of all do that. We can give it like a 10% top, and then it will be I think there it will be okay here. Or even let's make sure that is like 5. Let's see if 5 it will be okay. 5%. If I save this, you can see now this one is looking good. So I think here now you can add the email and then the password and be able to log in. So the other thing that I want to do, maybe I might change this variation for this blue color here. So let's scroll up to here, and then where we have this color for blue, we can actually have it as 200 also. And then let's see, yeah, you can see this one login here. And now let's create register. So for the register here, when you click on this text here, you can see we are now at register page here, but for register here is just an empty, this one is just an empty one or an empty page. So I'm going to copy here all of this from this div here to this route div here, copy that, and here I'm going to paste it here like that. Also, the other thing that I'm going to copy from the login here is this link from React Router DOM. So copy that, and up here, let me add it here like that, and then save that. If I come back here, you'll be able to see that also we have this login. So for this one, I'm going to have this one to be create account. So create account, and also the other thing is I'm going to have an extra input. So if I come back here and go back to this part, you can see we have the full name here for this full name. So I'm going to copy this input here, and also the label I'm going to add up here, and then I'm going to add here full name, and I need to add here for this placeholder here, can add something like John Doe like that. And if I save that, come back here, you can see we have a full name the same as this one here. So you can see for this one, you can see this is register. Also, let's have this as a create account also. So this one will be, rather than login now, this one will be create an account. So I think we can have it like that, create an account, and I think, yeah, create an account. I think that's okay. So here, then let's see the text here. So for the text here should be have already an account, and this one will be login. So let me copy that, and then here I'm going to paste it here like that. But this one here will be now login, and we can add the text here. Also, this one we are going to add the login. We are going to be redirected back to login. So if I save that and then come back to my project here, you can see now it's if you have an account, go to login. So if I create login here, you can be redirected here. But if you have no account, then that means you can click on this sign up here and go back to this part. So the last thing that I want to do is to push my code to my GitHub. So I'm going to add here every changes that I have made. So commit here, I'm going to add a comment here, added login and register page. Let's have it here like that. And after that, now I can just say git push origin, and then we have front end. Let's push this, and then let's add the passphrase. And after that, now that there is passphrase, can come back here, and then let's see for my repo here. So let me do the pull request. So this is the repo that you are pushing, and after that we need to see here a notification here. You can see here this notification, compare and pull request, and after that we can create a pull request, and it will be checking for ability to merge like that. You can see checking for ability to merge, and then the last thing is to merge pull request and then confirm merge, and then I think that's okay now. So I think we have done what we were supposed in this video, and I don't want it to be longer than this. If you haven't subscribed to this YouTube channel, please subscribe to this YouTube channel and also like this video. And the other thing is that don't forget to turn on the notification bell so that you'll be notified the next time I upload the other video or the next video. Have a great day. See you on the next video. Hello and welcome back. So let's continue building our front end. And if you look at this diagram here that I created, we already created majority of the pages in our front end. And here I'm going to add the page that we are going to cover in this video. So here I'm going to say building a product list page. And this is where we are going to have filters. For example, if you want to filter according to prices and many other filters. So let's go back to our project here. And in the previous project that we demonstrated using, if I come here to search and then look for example, let me search anything right here. If I click search here, you'll be able to see that we have this page here that has our products listed here, and here we can be able to filter items using the concerns here, popular brands, and also the skin type here. Also, if you come here, you can be able to filter according to price. You can see if you actually select the price by descending, they can be able to be you can be able to filter them according to that. So let's do that. We are going to create this page that we are calling products, and you can see right here on the URL is product, and then this one will be just any, let's say for example tagline or maybe a search term. So let's come here to the code and under app.jsx here we are going to have another part that we are going to call the products. So I'm going to have products, and let me just add it here. So add it here like that, and we are going to call it products, and then here we are going to have just a tagline or something of the sort, tagline or search term, or let me just call it search term or search term like that. And then here we need to actually have now the product list page. So I'm going to create a product list page. So product list like that, and this one is also a JSX. I'm going to use short name to have a component here. So let me just make sure that I remove that importation. Let me save that, and here app.jsx I'm going to import now the product list. So let me see if I can do the auto completion. Yeah, and you can see here we have the auto completion. So I'm going to just add it like that, and I'm going to close other pages that we are not going to require in this video so that we can have some space where we can work in. So here if I just go to the products, so this is the project that you are building. If I go to products and then have anything here, for example something like toners, let me just have it here. That is our search term. If we do that, you can be able to see that we have this page that is empty, and right now you cannot be able to see anything because we have not added anything here. But here I can just add something like a product list, yeah, like that, and you save that and come back here. You'll be able to see now we have product list here. And if you go back to this project, you can see that we have this background that is grayish, and then we have filters here, and then we have our products here. So let's do that, and this will be a very easy. So I'm going to just remove that here. So let me first of all style the whole page. So to style the whole page here, let me add the class name, and I'm going to have it as min height screen like that. Also I'm going to have the background to be gray variation, so I'm going to give it a gray variation of 50, and then I'm going to have a padding of 8 like that. So after that, now we are going to have the two parts. So the first part that you are going to have is this part that have filter products, concern, popular brand, and skin type. And also we will have the other part where we have sort product by price here. So let's do that. So I'm going to create two divs. So I'm going to have a first div which are going to say is a left div, and this one we can be able to actually comment this. So this one is a div here for the left, and we are going to have another here right here, and we can be able to comment this. This is also a div like that. So for the left part here, now we can be able to make sure that or actually we can have like a wrapper for those two, so that we can be able to make them horizontal. So this one we are going to have a class name here, and then we are going to style it using flex, display flex, and then we are going to first of all have justify them to be between, so that they can be able to be pushed end by end. So here I'm going to also to give the margin to be 4, and now inside here we can have these two parts, the right side and the left side. So I'm going to format now this also, and I think here I need to have a div. So this is a div here like that, and also I'm going to have a div right here, because I think I'm rearranging my code. So I think this is okay. So I have this left side here, and also I have the this part here, which is the left side, the right side. So I think this one we can just remove this. I think this is extra closing div, and now let's concentrate with our left side. So for the left side now, the first thing that we are going to have is let's have just also a styling. So the first thing that we are going to do is that we are going to add here, it will be flex, and then it will be flex column. Let's have flex column, but if the screen is small, that is SM, then we are going to have flex to be row. So flex row like that, and this is to make it responsive. Remember, we are going to make this also responsive. So items will be center right there, and then inside here we are going to have text here, which is a span. So here we are going to add here filter products like that, and then this one we are going to have a class name, and this we are going to have a text to be large, and also we are going to have font to be semi-bold like that, and we can have margin right to be 4 like that. So after that, now we are going to have a select, because here we need also to be able to select some options, and in this case this one we are going to name it to have a name of concern like that, and now we can also be able to style this select. So class name here, we can give it for example the padding to be 2, we are going to have margin bottom to be 4, and for the smaller screen we can have a margin bottom to be 0, and for the smaller screen also we can have margin right to be 4 like that. So after that, now let's add the options here, and if you check here we have default options. So and already you can see here we have that part for select. So you can see the concern here, and fortunately I had already prepared that. So this is the options that you are going to have there. So copy that, and I'm going to paste it here. I'm going to add this in the resource part of this video. So also let me make sure that I format, and if I go back now to my project, which is right here, this is my project, and reload here, you'll be able to see that we need to have that. Let me see where. Let me see. So yeah, we have the filter products here, and we have select, and select here is closed. I don't know why it is not like appearing. Actually I have not saved. So when I save here, now you can see we have this part. Then also we are going to have so if you select that, then you can see that we are able to select some concern, and then products will be filtered. Because if you come here and select any concern, you can see, yeah, the products are being filtered according to the concerns here. So I think because we don't have like many products, and when you reload here now, you'll be able to see that all products will be displayed right here. So let me also continue with other part now. So after this, we are going to have another part which is for the popular brands. So for this one, I'm going to have select also right here, and I think I'm going to use for the name here. This will be different because this is for brand, so popular brand, and after that we can be able to reuse the styling for this select here. So copy this like that, and we are going to have class name here like that, and then let's have now the options here. So let me copy this from here, and let me paste it in my code, because I don't want to have a lot to do a lot of work by typing this. And if I save that and then come back to my project here, you'll be able to see that we have these popular brands here. So now we need to have the other part now, which is on the right side here now. So in the right side here, let me have the div here, so like that. And this one I can remove this div here that is closing, because we are going to have a lot of closing div, and that is because my code is rearranging. So here I'm going to have a flex, and also we are going to have flex column. So this one is just like the other styling. So for the smaller size, we are going to it will be flex to be row, and also it is for the smaller screen items will be center like that. And then we are going to have the span here, like this one here. Copy that and paste this one here. And for this one, I'm going to have is sort product. So filter product, sort product, and then we are going to have now select. So select here, the name here will be this one. For the name here, this will be having a name of price like that. And then for the styling, we can add the styling, or even we can just leave it like that for this one. And then now let's have the other options. So this option here, copy, and copy that, and I'll paste it here like that. And then if I format this like that, go back to my project, you can be able to see now we have this also the other part. So now the other part that we have been left with is the products here, and that will be very simple because already we have the products component. So I'm going to come here to the components, and for the products, let me see where also I added the products here. So actually I'm going to just import products down here, because that will just have products added right there. So let me have products right here. So we have the products from the component, and save it like that, format my code, and then save. So if I come back here, you need to see the products here. Yeah, you can see we have the products right here, and because now we don't have the functionality to filter and do many other things, we can just leave it like that. So I think now this video is long enough, so we can just leave it at here or end the video here. So don't forget to subscribe to this YouTube channel and also like this video, and also you can turn on the notification bell so that you'll be notified the next time I upload the next video. So see you in the next video. Have a great day. Hello and welcome back. So let's continue building our front end right here. And if you look at our diagram here, already we have created majority of our pages, but we have one page that is left, and that page is order page. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to drag this up here so that we can add another page, and let us register that page here. So I'm going to add here building. So I'm going to building a cart page. Actually it's not cart page, order page, sorry. So this is order page here, and now because we have all those pages, now in the other video, now we are going to continue with the admin dashboard here, and then we'll do the integration. So if I come back to my code here, I need to register that page. I'm going to create that page and also make sure that I register. So inside here, I can be able to create order page. So order.jsx like that. And then here I can just use the shortcut RFCE to be able to create the page. But also I need to make sure that the order page here, I have registered it in app.jsx here. So I'm going to copy this and paste it down here. I'm going to change the path here. So in this case, the path here will be just orders, or I can just say my orders. Let me use my orders. And also I can just add here the page, which is order page. So I think here we need to, it needs to have auto completion. Yeah, you can see auto completion there. So if I import it, you can be able to see that I have imported it here. And when I try to now come to my application here and go to the my orders page. So let me just go to my orders page, and if it loads here, you'll be able to see now we have order here, but it should be orders actually, but we won't change that. And now we have this page here, and what I want now is to close these pages that we are not going to use, like this one. And now we can continue building our orders page here, but before that, let's see how our order page looks like. So if I come back here and to the other project that we already had created, you can see we have these three products here. I want to remove these three product here, and I want to order this one product here so that we can be able to see the orders page. So I'm going to click proceed to checkout, and you need to have authenticated first of all to be able to do this ordering and to be able to access this checkout page by Stripe. So here I'm going to add my email. So let me add my email, or even you can choose to use Google Pay right here. So this one I'm going to add any email that I want, like that. And this information can be saved to the database, and I'm going to show you that in later videos. So let me add here like that, and then here I can be able to add any future date. Here also I can add any CVC. Here I'm going to add my name, and I think I can also add like click on pay. So if I click on pay here, you'll be directed to, if the order here has been created successfully, you can see that we have this page here that is order, and you can see thank you for your orders. Here are the details of your recent orders. If you check here, this URL is orders, but in this case I have named my this page, the path to this page, my orders, because I think this my orders is appropriate, so that you can know is that it is your orders. And also this part here you need to have authenticated, but we are going to do that later on. So here you can see we have order 1 here, and you can see we don't have any other order right now. So this is order 1, and we are going to make sure that we actually make sure that we do that. We actually now create this page. You can see we have this check here, checkbox, and also we have this information. Thank you for your orders. Here are the details of your recent orders. You can see order 1. So if you have another order here, it will be actually down here. So let's see now what we do in this case and how to create this one here. So I'm going back to my code here, and let me just come here. And the first thing, let me start by styling this page. First thing that I want to do is to give this whole size. So to give min height and then screen like that. Also, I want it to have a background color of gray and variation of 50. I'm going to give a padding of 8 for the whole page. So if I save this and come back here, you will not be able to see any difference. The only difference that you can see is that we have a background color here that is gray. So let's go back into our code, and inside here, I first of all need to create a div that will hold this information here. Let me show you. So this information up here, like a checkbox, we have a thank you for your orders, and here are details. So let's do that. So here I'm going to style this part. So red as class name here. The first thing that I'm going to add is maximum width here will be 4xl. I'm going to give a margin X here to be auto, and also I'm going to give a background to be white so that we can see that part, and also we can give a shadow to be shadow medium or shadow MD here, and also I'm going to give a rounded LG, and also I'm going to give a padding of 6 like that. So let's see if we have any changes. In that case, yeah, you can see we have this part here, and that part is right here. So let's now let's create, actually this one will be this whole part here, like this whole part is not like this part only. So now I need to have another div, and that div is the one that will hold now this information that is up here. So inside that we are going to have another div. So in this div here, let's make sure that we style it. So I'm going to have a class name. For this one, we are going to make sure that text is aligned at center like that. Also, I'm going to have a margin bottom of 8 like that. And here now I can have an icon that is for check. So for check. So this one I need to import it. So check circle like that. And then because I don't see any auto completion, I think I can try to see the auto completion, or maybe we can actually be able to import it manually. So because I cannot be able to see it here, what I'm going to do is try and import it manually. So import, we are going to import from, remember we have React icons, and then FA here. So I'm going to just import it here. So for check, we have circle like that. And then now let us style this. We are going to add a class name here like that. And we are going to have, first of all, the text here, we are going to give a green. That is the color of the that check. This one should be green. So this check icon, and also I'm going to give the size here to be 6xl, and also I'm going to give margin x auto, actually, yeah, auto. And then what else? That another thing that I'm going to do is to give it a margin bottom of 4, like that. So if I save this, come back here, you can see now that is the one that I wanted here. Like, this is the background color, this is the size, and also you can see the color here is like a green. So I'm going to have, after that, I need to have a heading 1, which is thank you for your orders. So I'm going to come back here, come back to this project here, and I'm going to copy this. So let me copy that and paste it here. And after that, we have another information. So for this information here, I'm going to have like a P, this is a P tag or a paragraph. So let me copy also that. So here are the details for your recent order. So I'm going to come up here and paste it here. So for this heading now, let me add a class name. For this one, I'm going to have text to be 3XL. I'm going to also have font to be bold, like that. And also for this one, the text can have a class name here, and this one we are going to have it, the text here should be gray. So, and this one will be a variation of 600. After that, now we can have a margin top of 2. So let's have a margin top of 2, and I think that looks nice. So let's go back to my project, and you can see how it looks like. So it's the same as this one here. So now after that, we need to have another div that will hold now our orders. So let me come back here, and I'm going to create another div right here. So for this div, let's first of all make sure that I actually have a class name here, like that. So this one, we are going to have a MB, which is 8 for the whole order. This one will hold the whole order. So for the order here, the first thing that I want is to have the order number. So for this case here, this will be order 1, but I'm going to copy from here. So let's copy this order 1, and this is a heading. So paste it here. And for this one, let me style it. So class name also. And this one will be, we are going to give it a different styling. So 2XL, I'm going to give font to be semi-bold. And also I'm going to have margin bottom to be 4. And then I can have another div now. So let's have another div right here. And then this div here holds this other part that has a product here. We have the items ordered, and we have products here, and also this rating here. So let's do that. So for this part, let me add the class name. So for the class name here, I'm going to add a space of y, and then 4, like that. And now inside here, we are going to have, first of all, we are going to have another div here. So this div here will hold now the text. So let's have, first of all, this div here. So the div, and then inside here, we can have like the background color. So let me first of all add class name. Here I'm going to have a background color of gray, and this a gray variation of 50. I'm going to have a padding 4. I'm going to have rounded to be LG, so like that. So if I come back to my project here, you can be able to see that already we have this order 1 here. So let's come here, and let's see what we are going to do in this inside this div. So here we are going to have now the text. So this one is x3 here, and this one is items ordered, like that. Then let us have a styling here. So for this one, we are going to have a styling to be text XL, text A, and also I'm going to give it like a font to be of semi-bold, and also we are going to have a margin bottom of 2, like that. So if I save this, come back to my project, so we have this, you can see items ordered. Now if I continue now, yeah, after that we can have now the other div that holds the product. So let's do that. So here I'm going to have a div. So this div, let us type this div here. So we are going to have a class name here, and I'm going to give this a flex first of all. Here this one will hold all the products that we are going to have for this products for this order. And also I think that's okay, because I want them to be one under the other one. So this one will be the way they have been arranged here. This the first item, the second item here, and you can see for the product we have the image here, we have the quantity, we have the title here, and we have the price. So let's create that this container that holds our product. So here we have this container here, and the first thing is to style it. So here we are going to have for example, we need to have a flex, because we want them to be aligned horizontally. We are going to make sure that they are aligned at the same center, so item center. We are going to make sure that they are spaced evenly, so I'm going to use just 5 between. And also I want the border to be bottom. We have to have a border bottom, and also border should be gray color. And also we are going to have a variation of it to be 200. Also I'm going to have a padding bottom of 4, like that. So if I save that, come back here, you can see that we have this border here that is for the bottom here, and you can see this one. So let's continue now. I'm going to come up here. So this is the one that holds the product. So the first thing that we are going to have here is we are going to have the image. So we have the image here, and this image we can just check the images that we have in our public folder. So this one will like be jpg. Let me see if I have that actually. So yeah, you can see we have this one. So we need to style this image first of all. So I'm going to come up here and add class name for this product. So for this image now, what we are going to do is to give it a small size. So width will be 24. Also I'm going to give a height to be 24. And also the other thing that I'm going to give for this image here is to make sure that it is rounded. It has a rounded corner, so rounded MD, like that. If I come back here, you can see it is a small one here, and I can make sure that it covers, so object cover, like that. If I save that, let's see that will, yeah, you can see now it has improved. So now after the image here, we can have a div here that holds the title and also the quantity. So let's do that now. So let's add a div here. So we have a div. So this div here, let's add style. So for this div, we are going to have give it like a flex. So we are going to have a display flex of 1, and also margin left of 4. So for the heading here, we are going to have a heading 4. So for this one, we are going to have the title of that product. So the title here, we can give it, for example, this title here. So let's add here. And also we need to have a quantity here. So after this heading 1 here, we can have a p tag here that holds the quantity. So for this, I'm going to give a quantity of 2 right here. So data style, so let's have a class name here. And for this one, I'm going to give a text large. I'm going to also to have after text large here, we can have font to be bold. And also for actually for now actually here I can give a different, for example, different color. Let's just leave it like that, semi-bold. I think that's okay. So for this one, for this p tag here, we can give a text of gray, and it is a variation. So I'm going to give it of 600, and I think that's all that I want for this part here. So yeah, you can see we have this here. And now the other part that we need is the price here. And you can see for this one, I forgot to add the $ here. So let's first of all make sure that I format this code. And after that, now I'm going to have the other part that holds the price. So I'm going to have a div here, and let's have a class name. So for this one, I'm going to have a text to be right, to be aligned at right, and also I'm going to make sure that we have a text here that is a p tag. We are going to give it, for example, the price of $90, like that, and then here we can be able to style it. So for this one, I'm going to have a text to be large, and also we are going to have a font to be bold, like that. So if I save that, come back here, let's see how it looks like. So you can see here we don't have like good spacing, so I can try and change, for example, here. So let's see this one here, and I can say justify, and then let's see justify, justify, and then let's see evenly. Yeah, evenly, like that. So if I do that, come back here, I think so it looks almost similar. So I want to just keep looking at that. And here also I think, let's see if this one should be bold. Yeah, it's just the same. Actually, they are same. So there's no need to change anything. So if we have two orders, then we are going to add another div down here. But before that, I also need to have like a rating for this product. Now, after we have finished with the details of the product, we need also to see the rating part, where we have the rate this product, we have these rating stars here, we have the text area here, and also we have this button. So let's create that as a part for rating. So let's create here another div. So for this one, I'm going to give it a styling here, and the first thing that I want to do here is to give a flex, display flex, and then flex here to be column, and like that. Also for this one here, we are going to have a heading to be 3, and this one we can say that rate this product, and we have to style this one here also. So class name here will be having a margin y of 3, and also after this we can have the other part, which is a star rating. So we need to have a star rating here. So let's create star or import star rating. So let's see if we can do the auto completion, but auto import. So here I don't have that. So what I'm going to do here is to come to these other pages where we already used the star rating. So for example, for the product here, I think I had already used this. So I'm going to copy that and use it in here. So for example, and also the other thing that I'm going to do, let's first of all format this. And here also I need to import this star rating up here. So I'm going to copy this also. So after that, now let's come here and paste it like that. I'm going to save that and close this. So if I just come back here, so let's see the star rating here. So right here, what we are going to do is that I can see here we have some error. So what I'm going to do here is to actually restore this rating here, star rating importation, and I'm going to close this product here page. And right here now you can see that after that we imported star rating, and also we have added here. So if I come back to my project here, you can see that we have rate this product, and you can see here we have this star rating here, but it has a different color, and I want to change that. I want to change this and give them a color here, a gray color, like that. Let's see now how it will look like. Yeah, like that, so that when you just, we are going to activate them later on. So I'm going to add now the other part, which is now the text. So here I'm going to add the text area like that. And for this one, I'm going to have a placeholder here. So for the placeholder, I'm going to add here, like leave a message. So placeholder, this one will be leave message like that, and or leave a message. And here we can have the styling. So class name, here we are going to have for example, the padding here should be like 10. We can have the padding to be 10 pixels. Also for the width, we can give a width of 300 pixels, so 300 pixels. And also I can give a margin top of 3 like that. So I think after this, now what we are going to have down here is a button. So let's have a button here. For this button is submit button, and here I can have a class name. So class, let me just come up here and add a class name. And for this one, I'm going to have a BG. This one will be just a background of black, that is 1E 1E. And after that, we can have like a margin top of 3. I'm going to have a width of 200 pixels like that. And also I can have a padding. Let's give a padding of let's say 5 pixels. And also for this one, we can have a text to be white, a text of white like that. So if I come up here and format my code, and then come up here, you'll be able to see that now we are going to have a button here. And I think this is because we have not actually saved. So when I save this, you'll see that we have this leave a message, and you can see this, the whole part here. You can have the products here. So if I come up here, you can see now, yes, this other part is just like the same. So this is just iteration. So if you want to add another product, we can just come here, and let me first of all format my code. And then after that, I'm going to come up here from this part here up to, I think, let's say here. After that, here we have, and then I can copy this and paste it here. I think I have missed one div, so let's go again and see where we need to copy from. So where we want to iterate is here. So I think what I can do is, first of all, copy this. This should be inside this div here. I don't know why I'm getting this error here. Oh, actually I know why. So I'm going to add it there, and let me format. And after that, let me see where I need to copy this. So I need to mark here up to here, that is. So I need to copy after, let me show you. So I'm going to copy this, and for the first until here for the submit, and then after that I can copy this down here. So if I do that, come back here, you'll be able to see now we have two products here. And I don't know, I think here I have this to be, let me see here. So for this div here, we need to make sure that this one is flex item here. Can make sure that this one for the flex, I think it should not, we should not copy like that. I think so. So I'm going to just save this. Let me see. And yeah, so this is we don't need to do that. So I'm going to, let me save this again, and let me just go back again and just leave it like here. So yeah, you can see how it looks like. Yeah, I think this one is just okay. I think we need to just identify where you need to loop from. So I think this one here, let me format my code, and when I want to add another product, so let's see this one here. So you can see we have rate here to be a different one. So I think I can wrap them with one div. So let me just come here and up to where we have this div here, and I can wrap them using one div. I think have a div here and then paste it here like that, format my code. Now let's see where I have this div. So where I have this div until here. So I can copy this and until there, and so I can copy this and paste it there. So if I do that, and you can see now it's working fine here. So what I can do is to make sure that also I have given this different styling, and what I can do is to give a margin bottom of 4 like that. Let's see if this will let me also come here to this part and make sure that I have styled this. So margin bottom of 4 like that. So if I save that, come back here, I think you can see now we have some space here, and I think this is okay. So now the other part that we have been left with is now this part here. We have shipping information, and we are going to have a payment method here to be Visa, this other part here, and also we have this where we have the order summary. So let's see where to add that div. So after this, now you can see here we have let's see. So for this one we have a div here, so we can have let me see the where we need to start, because these divs are so many and we need to know where to add them. So for this one I have this order here, so I need to come up here, and I'm going to track it until here, and after that now we can have another div for the shipping information. So let me make sure that I style this. So class name, here I'm going to give a background to be of gray, and this one I can give a background gray of 50. I'm going to have a padding of 4, and also I'm going to have a rounded to be LG, so have a smooth corners here. So if I come back here for this one, you can see that we have this part here. It is, you cannot be able to see it very clearly. Let me see if yeah, you can see this one here. So after that we can have a heading that is having shipping information. So this is in shipping information, so let's add that here, shipping information, and let's style this. So see class name here, I'm going to have a text to be XL, and also I'm going to have a font semi bold like that. I'm going to have a margin bottom of 2 like that, and after that now we can have like this text here, for example the email. So I'm going to come up here and we can add I can add the email, so the email here, and also for this one also I can have also the name. So let's do that. So for the name here also I'm going to copy and paste it here. So let's see for the styling here, we are going to have similar styling for this. So let's have for example, this will be a text of gray, and it is a variation. So this one will be 600. So I'm going to copy this like that, and then paste it here. And also I think for the other phone number, we can have like the phone number also. So let's add the phone number because I already forgot the phone number here. We can even have the phone number, that is. So let me paste it here. For the phone number, actually we can give for example 1 plus, let me add here plus, and then here we can have like 65 like that, and then it's just a dummy information. So if I do that, come back to my code here, you can see we have the this shipping information. So now we can have the other part, this one for the payment, that is. So let's come here and add another div. So let's cite this div here. So class name here, and for this one I'm going to have a background of gray, and also it's a variation which is 50. I'm going to have rounded to be LG, so LG here, and let me just come inside here, and I'm going to have a heading of 3, which is I'm going to have a payment method like that, and here we are going to have a class name, and let me just make sure that this also is capital. So for this here, I'm going to have text to be extra large, so XL, and also I'm going to have a font to be semi-bold, and also I'm going to have a margin bottom of 2, like that. So after that, we can have the padding. So for the padding here, I'm going to, actually for the text is just visa. So for the class name, so class name here, we are going to have a text of gray, text gray, and also this one is 600, like that. So if I format my code here, so another part that we should have is the other part for the order summary. But let's see how our code looks like. Yeah, you can see payment here. This is a Visa one here. So also I think we can just give margin. So margin of 2. Let's see if actually margin y. Let's see if this will separate these two divs. You can see this one, we have a separation here. So let's have the other part, which is the order summary. So I'm going to create another div here. So for this div, let us have the information here. So for this one, we are going to have a background to be also gray, variation of 50, and also I'm going to have a padding of 4, and also I'm going to have a rounded to be LG, so LG like that, and also right here I'm going to have the text which we are going to add as a order summary. This one will be order summary, and let me make sure that I style this. So this one I'm going to have as text XL. I'm going to have also font to be semi-bold, and also I'm going to have a margin bottom of 2, like that. So if I save this and then come back here, you can see that we have order summary here. So for this one, I'm going to have after this heading here, I'm going to have a div that holds the information. So let's have this one, class name here, and for this one I'm going to have a flex. I'm going to justify, this one will be justify between, and also I'm going to have a margin to be margin bottom of 2. So here we are going to have a span, and the first information is like, for example, subtotal. So subtotal, and we are going to have colon here, and the other one here we can have the span, which also holds like this information, for example, the subtotal here. So for this one, subtotal is 700, so this one 720, like that. And I think also I need to give this spans styling. So let's have here class name. So for the subtotal here, I'm going to give a text of large. I'm going to give a font to be medium, and also I think for this one also, let's give it a different class name. So for this one, we are going to have text to be large or just LG, and also I'm going to have a font to be semi-bold, like that. So after that, I think we can have the other information. We are going to just copy this and paste it here, and for this one we are going to have the shipping. So shipping here we can add, so for example $10. So this one will be $10, and also we can have now the other information, which is total. So for the total here will be, let's add here just the total. So the total here will be 730, like that. And I think that's the only thing that we need right here. So let's come back here and see the information. So you can see we have the information right here. So I think this the only thing that we have been left with is this button here. So let's do that. We can have after that we can have after this one, let's have I think it should be inside this div. So let's see here. Yeah, let's have that another div here, and I think this one should be actually inside here. So let's have styling. So class name. So for this one, we are going to have a margin top of 8, like that. We are going to have a text center, and like that. And then inside here, we are going to have a button. So button. So this one will be continue shipping, continue shopping. That is, let's have a styling for this one here, and then this is class name. We are going to have a background color here, and for the background color here, we are going to have a E and then F9. We are going to have 3 dB. This is a variation of pink color. Also, I'm going to have a text to be white. I'm going to have a padding of 3. I'm going to have rounded to be LG. And the last thing that I'm going to add is font to be semi-bold for my text, like that. So if I do that, come back here, you'll be able to see that I have this also continue shopping. So when you click this, it should take you to also the home page. So what I'm going to do right now is to make sure that I format this code and make sure that I push this code to my GitHub. So I'm going to add like that, and then let's just commit changes. So this one is finished front end or completed. Let's add here completed my front end, and then I can be able to push. So git push origin, and then it's front end. Of course, it's front end here, like that. So let's push that and add the passphrase, like that. So I think I have added a wrong passphrase, so let's add like that. Yeah, I think that's okay. Now I don't want this video to be longer than this. This is a very long video. So what you are going to do is that in the next video you are going to continue with the admin dashboard, and then you are going to do the integration. So have a great day. Remember to like this video, also subscribe to this YouTube channel, and you'll be so that you'll be notified the next time I upload a new video. See you on the next video. Have a great day.